And then I had to decide between football and swimming. Both were really time consuming and I could only focus on one. So I chose swimming over football. Swimming was all about giving everything I had. I remember finishing competitions completely exhausted, but it was all worth it. You would take down your time, even if it was only a couple of seconds. It felt really satisfying to see your mark go down. So at the age of 16 I had to make a decision. It was either continuing swimming or going full-time into league. I chose league because it's my dream to become the best. Personally, I think that having done some sports before league, it's really important. I was not conscious that sports really helped me to free my mind. The pressure of being in a swimming competition, the pressure of a football game, it helped me to prepare what this is gonna be, what this world is. From my experience, I have learned that you need to disconnect. It's really hard to distinguish when it's good to separate from the game or when it's good to take a time for yourself. Every time I'm doing sports, I just don't think anything related in league, and I think that that's beneficial for me and for everyone.
Winning his matchup, taking control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff, really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play. Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
I keep on counting hours, haunted by all my doubts, looking into the mirror, falling out from the clouds. Didn't know what to do, feeling like everything's about to go down. Trying to be cool with it, I know I need to get out of this town. Swallow your poison, I'm dreaming about it, it's the last time for now, for now, for now. We are
Welcome to week 4 of the LEC 2022 Summer Edition, live from Berlin, Germany. As you may have seen during the opener of the show, it's Star Guardian weekend, and we will close out the first half starting with a clash between two surprise teams, Excel and Astralis. I'm Laure, and I will be your host for the weekend. Trevor, Vedi, thank you so much for joining me this week. Vedi, you look amazing.
Thank
I love
you.
the pink.
You look great.
Thank you. Are you excited about the
Trevor,
weekend?
you're here. A little underdressed, it feels.
Yeah, actually, Trev, since you're here, I think it's the right time for me to hand over the magical interview wand.
The power of the LEC courses through my veins.
That was something.
Was that really necessary?
It's not about it being necessary. It's just about being fun and celebrating the
Is that the initiation to being an interviewer? You have to, like, ascend?
You know what? We'll just go with the flow because we're back after 1 week break in the LEC. And let's take a look at what happened in the season so far. Trouble, looking at the standings, Rogue, Fnatic, top 3, Excel, top 1. I think this one is a surprise.
I mean, it's the usual suspects, the Rogues, the Fanatics, Mad Lions, G2, and there is Excel, the team that just scraped by in spring to make playoffs. Now, of course, if you are watching this season, it's not so much of a surprise due to the performance that they've had so far. The Korean bootcamp seem to have treated them pretty well. The fact that we talked to Young back in an interview and he was like, you know what, we're pretty sure of the style we want to play. We've got our picks ready, and that's also due to the Korean bootcamp. And so far, there's very few teams that seem to have any answers for the early game aggression.
They've been doing amazing, and it's a matter of knowing if they're going to be able to keep up with these performances. Very more on Fnatic and Rogue, maybe?
Yeah, I think that when you look at their current position in the standings, expectations would be like, well, of course, this is where they're supposed to be, but that's not how they started off the split. If you are just joining us here in week 4, both Fnatic and Rogue did start off a little bit shaky. There were some question marks, in particular around their early game, but as we approach week 3, it feels like that they shored up a lot of their issues. Rogue find themselves on a 5-game winning streak right now. Fnatic convincingly defeated their rivals in G2, and both teams seem to be looking on form and primed and ready to get back into the action here in week 4.
Definitely looking stronger, but I don't think that's the case for the spring winners. Trouble, G2 started strong in summer here, even though they said that they didn't have much preparation coming back from MSI. But what happened during week 3? I feel like falling to Mad Lions and then Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, like they came straight back from a 0-2. We talked a little bit of Dylan. They were like, we're not sure about the meta, what picks we want to play, how we want our style to be in the early to mid. But also, I have to give it to them in the losses. I feel like versus Fnatic, Razork was on fire. He was a demon on the Rift. He was choking out Jankos from any potential gank. But when it comes to the Mad side of things, I felt like this was more we shut down Caps. You have no way back into the game. And this is a weakness G2 has really to work on, because every time Caps has been shut down from them, they've barely found a way back into this game.
It does just feel like that G2 are a team that are always going to have highs and lows during the regular season, and this is a team that, based on their current iteration, needs that time and prep in order to figure out what it is that they want to do and how they approach the game. And I think that their actual time in MSI really prepped them for the start of the split, but as teams got better, it seems that they started to figure G2 out. But now with a week break, an opportunity to reset, I'm expecting G2 to come back hard and fast as we get closer to that halfway point.
You mentioned MSI, and I think it's a really good point because Trouble, they didn't have much time to prep and get ready for summer. How much did you think it impacted G2 coming into summer split?
I mean, you just have to look to last season, right? The Mad Lions winning spring, then going to MSI, then summer hits, and the regular split is absolutely atrocious. They were losing to teams they weren't supposed to lose, and that burnout sort of starts hitting you. I feel like it's the same thing with G2, even though now it's even worse, because due to the durability changes, the entire meta is changing, the entire style you want to play the game is changing, and until you figure this out without having a break, you got to put 5 times the work of other teams.
But I think a lot of credit needs to be given to G2, because remember that they found themselves at 4-1 heading into that last week, and I think that they were riding off the momentum that they had at MSI very well. So huge credit to them. Obviously, they did end up falling short 0-2 at the final hurdle, but we'll see what they look like as they bounce back here in week 4.
What would be G2 without some funny games or funny weeks, I want to say. But now we touched on the teams that had solid enough bases to keep the same roster from spring to summer. But let's talk about the other teams, and I want to touch on Mad Lions here, Vedi, because Niski is back and he's doing wonders for the team.
He certainly is. Many were surprised to not see him on the Rift last split in the LEC, but he did he joined the Mad Lions rather to provide this new iteration of the lineup, and my expectations were that they'd be a bit of a slow starter, but I think that they've looked incredibly good. Their early to mid game has looked fantastic. Their team fighting looks to be as good as it used to be in the past, and I feel like that while we have seen some poor decisions when it comes to their late game, I think that overall this team is an impressive one to watch. So this addition of Niski seems to be the most impactful roster change of the LEC.
And I really like what you said here about Mad Lions and their ability to teamfight trouble, because this is what the Mad Lions used to look like. Maybe the meta favoring them also now, but also Niski helping a lot in communication and bridging Elioya into what he's the best at.
I feel like a few months ago I had a talk with Niski and he was talking to me about his time over in NA and how he was shot calling there as well, how he was making a lot of the calls for the team, right? And coming into the Mad Lions, you're expecting Niski to try and find this time to gel himself into the team. It feels like taking that leader role, breaking down the fight, A, B, C, D, start to finish, has really helped rookies, for example, like Unforgiven, to find their role in the team as well.
A few words maybe, Veli, on Astralis and also Vitality, who changed their jungler, bringing Horror in.
Well, I will say that I think that while they did make changes for Astralis, the roster, while showcasing improvement, still not quite enough yet from what we've seen to be able to break into the top 5. They are competing very closely with Vitality, as both of their rosters are still trying to figure out what gives them the necessary growth in order to be able to fight for the top spots. And with this 1 week break, maybe they've been able to fix some of their issues. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, and they will have a big challenge this week facing some of the top dogs in the LEC, and other teams will also have a challenge because we will be playing on the B version of the pack 12.12, and Trouble wanted to run us through some picks. This is not picks to watch, guys. Trouble, the floor is yours.
All right, hello guys. I'm not going to talk about Katarina, which was buffed in 12.12b, so if you want to try her out, go ahead. I'm going to talk about my first pick, which is Amumu, who, yes, was buffed in 12.12 initially. His Bandit's Toss went from 70 mana down to 30, less than half on rank 1, plus he got a whooping of 50 flat damage added to his ultimate at level 6. Now, if you calculate that the average champion at level 6 has about 1000 HP, you can understand that 50 flat damage at fights like Rift Herald, where teams like to group up, is huge. Let's also not forget that due to all the neutral objective fighting in the early game, large area CC tools are extremely valuable. The champion synergizes really well with Kalista, as seen in the LPL, who likes early lane dominance. And since your Bandit's Toss now costs less than half the mana it did before, it is way more spammable, therefore it gives Kalista lanes more opportunities for an early kill. Friendly reminder though, we might see the lethal wombo combo for Mumu Misfortune coming back into play that haunted us for previous seasons. Pick number 2, or as pros would like to say, the most broken champion currently on the patch, Seraphine. Even after slight nerfs to her stun duration through her E, week 3 of the LEC sees Seraphine with a 100% ban rate. But why? Seraphine has very strong wave clear and anti-dive tools. See her ultimate, empowered E, healing and shielding. And even though the early game used to be one of her weakest spots, durability patch solved this issue for her a long time ago. The champion thrives in extended fights due to her kit, which is what the meta is all about currently, and there is barely any other champions that can challenge the utility and the damage that Seraphine brings to a team. She's flexed between mid and bot, which allows draft flexibility and now hard scales on 2 items, Liandry's and Rylai's, rather than being a 4-item spike in heal bot that we remember from previous seasons. Now, one of my favorites, and a bunch of junglers that we have in the LEC, came back, which is Lee Sin. Now, due to the recent 12.12b clear speed jungle nerfs to Wukong, the Monkey King is stepping down, and a new, honestly kind of old, early game proactive jungler has risen back up to the top. Lee Sin received some AD and Q damage buffs a few patches ago, but it hasn't been until now that we see him on the Rift. With a lack of early game playmaking champions, Volibear, your turn is coming soon, Lee Sin has always returned in every meta to solve the issue. If you look at the mid lane pool currently, we have Swains, Lissandras and Aries as a prominent S tier picks, which all synergize so well and provide a lot of setup for Lee Sin ganks, but also insect kicks later on in the game. Now, of course, when a new challenger approaches the scene, there needs to be yet another one to counter it, as this is where Poppy comes in. LCK and LPL have almost been perma-banning Poppy when they want to play Lee Sin, because it's really difficult to make this insect plays with her W.
Talia is another one, especially over in the LCK, that Faker, well, Rookie as well, has also been bringing out in the OPL as an answer to these highly mobile champions. So excited to see how the meta evolves, given that it is such, in theory, a small patch, but can have large implications.
Many things can happen, as we saw in other leagues so far. And I'm really glad we have Star Guardian Poppy here. She was one of the first ones to dress up. And as you saw, we are celebrating Star Guardian Week. And we've already asked you fans home on Twitter to create your ultimate Star Guardian roster. So let's have a look at the couple selections we had. Starting with Star Guardians.
Brilliant. Of course.
The winner.
This is the roster that's going to save the world.
We haven't seen the rest.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, when the world is in peril, what do you need? 5 of these. That's what you need.
So you would clone yourself to save the world?
I mean, no, these are my cousins. I mean, you can see them all right here. Talias, Echoias, Akalias.
I want to say that Vitality told that if you put this on broadcast, we might follow him on Twitter.
Nice one, Vitality. Wow. I see you. Great minds think alike.
All right, let's take a look at the next one. What do we have? Oh, okay.
Okay, I mean, there's 5 Venices and there's 5 Yankoses, you know? And all I'm going to say is my hit rate would probably be higher.
I think we're doomed.
This would be very chaotic because every single Yankos that I'm seeing right now would invade on their own, but would blame the other Yankos, which then would blame the other Yankos, which then would blame the other Yankos.
Of course.
And this creates a circle that would never break.
Can you just imagine how loud this roster would be?
Oh, wow.
Honestly.
You would know they were coming. No. Surprise attacks would not be a thing.
Don't invite them to the studio.
There's also like so many skill shots here.
All right, last one. Please, let's take a look. Of course. Star Guardian Draven. This is scary, honestly. I think it's the mustache.
I think this is cursed.
This is super cursed. Of course,
I mean, they would arrive in style. They would they save you? Debatable.
No, they would probably FF 10 if they die 2 times in lane.
Something would change. That's what we can guarantee.
It's just Draven. They would just end up killing each other
Draven
or
needs a
fighting
Star
each
Guardian
other.
skin. That's what I've decided. He needs a skin.
Moving on and going back to the LEC, of course, because this is what we're focused on, from the best fantasy lineups to the actual top dogs. In the LEC, tomorrow Fnatic and Team Vitality will clash for a spot on top of the standings in our Ultra Gear match of the week. Let's take a look at it.
I think it's impossible not to have an ego in League of Legends because you have to believe in yourself. There will always be circumstances where you need to know that you are better and you need to trust. And when the risk comes through, you need to trust in your abilities that you're going to do better, because players who don't believe that they can do better, believe that they will just perform worse, are bad players.
This might sound a little bit crazy, but I've never really played against anyone where I thought like, wow, this guy's like way better than me. And I played basically versus all the players in the world. I can see somebody's better on the champion than me, but I don't really feel like I played with someone and he was just so much better than me and just completely stomped me and I couldn't do anything.
Back once again. Abadage still doing work. It was Upset just cleaning up the fight. Somehow got the triple. Somehow got the penta.
Upset's a bit of a heartbreaker because to me, he's a guy that has been so good. He never dies. He puts up good damage numbers. He has great CS numbers. Like, these are all things that you want in an AD carry, and yet it's not enough to win. And it's not a situation where he's playing too safe or maybe not taking enough risks, or at least that's not how it looks from the outside. It just feels like there's something missing there that is holding him back from achieving those greater heights.
There's none of it for Vitality. There's none of it for Perks.
Vitality coming into this year definitely had an ego. The expectations were completely overblown. I think right now, and our new mentality is like, oh, we are a top 5 team. Let's try to get top 1, right? And every time I've thought like this in the past as well, I had pretty good success. I'm still looking to find that success together with my team, right? Which is the saddest part, because I feel like I'm just struggling so much when I don't know actually why I hit so hard, right? We're not the best team in Europe. We want to be. I don't think we are far away. What matters in the end is like who takes the title, right?
I think when you look at both these teams, ultimately they're both chasing a trophy. But right now, Vitality are the ones that are lagging behind. And while Fnatic try to find their way into the top 3, Vitality need to find their way into the top 5, the top 4. Fnatic should be the favorites here. Fnatic is the safer bet, but it still does not feel like a sure thing.
Absolute slaughter in the mid lane.
You can also see it as a positive thing that people expect him to win or be like top 2 or whatever. You can also see it from the positive side. It's like people really expect me to do so well. That must mean they think that I should be that good.
Wow, a lot of strong takes, I feel, from this Match of the Week video. And I think this is fair. Right? When Perk said the team had a lot of ego, we had to readjust. This is fair given the expectations that were on Vitality's roster at the end of the beginning of the year, rather. And I feel like it was the same for Fnatic. We expected them to see them in the finals in spring. It didn't happen. Maybe disappointing start of the season for them. But they readjusted in summer, Vedi.
For sure. I think that when we look back at spring, the results coming into the start of the split would be that these teams would be fighting for the finals. And if not both of them in the finals, then they would be contenders. One of them would be. And the fact that neither of them were in the finals, the fact that Vitality was eliminated very early on in playoffs and Fnatic fell short to G2 of all teams was an expectation, a result that we did not really expect to see. And I think that coming into this split, they've both, well, I think Vitality have very rightly readjusted their expectations and they're kind of taking things one step at a time. But I think that right now, the scrutiny is still upon them, and they need to prove that they can compete with the best because they're yet to take down any of the top 5 that we have in our league.
What's on the side of Fnatic trouble? Because I remember most of the players, especially Upset during an interview, saying that coming off spring, they realized that they needed to find themselves as a team. The core was missing. Do you think it's on motion now for them?
I feel like we have to bring the bad news first and the good news after. The bad news are Fnatic have not won anything since 2018. Which is a very long time ago. If my maths don't fail me, that's 4 years ago. But the good news are you see how the roster's coming in with very big expectations from themselves, and they're actually showing it on the Rift. They're doing pretty well right now. Upset said, no one has really challenged me yet. We're talking about the best bot in the West that we've been singing their praises for so long. And then you have Wonder suddenly coming into this roster. And I feel like especially, oh my God, his Gragas performances, like this guy has his niche peak. That niche peak is Gragas, but the fact that you can trust this guy to give him the pick that he wants, and then he will take control of lane, he will take control of the top side of the map, he will spike on that one item on the champion, and then he will provide you with engages, disengage. I think he had something like 800 damage per minute on the Gragas, which is absolutely absurd.
I think that when we think about these two matching up, there is quite a significant stylistic difference, given that Fnatic is a very aggressive early game focused team. And typically Fnatic has always been known as this bot side focused team, but they're investing resources top. And you have a look at some of the stats. We talk about jungle proximity a lot, and that basically just means the amount of time that the jungler is spending around your lane. You can see that it is double for Wonder compared to Alphari. Wonder gets a lot of resources thrown his way. He is put in a position to try and carry, and he does well with those resources. But credit to Alphari, he continues to be that reliable laner, that standout of someone that you can expect to put up a good performance. But does that mean that he and Vitality can always translate that into wins? That right now is the big question for Vitality.
Yeah, and of course, a matchup to keep an eye on for tomorrow. But let's bring up today's schedule and see what we can expect in those 5 games of the evening, starting with Misfits Fnatic in Game 3, Vitality Rogue in Game 5. 4 teams that have upwards trajectories, Vedi.
For sure, it's going to be an uphill battle for many teams that are facing off today, but I'm just super excited to see what these teams have come up with a week off, right? Because some teams took breaks, some teams continue to practice, but I think that whenever you give a period of time for players to reset and reevaluate what the meta looks like, they'll always come in with fresh ideas, new picks, new things practiced. And I think that this week, or this day even, could be the day where a lot of shakeups and expectations are already shattered compared to what we had before.
And what Vedi said is so important, because coming into the durability patch, a lot of the teams didn't exactly know how they wanted to play the game, how the game has particularly changed. Are Tara dives diable? Are they not? Do you want to scale? Do you want to play a proactive early game? And I think having that 1 week off when you've seen a lot of the teams already play might change up a few playstyles.
Yeah, and we'll see how all this team can perform. But talking about the first match today, we will have Exile facing off against Astralis. And after reaching their very first ever playoffs in spring, the team is now aiming for a higher summer. Let's put the spotlight on the surprise team this season.
I felt bad for replacing Adrian in the first place, because back when I was in G2 and he just joined the LEC, he was talking to me a lot, like during the client, about like matchups and stuff like this, and he was just like, after the game when they played against us, he tweeted me, and he seemed like, you know, a really nice guy, so I enjoyed talking to him, and also felt worse because he wasn't even playing like bad or anything during the first 2 weeks, so I hope he gets another chance at least. I think without me they would make playoffs already, like last split, just because I think their players are good enough. I think that's one of the reasons why I joined the team and why I think we did well, because I already knew beforehand that the players were good enough. I pride myself with that. I think I have a good scouting eye. I could be a talent scouter at some point, and what I could have brought as well to the team that was maybe better than Advin was probably like laning phase. I feel like me and Patrick right now are probably one of the best. I think we're kind of like stomping everyone.
It has taken 1,142 days, and on the 7th time of trying, XL will make playoffs.
I think it was nice, change of pace, I guess, that you don't have any expectations to win. Of course, you have expectations of yourself, but even you don't expect to win like every single game that you play. Some games you're just like, yeah, I mean, you'll be playing against G2 today or something. It could be a very hard one. So I guess it's different in that regard. It doesn't feel like really, really bad if you lose to like, in theory, worse team than you. Well, it still does, but like not as bad as when you were in G2. It kind of reminds me of the Splice days when I just joined and I was like enjoying every day. You know, go on stage, you never know what was gonna happen. If you win 2-0, really good. If you lose 0-2, sucks, we'll get it next time, you know.
With the Winter's Bite, locked in place, has used the cleanse, will flash the wall, but the chase is on, face call, a double. Finn with the barrel takes Hylissang's head.
After Spring Split, we talked about that if we don't make it to MSI, we should go to Korea to bootcamp anyway, because it's just very useful. And I said basically that if we actually want to make Worlds, we have to go to Korea, otherwise probably not making it.
It was started by the players, and the organization immediately backed it and said, okay, if this is what you guys need and want, we will make it happen. Going into Korea, we had the goal to play way more for our bot lane. And secondly, the Korean teams, the solo queue meta, the Chinese teams, they really force an early game meta, because if you don't draft for early game, they will end the game very quickly against you, so we couldn't get away with scaling.
Nelson was like the big part of why we actually got scrims with the good teams. He can like talk to all the coaches from LPL, and he knows a lot of them, so they were actually down to scrim us. I think otherwise it would be hard to number 1, number 2 LPL team to scrim number 6 EU team that came to Korea for fun.
Thanks to Nelson, we got a lot of like tryout scrims, and teams would like try if we were like good enough to scrim against them, and we would give everything to prove ourselves that we were good enough, and most of the times we ended up successfully doing so and then getting more scrims against the top teams. Almost every scrim game was like a stage game, so everyone gave 100%, 6 to 9 games a day. We got so much experience against good teams because we wanted to prove ourselves against these teams and show them that we can hang with them.
This is Newdog now, looks for the TP, he's in. A great gnaw pulls them back. Newdog looks for the back line, and Kazi is assassinated by the Duck. Parks has no stopwatch to stop his death either. Vitality get demolished. XL are not willing to lose today.
Sometimes I still, you could say like I choke it a bit, like in the laning phase, like I don't know. I don't live up to my expectations, I guess. Other than that, I think we're doing fine for now. But I think we are much better than what we showed on stage so far.
I personally feel a lot of pressure to perform very well with this roster, especially now that the expectation is so high. That's partly because having been with XL for 2.5 years now, it feels like if we're going to Worlds, this is the moment. It's like the one and only moment we've been waiting for so long. And if we don't grab it now, it might never happen again.
What an emotional and super inspiring video piece, I want to say, Trouble, because when you think of the XL roster, the mix is so diverse. You have Finn coming back from NA, Newdog, who's still looking for the top in the LEC, Mickey, who lived through the golden age of the LEC back in 2019, and then rookie Markun to just around everything. I love this roster and what it's shaping to be now.
I don't know, the video was kind of emotional, starting with Mickey talking about Advin as well, because it's like the guy wasn't even playing bad, but I have a good scouting eye. I really wanted to play with that team. Someone had to step down. That was Advin. Mickey takes the reins and they actually make playoffs. Now, at the start of the season, we had Finn over in the NOC and he talked to us a little bit about the bootcamp. He couldn't tell us particular details on who they screamed, but he was like, we screamed MSI teams. We screamed teams that play with the MSI teams in their leagues, talking LCK, LPL and stuff like this, like really top teams. And we were beating them. And a lot of the games where we wouldn't, we added so much valuable knowledge to our book that when we can use this in the LEC, and it shows to be working.
And it reminds me of what Markun said when we invited him on the desk a couple of weeks back about how he learned about the jungle, especially in the early game. And what's interesting here, Freddy, in this first game is that you have the two best statistically jungler in the early game.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest takeaways I think that XL learned, and Youngbuck talked a little bit about it in that video, was how their early game approach shifted so dramatically. And like we often see it in their draft approaches, and you see it in Markoon's playstyle. Even when he first joined the league, I remember his volley bear diving underneath a tower like at level 3. He was someone that was always instigating and looking for plays. And I think that that's now been translated to the whole team. The whole team understands better how to play around him, how to enable him, and in turn he responds by giving them ganks, setting them up for success, and ultimately giving XL a super dominant early game. And on the other side, we see a very similar approach from Astralis. They can't always translate it in the same way, but the way in which Xerxes pairs up with his support in Jonghoon, we see that same level of aggression where a lot of the early game facilitation stems from that jungle support duo.
And I feel like this is also double-edged sword, right? Because for Astralis, I feel like the jungle is so pivotal for them to make plays in the early game that when, for example, we saw Astralis on something like the Belveth for Xerxes, and he didn't have the priority lanes, he couldn't farm till that late game spike, it became a little bit difficult for them to pivot the game, and they ended up losing. Now, when you have Xerxes on something like also the volleyball or early game proactive jungler, and he can make these plays, he can get his bot ahead, he can get his solo lanes ahead, this is how Astralis seems to be functioning their best so far.
And I do think that when we look at these two teams, they are stylistically quite similar in terms of how they like to draft and how they approach, and how this jungle support synergy is super important in terms of being able to accrue early game leads. And when you look at Astralis' games, they actually get a lot of early kills, right? They will fight you, they will contest you, and even in this game against Vitality, they were sitting at like 4 kills to 1 pre-10 minutes. Like, it was crazy how bloodthirsty this team is. The problem is their ability to translate those kills and early game leads into actual map control. They don't always convert it into towers, they don't always convert it into objectives, and that is something that XL is incredibly good at, which is really what separates the two and why XL find themselves at the top of the standings.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that XL is favored here, of course, but focusing on where Astralis should trigger them, maybe we can focus on draft, and especially one draft, Vidi, because when XL draft for late game and it doesn't go well in the early game for them, this is when things fall down.
For sure, and I think that it's important to remember that there was a window where XL did find a way back into this game, but the early looked very different, right? When we look at this draft from XL, they don't have the same pushing lanes that they typically get. They're being pushed in by the Gangplank in top. They're being pushed in by the Azir in mid. Also, you have Rogue, the hyper-aggressive early game jungler, and basically they're leveraging their prior lanes to limit the options that XL have in the early game. And that's crucial because when you take those options away from Markoon, he then becomes more hamstrung, and XL's overall early game agency becomes a lot more limited.
Also, if you look over at Spring XL versus Summer XL, you see that Nuktak was stuck in his lane a lot over in Spring, and he wasn't really getting any pressure on the side lane. This summer, it's Nuktak instantly pushing in a wave and going either top or bot. Now, with this particular draft, your only play is jungle mid. You cannot necessarily dive towards the top side of the map. You cannot necessarily dive towards the bot side of the map. And when that mid lane is also shut down, it gives you no window of early game play.
Now, of course, this isn't an easy thing to do because when we do use this as an example, we are talking in the context of Rogue, which are some of the best laners that we do have in our league. So even if you do have matchups that give you the ability to get that early push, being able to then leverage that is another beast entirely. But the best shot I would imagine that Astralis have of being able to upset and take down XL is by attacking them in the draft. Find ways in which you can draft yourself winning lanes. And if all else fails, just scale for team fights. Because I think that Astralis, if there's nothing else, they can still pick Ornn and they can still look to try and 5v5. But it's this early game that is the scariest part from the side of XL.
Okay, not everyone can do the misfits thing, Venues, come on. Not everyone can go down 10k gold.
I mean, if nothing else, just scale. Just on, let's go. Team fight. Okay.
We'll see, maybe Astralis can create a surprise here against XL. And it's time for us to send over to Kajol and Dracos for Astralis versus XL. Take it away, guys.
Floor, you can see our in-house audience alive, feeling ready. Kajol got to do the crowd warm-up earlier today at Star Guardian Week. We're vaguely Star Guardian themed.
Kind of.
You have a necklace.
I have a necklace.
I have an obscene amount of glitter in my beard.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just looks like I ate
glitter
Cheetos. It was a good in concept, not so good
I don't know if you can see it on,
oh,
you can see it on camera. It's glistening in your beard. That's so cool.
And as an update, we've already talked about this with the in-house audience, but due to unavoidable travel issues impacting Astralis and positive COVID-19 cases, we will be playing our first 2 games remotely today. Despite that, our in-house audience remains ever amazing. Thank you guys so much for being as fantastic as you are. Obviously, we'd all love to see the players on stage today, but COVID remains an ongoing issue. And flights, well, if you tried to take any recently, you'll understand
flights
that
these
one.
days, they're pretty rough in the summer.
I feel like a Jerry Seinfeld stand-up bit. But anyway, there is a game of League of Legends to be played. We are moments away from Champion Select. And this is going to be an interesting one because this is big for Excel as they look to close out this weekend, as their schedule's pretty easy, all things considered, when you look at strength of schedule. At the top of the standings, currently tied for first. Meanwhile, Astralis, it's interesting. They've beaten the teams below them. They've lost to the teams above. Let's see what they can do here.
Into draft we go, and there's the players on stage. Cute little teddy bears.
There they are.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Oh, wow.
Look at them.
Look at Excel.
Pure determination and focus.
So confident they didn't even plug their keyboard in.
They don't even need it.
Nope.
It's a mind
Mouse
game.
in a bag, easy
They don't
clap.
even need the hands.
Hell no.
See what they're going to do for bans, however. GP going to remain premier blind pick on the top side of the map, so taking that one away. Finn as well has looked pretty comfortable on the pick. And it's going to be really interesting. You heard Vedius talk about it on the desk earlier, but we had a break week, and we remained on the same patch. This means there's a ton of room for innovation in the context of the patch. Yes, the same power picks are still powerful, like they were in week 3, but more room for counter picks, more room for creativity when there's this much time to practice.
Yeah, and over in the LCK LPL, we saw the touch on some champions that are looking strong. Seraphine already taken away. Things like Sylas extremely strong as a mid lane pick right now in the current meta when you're having things like Corki, Lissandra, Ari. It just fits in so well. So Astrala's going to be looking for some target bans here. Zeri's still open, so we'll see what they opt into. Bot lane is kind of like the aim of the meta, the one that takes up the most bans. Lucian, Zeri, Senna. There's the Sylas ban. We'll see Astrala's first pick. They have so many options here. You have Wukong, could go for Senna, could go for things like the Zeri. Renata first pick is very common in the LCK as well. Gnar first pick, very common. T1 was doing that themselves, so they have a plethora of champions to choose from. Astralis is really leaning towards team fights normally. Is that a first pick Ornn?
It would be Chachi if he wasn't blind picking a random tank for the top side of the map. It's not that random, of course. Ornn premier tank option. You can't call it a safe blind pick because it loses a lot of matchups, but it always brings something in the mid to late game, and we've seen, if you've ever watched a busy Chachi game ever in your life, this man is a master when it comes to executing team fights, finding angles. So it's a good pick for Chachi. It's a good pick for the team because no one else has to pick first. Downside, very exploitable.
Definitely is. I think XL should pick their top laner up on 2 or 3 and then pick a jungler, something like Wukong or Trundle that just does so well into the Wukong to deny the team fight that they might want to opt into. And it wouldn't be Europe if it wasn't team fights. Astralis already going for it. Wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of engaged jungler, control mage, the classic Astralis. There's a Trundle one too from Markoon. Could flex the bot with Kalista, but this is probably going jungle. And of course, will do well into the Ornn to take away the resistances. But it does leave open things like Wukong, which I think Astralis can just opt into for an incredible team fight.
Yeah. Something that has to be respected too, because remember, Astralis, even if they've struggled a little bit in the early games, even if they fall down in some of the lanes, the coordination around the fights has been excellent. I think due in no small part to the fact that 3 members of this team have spent a lot of times playing together. Bizachachi, Cersei, and Kabi, of course, in Splice rosters in the past. Jonghoon and Dayor working well with the team thus far, but able to just kind of show off a little bit in some of the games they've won. Again, though, Astralis has only beat the teams below them, has yet to beat a team above them. This could really change the story of their season if they are able to find advantage here over Excel.
Definitely would, and would shake up the standings a hell of a lot. It's, you know, the classic LEC circle of suck would continue in terms of teams beating each other. I almost made you drink out there for a second. I saw you taking a sip, so I had to take the chance.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, it's true. That's the circle. I didn't expect it to come out this early in the day, but there it is.
Well, there's an Ashe. So Ashe, really good engage. Of course, you can look for picks in mid to late game. Of course, you can toss arrows from base, from bot. Ruler, big standout Ashe player over in the LCK and Gen G. There's the Gnar into Ornn, not a huge surprise. Ashe good into Kalista in lane. We saw Ashe support today from RNG, I believe it was Ming, with Kalista in the lane, and it lost. But he had some fantastic arrows across the map against LNG, sniping out Doinby on some team fights. So we'll see where this goes. I'm expecting it to go AD carry, though.
Yeah, Ashe historically very solid counter pick into the close to the slows, really interrupting a lot of the mobility and early lane threat that she normally provides. That said, we'll see matched picks on both sides, jungle, top lane, AD, so some room to mitigate or limit the champion pool. No surprise to see Junkin's Pike banned away, obviously. Even though they did end up losing the game where he popped off on it, individually very mechanically good on the champion.
A bit worried for XL right now. I think they have a little bit too much single target damage. They're going to have to clean that up in the 4-5 because I feel like if you're picking Trundle into Ornn, you're matching team fights. Gnar will win out side lane, but you can't stop this engage from Astralis. There is so much of it that you're inevitably going to go into team fights. So we'll see what XL opt into with these bans coming in 4-5.
And you talk about all the engages they have, and I love that they're banning away Renata on Astralis' side because they can't risk Excel taking it on 4. It's such a good counter-engage option. You've seen how powerful Renata is, how she seems to get more and more popular every week as teams... It's not like she's had significant changes. Teams are just getting better and better at really making her work in the context of these compositions. Swain now getting banned away as well.
That Swain ban tells me Lissandra because I remember in 2020 summer, we blind picked Lissandra, and Swain wasn't meta at the time, and Noobtuck was the person to pick Swain into it. And I remember my mid laner is saying, yeah, this matchup is just unplayable. And of course, with the Swain changes, he's even stronger now. So we'll see if Astralis pick up on that one. But I'm just kind of curious what their 4-5 is going to be. What support do you play with Ashe? She needs to be safe.
Ahri also banned away the conventional answer into Lissandra generally in the early game. So really easy Lissandra on 4 angle here. Don't know what Dayor's counterpick option would be. Obviously, he's a big Vex fan individually, but I don't love that matchup.
Yeah, he's going to have to go with something for teamfight. Anything for teamfight. Lissandra normally loses to control mages. I was a Lissandra player myself in Season 8, and playing lanes against Cassio, Victor, Orianna were absolutely horrendous because the amount of range that they have. So they're not so much meta right now. Some AP items got buffs, and Astralis need more teamfight by the looks of it. There's not many champs you can pick here to move yourself into a pick comp. You know, if they pick TF, it doesn't make any sense, right? Yeah. You've got Ashe and Ornn. That's just teamfight. You're not really playing over sides much at all, unless you're cross-map sniping them and then TF's ulting on them. You know, it just gets way too overcomplicated. Yeah, that makes it a lot simpler. Just pick Orianna, Wukong, play for wombo combos. We'll see what they round it out with.
Incredibly strong champion in the early laning phase. The fact that her passive is so immediately impactful. Lissandra's passive broken in team fights, broken in ARAM. Any other circumstance, completely useless. Still better than the old one, but obviously is going to struggle in the early laning phase. Final pick here, support options. Something aggressive to follow the team fight, something defensive for the team. Hard to say.
Yeah, they could go a bit more defensive here. I mean, if you pick Ashe Rakan here, you're going to get countered in lane way too hard, and you have enough engage already. Tahm Kench coming through. We'll see what XL opts into. Of course, Braum is kind of the notorious counter. Not so much to Tahm, it's good into Tahm, but very good into Ornn because you can block the Call of the Forge God, so that negates a lot of engage. Blitzcrank being hovered. Fiddle support with Kalista sounds pretty good. You can go in, pull him out after he's done his full combo, get a couple fizz, but you're extremely squishy against their champs. Is Mickey gonna do it?
There's two situations where you believe the fiddlesticks, is if you know nothing about Mickey or if you know a lot, because he's the only person crazy enough to try it, but he'll opt not to. One thing I want to call out, praise for Astralis. You pointed out earlier in the draft, Excel lacking a lot of reliable AoE damage. Yes, they have the Dream Gnar Lissandra combo, but outside of circumstances where they can pull that off, it's mostly single target. Tahm Kench shuts all of that down with a single ult.
I'm looking at Mickey's match history right now in solo queue. He's been playing fiddlestick support. He's played 3 or 4 games in a row. He lost every single one though. So maybe he doesn't have the confidence to bust it out on stage. But like I said, Astralis, insane team fight, incredibly long range engage. I would be surprised if Patrick's not running Cleanse. Noobtuck maybe Spellbook as well, so he can move towards Cleanse himself as well. Finn will just go Merc Treads. They have a lot of CC, so you need to make sure you negate as much of that as possible. XL have good tools to shut down some of the engage, right? The Call of the Forge God can be blocked. The Cleanse will help out a lot. Patrick can pull Mickey out when he does look for those engages, but it's on Astralis to find these fights, and Astralis do have the better team fight comp.
Something that we have to keep track of. The execution has been excellent in the fights, but often they've fallen too far behind in the early game to make it happen. Astralis, can they find their form here against Excel? A team currently in a 3-way tie for first. A single upset in a week that is entirely top 5 versus bottom 5 will change the standings significantly. Both these teams, for all these bears, it's crucial. Excel versus Astralis, starting now.
It's very crucial.
Oh my god. I don't know if you can hear it at home, but we just got an XL Esports la 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 poster. Is that you? Did you stop playing Valorant for a weekend to join us? I've missed you,
He was the
poster.
inventor, the creator, the beginning of that chant.
The absolute meme king. Shout out to XL fans in the audience, the Astralis fans there as well. Early game's going to be big, though. It's about weathering the storm. We know what happens late game. Astralis push their R buttons together, ideally, and most people on the enemy team will die. That said, getting to that stage, always a bit difficult, especially against a player like Marcoon, who has been on an absolute tear in the early game recently. Huge factor for Excel's overall early game.
Definitely is. Surprisingly, Patrick actually running the heal here. Doesn't take cleanse against the Ashe, so that could be a bit risky the later the game goes. Might have to go for an early Quicksilver Sash. We'll keep our eye on his items. Obviously stunts your itemization growth in a sense, right? If you're against Skarner, it's a similar sort of thing. Xerxes is going to drop a ward, see if Marcoon does any early game shenanigans. And I think, yeah, like you said, it's on Marcoon here. His champ, extremely strong, wins level 3 against Wukong, can clear single target camps faster, you know. Something like a red-blue Gromp into an early game can work on Trundle. Raptors, of course, sucks, but has a lot of early pressure when it comes to setting up plays.
Already a little bit of a leash going on over to Xerxes, hoping to kickstart his clear. For now, just keeping our eye on the lane matchups. Orin going to lose out in the level 1, and he knows it, so not afraid to take too much time away from the lane. Now, you've seen, and highlighted in a wonderful video by the LoL Esports content team, Excel often like to give a reward XP to Nukeduck in the mid lane. It does not happen this time. He will not have the XP edge. However, he does get the push early on. Lissandra, obviously Ice Shard, very easy to hit the entire wave. A bit more difficult for Dayor to get that same setup. Even if he wins out in these extended trades with the power of the passive, as long as Nukeduck's got the wave in his favor, things shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, smart ward there by Dayor. Gives up the push a little bit, but he's scared of Marcoon doing Red Raptor's Gromp and then running into Xerxes' jungle, who wants to do a full clear. The Wukong wants to clear all his camps before fighting. Patrick and Mikey will hit level 2 here, sorry. Gonna get a bit of an aggressive trade onto Astralis. So you have mid and bot push as Excel. What do you want to do with that? You want to invade his bot side. We'll see if Marcoon does do that, because Nukeduck is already leaning down there. Maybe he wants to get a ward of his own to try to spot out Xerxes, who skipped his Raptors to make sure he's safe. And I think he will be.
Again, after the Tahm Kench changes, level 1, level 2 Tahm Kench not very menacing in those 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes. So something to keep track of. The Braum obviously pairing up with the Trundle. If they do want to invade that jungle, is going to be big. But Excel in the early game pulling ahead. Chachi, sidestep, walking away, has to flash from the wallop. Well played by Finn to find that advantage. And again, he went in blind. He said, I'm going to pick Ornn.
Yeah.
You know, whatever is going to happen. And this is what's happening. It's the power of Gnar in the early game. So oppressive, especially in the hands of Finn.
And it just goes to show the value teams place on different playstyles, right? You look at T1, for example. They will first pick a Gnar if it's open instantly. Why? Because one, it's Zeus's most comfortable champions. 2, it gets the push and basically wins every matchup right now. You know, the old school counters to Gnar are Camille, Kennen, Jace. You don't tend to see them much in the meta. Camille really needs Galio. Jace got a bit hit by the durability update, and so did Kennen, so of course Jace got nerfs too, so Gnar is just flavor of the month right now. Whereas Chachi wants Ornn, he wants teamfight, he wants to lose lane and then try to punish the rest of your team, so it's risk versus reward when it comes to getting these lane matchups, and it's on Finn to get ahead.
Yeah. Bit of a trade going down here on the bottom side, 4 stacking concussive blows. Thick skin already there for the extra shielding, Guardian gonna proc as well, so not too bad as Kabe and Jonghoon are gonna be able to take back push in this lane for now.
Yeah. Wave bouncing into XL. Have to play a bit safe here.
And it's good that we bring up rules, because when we look at Vizichachi's stats, I can show you his laning stats, but they're rough. But when you look at his team stats, kill participation, when you look at his damage share, yes, it's all very low. The kill participation stat, though, is what I want you to look at first. Now, damage isn't that big. He plays tanks. Damage percentage, very low, naturally, but he is always there for the team. He's a big factor to make things happen. And we saw this in their games last week, where he would sacrifice waves to roam, to make plays happen, and that's something we have to keep our eye on again, as Mickey stepping forward, looking for the potential all-in here. Patrick, isolated versus Kabe. Ignite now taking down to Junghoon, just trying to take a little bit of health away. Mickey very, very low. Kabe starting to turn this one. Exhaust now going down, heal coming out. Mickey trying to body block, leaps back to the minion. Well played, just to make sure that no one else would get chipped out, but ultimately Astralis taking control of the lane.
So Patrick lost his flash as well. They just used 2 combat summoners on top of that. I think the flash was perhaps earlier on. They were looking for all-ins, and maybe a bit of miscommunication there between the XL bot lane, because Mickey looks very confident just stepping forward, drops the Ignite, almost 1v2ing Astralis' bot lane, and Patrick could just not keep up. So now XL needs to be bailed out here. They need their jungler to come down here to try and push Astralis' bot lane back or get them a push out so they can take a base.
Difficult situation. Ashe, similar to Ezreal, I feel like once you get wave pressure as Ashe, you're just never going to lose it. Volley's just such an unbelievably obnoxious skill, especially in the early laning phase. So Xerxes, though, clearing out just a little bit of vision, trying to make sure that he can keep an eye on Nukeduck in case that roam does come from him. Little does he know, Marcoon waiting in the darkness on the bottom side of the map. Just cleared that Gromp. Can't start to move in here. They will know that he's on the bot side.
Hold my breath for a second there as Marcoon was looking for Jonghoon. And if you look at the LPL, the way the game's played over there is Talia, Sylas, and Lissandra are all so high prio mids that what they do is they push in waves and then they roam to sides. We saw Xiaohu do it today as well. So that's what Nukeduck wants to do. He wants to just push these waves, crash them on a tower, and run to side lanes and dive them. He was hovering top around 30 seconds ago trying to dive top. Now maybe he's going to go towards bot side, clear out some vision, make it so Astralis are always sweating as to where Lissandra can be. And if you're in a comms saying, mid's missing, Lissandra could be bot side, you can never push bot. You need information until she shows, and then she shows back on the next mid wave. You have 10 seconds to breathe until she pushes it back in, and now she's missing again. So that's the constant pressure that Nukeduck wants to apply. He just needs his jungle support to be around to get some vision for him.
And you saw that already. Marcoon clearing out multiple wards with a single use of the sweeper. Excellent value there for him. Dayor doing what he can to hold on to the lane overall, just laying down a bit of damage, trying to match the pressure that Nukeduck is putting out. The other side really has enough damage right now to go for the all-in. But both of them just fighting for wave pressure. Because as you said, it's not really about their 1v1, it's about who can get out of the lane. And for Dayor, all he has to do is stop Nukeduck from leaving.
Definitely does. Bot lane seems to be where Xerxes wants to set up a play. No flash on Patrick.
Ward has the clone, can't commit. Mickey now backing away. I don't really think there's an angle here, just a bit of poke.
No angle at all. Marcoon will get crabbed for that as well, so bit of a blunder there by Xerxes. He just gives up his positioning for no reason. Patrick looked like he stepped too far forwards, but look at the items, right? He's got Berserker Greaves, tier 2 boots, has so much move speed that Xerxes can't even catch up to him, even with Ashe auto attacks. Now Marcoon's around the bot side. I mean, they have good setup here with the Brown, but they both do have flash. Bit tricky.
Clean's not going to find as much value here early on, short of the concussive blows, but being able to flash over the pillar is big to stop any potential gank. Is spotted out by the ward there. Kabi now isolated, instead focusing on Jungkook, but they have no way to cancel the dive, so we'll be able to make it back to safety. And so much attention put onto the bottom side from both junglers, but neither one really finding a bigger advantage.
Yeah, if they needed to know how to cancel it, they should have asked me. Pull that one off there.
I'm supposed to burn you. You're not supposed to burn yourself.
Well, you didn't do it, so I had to do it. If Medic was here, he'd have instantly done it. I know he's laughing backstage. So XL do crash the wave. Finn constantly has this top pressure. CS numbers will slowly start to build up. Finn's trying to get information. Question mark ping on the Xerxes there says he must be around there somewhere. And yeah, just pushing lanes right now for XL. Looks like they haven't found anything just yet though.
Back to Finn, has gone for the Swifties, really just wants to make sure he can stay in range to trade, just outspace essentially the Ornn's potential damage.
Look at this.
It's working pretty good. Here at home, Swifties versus the Ornn may be the purchase.
So irritating, isn't it? What can Chachi do? I mean, Finn can dodge the Q, and then you can't knock him up, you can't use your W, and then you're just getting out-traded constantly. So disadvantageous matchup here. Finn probably going to push in the wave and look to base. Dayor, of course, not running Cleanse against Lissandra. XL, if they find an angle there, I mean, they're playing the Freljord, stun, CC, chain.
Ooh, you're getting into the lore comp.
Yeah, Lissandra ult into Braum knock up, into Braum stun. I mean, there's no real way Dayor can move, no boots either, so he has to be a bit afraid of contesting this mid push because of the amount of setup that XL have, and it looks like we're going to have a neutral objective trade. I think Xerxes knows Marcoon's on the top side.
This isn't going to be too bad for Astralis overall. Again, the gold is within touching distance. The thing you lose with the Herald is obviously, it's always better to get the Herald in the early game, but when you're the team that eventually wants to force team fights, it doesn't hurt to be able to have that third dragon or that soul point as a way to force XL to fight you in a close pinch.
Definitely, and you can see top lane 2 plates already fallen. Astralis going to trade that for 1 plate, but it looks like Patrick and Mickey can catch the wave very safely here. Normally in these cross-map situations, the bot lane has to give up the wave fully, because at this point in the game, you don't have TPs on your solo laners, because they've already TP'd back earlier on, and your jungler's topside, so you're naturally facing a 3v2 at level 6, so you have to back away normally, but Xerxes using his time to do Dragon there allows Patrick to catch the wave, and he's pretty happy with that. Marcoon should repay his bot lane soon with that Herald. 2 plates, of course.
And obviously, Excel early game has been pretty fantastic, of course, across the entire season thus far. First tower percent, they are second, and when they're getting Heralds like this, it's no surprise. Getting these gold leads, KD at 14, also very big. Yes, they're dying, they're getting a lot more kills, and they're always coming out on top, currently tied for first. And that's something that Astralis have done an okay job of managing so far, but with the Herald on the map, this is where the decisions get a little bit more high stakes. Mistakes here can cost you very dearly.
And indeed, Nukeduck going to pick up that blue buff, should help him get the mid push. Looks like he's not even going to go back to mid, he's going to hover towards bot here. Good warning by Astralis, will spot them out if they walk through river, but this is exactly what Astralis want. They want the game to be very slow and wait for dragon stacking, wait for dragon fights, and they want XL to come into them. They can set up really good pincers, really good engage angles, really good AoE CC, so it's ideal for Astralis if they were to get the next Drake, and then XL kind of have to fight the third and the fourth. And in that game state, they want to be even as possible. Right now, 500-600 gold, not the worst. And if they can keep it like that for the next 10 minutes, they'll be very happy.
Well, let's take a look at how the gold is distributed. It's something that we generally keep our eyes on, is the At this exact moment, Nukeduck and Finn, they're topping out, but not by that much. No significant item breakpoints quite yet in the game. Obviously, early boost 2 rush for Nukeduck and Finn delays the early Mythic, and you can see Astralis not in a bad position whatsoever. It really is just the XL bottom lane that is suffering a little bit there in the gold department. Again, small differences, but something we have to keep our eye on as we move later.
Yeah, we saw that in the Senton there, total gold. Now XL might try to dive top here. Herald plays for Finn, actually. Ignites used by Chachi.
Summoner Spellbook maybe just trying to clear the way, just trying to stop this one, getting everyone in the area. Finn now has to walk away. Nukeduck's still standing. The charge is going to go in, but the tower will...
It's going to die. Oh, what's the HP of the tower, observers? Can we click on it? 1 HP!
1 HP!
1 HP!
Oh, you love to see it.
That is brutal. Well, it looks good and it's nice, but it's one of those things where Finn can just walk up and hit it and it'll die.
But it looks really
But
nice.
it looks really cool. It's like the Lee Sin montages when they're going to die anyway, but he does some flashy stuff and
you know what?
just to make it look cool.
We take those. Luckily, it's not going to regen. So Finn will eventually just push a wave out and take that one.
Yeah.
But for now...
But the number 1 does look cool.
Look, that's a little bit less money. And if they can defend it for 2.5 minutes, they'll stop them from getting that last plate of gold, Gabriel.
You know what I want Finn to do? I want him to run into River, hop over the wall, run behind
Auto at
Chachi,
once.
take the tower, and then kill him. That would be cool. But it looks like Chachi's going to push out that top wave and back away. Finn, is he farming Krugs right now?
Dang.
I think he was looking for Krugs. If I was Markoon, I would be furious if that happened.
Feels like one of those bad Instagram money mogul mindset kind of things. Take your Krugs and the wave at the same time.
In 10 minutes.
How to get rich.
Finn will be balling once he gets that top tower.
I mean, they're even in CS now. It's only a 300. You can see in the middle, obviously, there. Only 300 gold difference really separating them. Once the Trinity Force is online, then things are going to get a lot more oppressive. But Vizichachi...
Just run past him, get the tower.
He's here playing PvE. It looks like he's fighting Finn, but he's just stopping the minions from getting to the tower. This man is more worried about the tower than he is about his own life. Defend the 1 HP
but
tower.
Finn can just take it and kill him.
He can't. They can't hit the tower.
Finn just walked past him. Maybe he's scared of taking a tower shot that he thinks that maybe he'll die.
If this man ever retires, Secret Service. I have never seen someone so willingly give their entire health bar for a 1 HP tower.
Finn's gonna get it anyway, you see. And Finn, what is the local gold? Finn, the local gold of the tower. Is Chachi
No, he's just gonna take it.
He should let it die.
He's letting it die?
He should let it die. Now you don't get the local gold. Why did Finn not just take it? That's quite bizarre, to be honest. Maybe he was scared of dying, but Chachi doesn't have any mana to set up any kind of setup.
But you can tell it's a slow early game because that's not me. They did that one. You can see this. Nukeduck and Finn, though, they're pulling ahead. They may not have gotten that local gold, which would have shot him to the top of the standings, as we now see the engage on the bottom side. Trundle, or not Trundle, excuse me. Tom Kenshalt used. Markoon still chasing forward. Nukeduck on the way. This is going to be bad. Kabi still has the cleanse up. Flashing out early makes sense. That is 1 dead catfish. Running. Stun going to connect. Tower still focused on Nukeduck, though. That's going to be big. Has the opportunity to get himself out with his own ultimate. First blood dropping down for Excel. The Thrall coming out, but will not connect. The rest of the team now retreats. Top tower down, 2 plates down on the bottom side, just seconds before they fall away. Suddenly, Excel find themselves with a pretty significant gold lead.
Definitely do. Pretty clean dive overall. They'll get themselves out, and they don't lose too much. Looks like Finn took over mid wave, and he's going to go back top and take over top wave again. They're going to get themselves a dragon as well, which was Astralis' prime win condition. And I mean, they're spiking so hard. Look at Nukeduck already got the Ludens 14 minutes in, has his mythic. I think Finn won't be too far away. Is he taking red buff? Finn? Is he on red buff? Oh my god. If I was Markoon, I would be molding. Takes Krugs and red? Finn is a greedy top lane.
It's also just like... I just feel weird about it because he didn't go for the tower local gold. It'd be one thing if he was doing everything in his power to make money, but it's just
you know
like...
what the worst part was? There was plates as well, so that's 160 gold.
Yeah. Then there's the
we got
tower.
Then we got the local gold.
And now we've got a very delayed Tom Kench death as Jonghoon saving Private Kabi here.
And then first tower gold, yeah, of course. So, yeah, Markoon pops the pillar, and Nukeduck's on the way. You can see Dayor on the minimap trying to come behind his team to help them out, but he's just way too far away, and of course doesn't have the TP because he used it mid. I think that's the reason XL are committing to this dive. Gets cancelled on the W. He ends up falling, and then by the time Dayor arrives, they're already out. Another fight here around the Herald. Astralis have access to all their ultimates, apart from Dayor's, which is coming up soon. Jonghoon 2.
Easy, clean pickup. Credit to Astralis, not missing a beat here. Grabbing the second Herald, yes, immediately less valuable, but does give them a pressure point to play around.
Definitely does, and I think XL just want to cross map here and look for bot tier 1. There's no TPs on Astralis, and both solo laners showed there, so here's the cross map. Herald used top, Finn will take bot tower. Nukeduck needs to be careful here not to get caught out. He has the cleanse in case an arrow is thrown. So just a trade-off. We'll see who gets the mid-wave in, because then you can play on 2 lanes, which you're slightly more favored on. And XL can use their bot lane to move around the map. But the Yor should be able to clear this wave pretty happily, and Chachi's around just in case.
And Kendra, we talked about how good it was for Astralis if they could go even. And now they're not going even. 1.5, 1.6k behind. But this feels like, all things considered, a pretty solid early game for Astralis. They don't have all the Drakes they would like. They lost a little bit more in the tower department and the gold department than they would have liked. But Chachi's pretty close to even, especially in a Gnar versus Ornn matchup. And I think this has been solid from Astralis.
Yeah, it definitely has. Roughly 1.5, 1.2, 1.3 in that area. Gold deficit is not the worst. I mean, Astralis don't have any mythics yet. Chachi just picked his up. Kobe just picked his up out of base. Dayor is probably going to base and pick his up. And that's the spikes you want. You want first item mythics, maybe a second item even as well. On things like the Orianna Archangels. Chachi might opt towards things like Frozen Heart perhaps. So we'll see what itemization they go for. But the more items, the better. When you're playing a teamfight comp with losing lanes, which we saw, I mean, Dayor's still down 20 CS. Chachi's catching back up a little bit, and bot lane was the only real pressure point Astralis had. In a Kalista lane and everything, right? You pick Kalista to win the lane.
And the problem is, I know Kalista is strong because every pro player tells me she's strong, but every game we watch, unless she Wampa stomps early game, this champion is super underwhelming.
It is, and I mean, it's not really a tank shredder either, if you think about it, right? Unless you can opt towards things like the Blade of the Rune King. You don't really have things like the Kraken Slayer on Jinx and I mean, it does spike pretty early to mid-game, and that's the idea behind the Kalista. You have bot push, you get a winning lane, you get early Drakes, profit, right, into the mid-to-late game, and those Drake stacking just means you can get more teamfights forced, and you can force yourself with the Kalista ult, but it's kind of one of those things that in scrims, there's more fighting. On stage, there's less fighting, therefore the Kalista nets you less. There are some games where it still definitely pops off. Just this is the one where it's been quite quiet, and of course Ashe is pretty good into Kalista naturally.
And we'll have to track the impact that it has in the team fights with the ultimate sending Mickey in. Maybe they can play a little bit more aggressively, but right now, if the game slows down, if we get to these big major objectives, it does feel like Astralis are favored, at least in terms of the vanilla 5v5 on paper team fight. That is, of course, never how it happens, so execution still remains king.
Yeah, execution will be very important because there's a lot of conditions that have to be met for Astralis, right? You know, if Ornald gets blocked, that's already a -1 in terms of team fight. If the Ashe arrow misses or hits onto Nukeduck who has cleanse, that's not ideal. You know, if you hit Patrick and layer a CC where Cirque can follow up, perfect. Execution comes out on top. Vice versa for XL if Chachi goes too deep on a Trundle ult, or Dayor gets caught on Alessandro ult and chains the seed, or if you stack up too much, then of course you'll naturally lose the fight. Astralis is slightly more favored because they have more tools. And 50 seconds on that dragon, we will see the first fight. I expect as there's only a bot tier 1 for Astralis to trade for. We'll see if they get the push there. But of course, it's on the same side of the map as the dragon, so they might be forced into a fight anyway.
Tahm Kench on the way out. Not looking to commit to anything. Very quiet game. Very, very quiet. Yeah. I'll be honest. Eerie silence in a lot of these moments. And a lot of trades across the map. You know, a lot of small macro plays, but only a single kill.
I hope the next team fights Fetch.
Stop trying to make Fetch a thing. It's not going to be a thing.
It's going to be a thing. Oh, Cirque.
Forward.
This is it. This is contest
Getting
over
the
vision
cooldown.
Mickey wants to get a little bit more vision on this Drake. If we could look at XL's vision observers, they don't actually see anything on the bot side. They see nothing around the dragon. Marcoon's trying to find his way in to find these pings to clear them out. There's the first arrow misses.
Out to safety, trying to get away from the Tahm Kench. Junghoon found him isolated. Nukeduck off to the side with Vizichachi, stopping Alessandro from doing much of anything. A lot of kill pressure there. Mickey on the retreat, but he's already had to burn Unbreakable. That means there's no wall to stop it. Kalista ult, though, will save the day.
Wow.
Ooh. Orianna ult going wide. Definitely not what Astralis needed, but they're now bullying their way into this pit.
Yeah, but they've lost a lot of ultimates. The only one they have left is the Wukong and the defensive one of Junghoon. But look where Nukeduck is on the map. He's saying, guys, we're not fighting this. We have no vision. Marcoon tried to get it. Then Astralis pulled the trigger mid. Good reaction by Patrick to flash the arrow and then pulls Mickey to safety, but Mickey being low HP means they can't force their way in. Nukeduck says, guys, I'll push out top, maybe get a blue buff as a consolation prize. 2 dragons to Astralis, 10 minutes away from a possible soul.
Been on the recall, sticking around there on the bottom side of the map. Nukeduck takes away the enemy blue. Again, the decisions XL are making are keeping them ahead in gold, about 2,000 in their favor.
They know he's here somewhere. They're spam pinging. Oh, the blue orb!
Losing out on this. They have to be careful. He's going to try to Goomba bounce over, but he misses! He tried to jump on Vizichachi's big head, whiffed, and had to flash out to safety.
They'll get a bot tower for that as well. So dragon and bot tower, you expect. Actually, no, it looks like Astralis are just calling the play off. Maybe they think Nukeduck is base and ran towards bot side, but he's actually hiding around mid. They'll be a bit surprised when they see him show top in a second. So Astralis just calling that play off. Don't want to take too much of a risk, and that's exactly right. I mean, you're in a very, very healthy state in the game right now. Taking risks is definitely something you want to avoid. XL come away with nothing.
Yeah. Again, just a little bit of a push. Blue buff. Not really a whole lot else. It's definitely not going to get any easier as we get later into the game. Nuketook eventually will use the cleanse in a fight. Patrick obviously no cleanse to his name. If Mickey's not there to body block, things are going to get very hard very quickly.
I feel like this is going to be one of those games where one team fight just blows the entire game open. You know, one team's going to get 5-0, Nash, and then 5 minutes later the game's over.
You know what that means?
What does that mean?
We can do narrative. Narrative. Here's the deal. Both these teams, incredibly impressive spring to summer transitions. Excel in week 3 last year, 3-4. They're now 5-1. Astralis 0-7. You wouldn't even watch them. You wouldn't look at them. You wouldn't think anything of them. But this team, revitalizing their roster, has now been stepping up. Now they stand as basically the gatekeepers to top 6. And that is a huge, huge turnaround for this team. And again, this game, it's a best of 1. It's week 4. It does not mean everything. But if they can start taking games off top teams, suddenly Astralis are once again a contender for playoffs.
You know, both these teams did. They brought back veterans. They never invested into rookies, apart from the Yorkos, who was already there in spring. They invested in Chachi and Circe and Mickey, players who have an incredibly high caliber or have shown an incredibly high caliber to push this team to the next level for both cases. Chachi taking a lot of damage from Finn here. Marcoon has the pillar.
Yep, unstoppable as he tries to walk out of safety. Will force the flash. It's pretty big. But again, we're taking chunks out of people, but nobody's finishing the job right now in this game. It's still only a single kill.
It's one of those things where Nuketook say, guys, don't fight. I'm so close to Rabadons. I could TP in, but I don't want to do it until I have this spike because one fight will blow the game open.
Patrick caught out. Immediate follow with the Tom Kent's chain. CC! They cannot save him. Mickey goes in. Mickey goes right back out. Nuketook on the retreat. Vizichachi, he wants to keep this fight going. Unbreakable. Stopping that one in its tracks. Dragon 2 minutes away. There's not a whole lot else to get here, but excellent kill pickup from the side of Astralis.
This is why I was questioning Patrick running the heal. When you're contesting mid-waves, Kobe can always shoot an arrow out of Fog of War from mid onto Patrick. This time gets caught napping and dies. Now, Astralis is going to force this mid tier 1. Nuketook can try to wave clear. He has a stopwatch and ult, but I don't know if it'll be enough. We'll see what XL do here.
Trying to zone away. Nuketook just forcing him away, eating the wave. Vizichachi, though, leaping forward into the base of the tower. Jungkook going to use the ultimate, but that means Kabe could be in trouble. Finn off to the side. Keep your eyes on the Mega Gnar. Throws him back. Doesn't quite knock him to the wall. The wall to follow. Kabe immediately forced to cleanse, but no, because of blows. Too much to deal with. They were so close, but no, the Shockwave. Dayor, the hero. The man who could turn the fight, making it at least an even trade. Fighting back and forth in the mid lane.
It's even on both sides. It was a 2-for-2 if we exclude Patrick dropping earlier. And it was a little bit too aggressive there by Astralis, looking for the mid-tier 1, actually trying to force some kind of dive. And now Patrick and Marcoon might 2-mana Baron here. We'll see if Dayor can sense something happening here. He knows they're around the Baron pit. He's going to check here. He's going to spot them out.
Marcoon stepping in. They have to be careful, though. Dayor level 14, 2 items under his belt. You cannot face check that Orianna.
Wow, so many things happening in this fight. So we'll look at this again. This is Patrick getting caught out. He doesn't actually have vision on Kobe. Doesn't have the cleanse. And then he clears midwave thinking, guys, let's get vision in their bot side jungle. All of a sudden, an arrow to the face, and now what can he do? No flash either. Mickey tries to... I mean, he pulls Mickey in here, maybe to help Mickey reposition. I was a bit scared that Mickey was just going to die with him for a second there, but anyway, XL's out, the Orn ult's blocked. Now Astralis just getting way too aggressive, trying to force this tower, trying to just look for a 3v4 dive.
Early in the game, but the tower is still very powerful, and obviously Nuketook, a lot of AoE here. Moves in, CCs, interrupts any potential dive, as well as starts to clear the wave away, and as the fight plays out, Astralis are really out of gas. Yes, Kabe's doing good damage, but with Finn coming in on the side, they just overstayed their welcome.
Yeah, Finn pulls Kobe back from his flash. Cleanse was good reaction time, but then it's here where the Yor TP's in. Massive shockwave. Someone flashed it on XL. Nuketook is the one that reacts and flashes away. Finn doesn't have it, and then it ends up dropping regardless. 2-for-2. Good TP there by Dayor. 15 seconds on the next dragon. Everyone has ults up again. It's time for round 2.
Look at the damage in that fight. Kabe free hitting, a single shockwave coming in from Dayor. Nuketook, the only one who was able to make full impact in that fight as Patrick was picked off very early on. Marcoon trading off to the side with Circe. This is the one we talked about. Yes, Wukong has superior AoE, but in the duels, Trundle, very oppressive champion.
Finn has Mega Gnar. Astralis see it. They're trying to wait out this Mega Gnar. So we'll see if XL just force the dragon, because tick-tock on the clock, they won't have a Mega Gnar or an engage tool.
Fade away.
It's going to have to be Nuketook, I think, to go in if they want to fight this, or it's a 50-50 with Kalista.
Rage fading, ulti used, unstoppable now. Contesting, it's just going to be a 50-50. Who's going to get in the end? 200 health left! Marcoon taking that one away. What a steal.
Yeah, Xerxes just smiting too early there. It got smitten, but I think it reset as... smitten. Smited, dove, diven, dived, I don't know.
I like divin. It sounds so wrong, it brings me joy.
Okay, I'll say smitten then. I think it actually healed up a little bit. So Xerxes thought he had the smite, reset a bit. Marcoon just said thanks mate, and took it right away from him. So 2 dragons apiece, 10 minutes away from a soul for either team, and Nukeduck has the Rabadon. So 2 item spikes coming in for XL here.
And tragic there for the side of Astralis, because I think they played around the Mega Gnar perfectly. 15 seconds you have to wait before you can start stacking Rage again, so once you see that away, clear window of opportunity to get things going. Obviously, Excel, though, knew that they had to go. Pulled the trigger, forced the 50-50 essentially by getting the Dragon so low.
And you can see the value of Braum. Chachi can't just call the Orenhorn and just force them back because it's just going to get blocked and it's wasted essentially. Then XL can look to counter-engage. So it's very hard for them to find angles. We'll see if Xerxes looks for more flanks.
A man's got caller ID. Forged God on block.
Forged God on block.
Sent too many weird DMs. Not about it.
Muted. Easily taken care of. Finn, 2.1k gold ahead. Massive lead for him. XP, quite even. You know, Finn will get to level 15 soon, but this is what the Gnar does. It pushes in the Oren, has side push, can move to mid first, therefore you have more numbers advantage earlier on. And then Chachi, you can see him running. He's going to have to keep up. He's a bit slower than Finn, but eventually he'll arrive. Just make sure his team doesn't fight beforehand. That's the power, you know. They have more pressure for a little bit longer.
Absolutely, and the later we go in the game, obviously, Chachi's levels are really starting to matter here on out, because this is when the Masterwork items start to come in for the rest of your team, start to buff the stats of your allies, and it's on Finn. We know he's powerful in the side lane, but to find that impact in the team fight, because for Chachi, it's easy. Wait for the Braum shield to be gone, ult. Win a fight every single time. For Finn, he has to time the Rage right. He has to find these angles. He has to find these flanks. And that's easier said than done.
So Dayor has been grouping on mid wave for the last minute, and Nukeduck's just ran top and taken a top tier 2, and now Dayor's going to go catch the wave. I think he's extremely scared of being on a side lane with no cleanse, no Mercury Treads. 1 Lissandra ult and trundle around, he's dead. So the way he's playing this game is he's catching waves, pushing out 1 or 2 just to make sure he's safe, staying with the team for a solid minute or 2 in case it's an engage. Rinse and repeat. Fortunately, you lose a tower for that because XL are playing the 1-3-1, and now there's a ward in that pit. We'll see if they start it up. Looks like they were hovering to do so, but now they're looking to trap.
And this is the struggle versus Lissandra when it comes to summoner spell choice. On the one hand, you'd really love to have a cleanse, so you could play on that side lane, so you could be a bit more comfortable in that laning phase, but then you don't have a TP to come to the objective anyway, so it doesn't feel like there's any 100% right choice, and as a result, they do give up that tower. Finn continuing to pressure on the bottom side.
There's a ward behind Finn, a pink ward. Will Dayor TP to it? There's a couple pings down there. There's a ward in the bush on the bot lane. He's going to recall now, and Xerxes on the way down.
I mean, there's no one on the map for Excel. They can't counter with a Baron play at this point. Finn now flashing.
He saw Xerxes clone. I think he was scared of getting knocked up, and then Orenhorn, and then maybe he was going to die. Bit of a panic flash, but you can see why he's just respecting Astralis. That's going to hurt him if the next team fight comes around soon. I mean, 1 minute 58 on the Dragon. Both these teams are getting to the point in the game where you can trade Baron for Dragon, because you actually have the damage to do it. 20 minutes on in the game, it's really hard to just rush Baron unless you have things like Diana or Azir or Aphelios with good guns or Kaisa. But yeah, now it's the point in the game where if you go towards Dragon with 5 numbers, XL or Astralis, either side could just try to rush down a Nash.
Very, very speedy. And just repositioning back to mid lane to make sure that they are safe. Pillar, where is it going to go? Marcoon isolated, holding on to the cooldowns as long as possible. Jonghoon finally going to use the Devour. Well timed, traded for Mickey's ultimate here. Wow. Loses a lot of his own HP, though. That's going to be big. Kabi doing what he can to hold on. Nukeduck off to the side. Jonghoon, he's just all out of spells. There's not a lot for him to do here. Ulti goes in, but hitting the top catch, not nearly enough. And now he wants to turn it back. Absolute mad lad going in, but Finn now on the way forward. That's 1 frozen throw. Going to look to make it 2. Nukeduck is taken down. Chachi trying to save the rest of his team, but Excel, the team to take the fight.
And it's Finn moving to mid first. We talked about the push that the Gnar has. He arrives. There's the 3 seconds of pressure that you need. Manages to clean up 2 members of Astralis, and now 3 for 1. XL turns towards the Baron. This should be absolutely free. Chachi just swapped to Smite. There's no way he gets anywhere near this pit, though, so I think what the Astralis call here is just catch waves, wait for respawns, look to fight around this next Dragon, because this Baron, it's all but gone.
This is big. To the side of Excel. Start to rein in. Finn on the sideline going to be that much more of a threat with this buff. Back pocket. Still a relatively slow Baron. It's just about Patrick alone.
They don't wait for Nukeduck to respawn. So those 8 or 7 seconds left on Nukeduck's respawn would be ideal to give the buff to him as well. Teams going to do this. So they started off with a fight in mid. Jonghoon a little bit late on the eat, as you talked about, because Kobe actually gets stunned up here from the Braum passive. Patrick getting some auto attacks in. Eat comes through, they're safe. But then Nukeduck comes on the flank.
Jonghoon already very low. Honestly, it looks like he's dead, but confidence in him to force the turn here. However, it's Finn, the real hero of the day.
Definitely is. So Nukeduck gets exhausted, and then Jonghoon, smart W here, actually goes onto Nukeduck's flash. Now look at the minimap. Finn on the way, Chachi following him. Finn always going to be first because of the push, and then he manages to pick up the top Kench. Then I think he looks towards Xerxes here as well. Nukeduck falls to the Ornn ult. Ooh! Stylish Q there. Snipes out Kobe. and it was Patrick who picked up the Wukong there, Xerxes. And off-screen, Astralis just got the Dragon, so they're on Soul Point. And they're going to get a mid-tier one as well. So XL a bit slow on the bases here, but we'll see what push they can get inside. You can see Nukeduck and Finn already pushing down.
And obviously, the composition from the side of Astralis scales very well, but can outscale about 5k gold lead for the side of XL. Can they survive this Baron, weather the storm, till that Soul Point? Can't afford to give up their, an open inhibitor, or they might not even get the chance to contest on the next objective.
Finn has to be careful here. You can see Astralis trying to make a pick there because they can't match bot. It's already gone, so let's try to make a play top. Xerxes really wants it.
They're spending a lot of time up there. Finally going to back away, but they're going to give up at least a little bit of damage here on this bot side tower because no one is here to respond.
So
a tiny bit. They're threatened. They're still not entirely sure, it looks like, where the enemies are, so they are just going to give them respect and back away, perhaps unaware that the potential collapse onto Finn is coming.
So tier 2 bot has fallen. We'll see if XL can pick up the tier 2 mid, because you always have to weigh in standing gold when you have Baron. What can you actually do with it? Well, top tier 2 was already dead. Bot tier 2 is now gone. The last objective really is at mid tower, unless Astralis takes some kind of fight, and Chachi finds Finn. Xerxes on the side. No flash, of course. We saw it burnt earlier, but I don't think Xerxes has the damage alone here. He might just have to back away.
Similarly, Mininar very good for shredding tanks. Meganar does a lot of burst damage, but difficult to win out against an Ornn who is entirely armor. Only real magic damage threat on the side of XL is Nukeduck, so just trying to shut down the remaining 3 damage sources.
Yeah, so I think what Astralis want to do here is 3 minutes until Dragon, just stall the game out on wait. Unless they can find a pick, it's better for them to play defensive, clear waves, weather the storm on this 40 seconds left on Baron, and then look for the Dragon. But
Ulti going in, locking up Kabe and Jonghoon. Kabe now trying to step away, Jonghoon getting so incredibly low. Xerxes forced to leap over the wall. Siege, now they have access to this tower. Dayor in the area. Trying to zone away. We'll go back to safety. Eyes on any potential shockwave.
Poor Mickey.
Kachi stepping forward, just barely able to make it out of that one.
Is it burning him down?
Is he burning inside?
No, he's fine. He's going to make it out. I was a bit worried there for Astralis overstepping a bit, and I think Patrick wanted to walk up and hit that tower, but he doesn't have flash. One shockwave, lights out for him. Chachi's still unable to use the Ornn ult. He needs to watch Mickey X with his Hawkeyes and see the EUs, and then he can pull the trigger. But until then, there's really not much he can offer his team. Sometimes you see the Ornn's ult backwards, and then they use the ramp forwards to actually knock up the Braum instead of using it forwards and then him blocking it. But then knocking up a Braum doesn't really bring you much value unless you have really good follow-up. So yeah, 2 minutes on this Dragon. That's going to be the next team fight. And the game will slow down a little bit more. XL and Astralis just looking for more and more items. Kobe really wants that Infinity Edge as soon as possible. Patrick building towards things like the Wit's End, Void Staff for Nukeduck perhaps.
Oh, but it gets very scary for XL. Kabe gets that IE. Because at this point, they're all MR. They're just trying to survive that Orianna Shockwave, the Ornn magic damage.
Yeah.
A little bit of armor coming through, and I believe Finn will probably work towards a Dead Man's Plate as well. Potentially a GA, but very vulnerable. If Kabe's ever allowed to free hit in these team fights, it should be easy for Astralis to take over.
You're completely right. I mean, look at Finn's items. Where's the armor? There is none, right? So he is going to get melted through. I mean, Meganar will help him out a little bit. We'll see if he builds towards... Is that a Dead Man's build towards? We'll see anyway.
Dead Man's, it could be a GA. That's hard to say, my friend.
So yeah, I mean, XL, there's not much you can do here. You can't really siege a tier 3 without Baron buff because 1, they clear the wave too fast, and 2, you're stepping up with short-range champs against Ornn and Orianna, so you're just going to get engaged on and die. And then similarly for Astralis, you don't really want to leave your base until the Dragon spawns. You have no reason to. You may as well just catch these waves, make sure your laners are safe when they're doing so, get those items, and then start a fight. Patrick just picked up his 4th, Void Staff for Nukeduck. See if Kobe can get that IE before Dragon.
Has a minute remaining. You can see XL recalling, buying the items as you mentioned, and now moving their vision line towards the bottom side. All those wards on the top side, I imagine, will start to get shifted over. They wanted to play top side earlier, try to siege a bit, but now they want full control of the pit, full control of the Dragon area to deny Soul from the side of Astralis.
50 seconds. I mean, this is one of those things where the game might go even later. Because you know what Astralis could do, Dracos? They could say, you know that Dragon? I'm good. I'm good.
We'll fight for the next one.
We'll fight for the next one. We'll just stay in our base and wait for that Kobe Infinity Edge and not try to risk the game. Because, of course, if XL do get a fight and they do win, they'll just end the game straight up. I'm not sure if Astralis can. They haven't taken the tier 2s yet, so it becomes a lot more difficult.
Take a lot of time. That is the route that they want to take. And XL just fishing, waiting for someone to step forward, try to clear a little bit of vision.
Slow and steady.
I like this from Astralis. Trying to push the waves out bot side, maybe to get an avenue back into their own jungle, but as Finn has already pushed the mid lane too, it's just hard to get control back of this area with the threat of Nukeduck coming over the wall.
Yeah, it's smart what Astralis are doing. They're not face checking their jungle, they're running through a lane. So they're going to push this lane in, and what's their vision? It's the creeps. The creeps will give them the information, and now can they steal it? Can Xerxes get in there? I think it's gone.
TP getting lower. Soul point for both sides. Someone's getting the soul on the next dragon. Credit to Excel. Nice, slow, steady, clean, not giving anything up there. Astralis played well in response, but did not want to take the 50-50 to try to contest this blind.
So now is XL going to transfer all their vision topside now and make Astralis face check the Baron? Because I think XL can start that one up as well and rush it down with the Kalista. Astralis looking for some mid push, looking for a target. Chachi stepping up, incredibly tanky right now. And they're going to contest this next mid wave. Nuketock has a great position on the flank. They have to be careful for that. Xerxes is already trying to spot him out right now. Mid wave contest comes in. And Nuketock's going to bot wave, so he has the TP in case a fight kicks off. Astralis now leaving their base, looking to force something.
We're in an interesting position. You highlighted it earlier, but we're at the point in the game where either they're just going to handshake and walk away from each other or have an absolute fist fight that will just end the game.
Yeah, it's like, well, we could fight, but I have Infinitives.
It's the standoff. We both got a gun pointed at each other, and like we could shoot, or we could just put them away and walk away. You know what I'm saying?
But you got to shoot eventually. Because one of you is not walking away. You got to take your shot. Astralis have one shot left. That's it. If they lose the fight, it's over. So they want to make sure it's a good one. They don't have much vision around this Baron. They have one ward in the red buff entrance. That doesn't help out a lot, though. But the Ashe, Hawk shot will. What's their response? Do they run towards this? Nuketock has incredibly good TP wards behind them. And is split pushing right now. Finn finds Xerxes.
Finn leaping out. So far, purely XL favored, giving up just a little bit of life, a little bit of time, getting all that bot pressure. And Nuketock just staying, waiting just out of vision range to keep this push going as XL now take mid control as well. And Astralis just getting dragged around the map. They're not going to find their perfect 5v5 because XL just are not giving them the option.
Well, Kobe is showing bot, and of course he has no global, so that's the call for XL. Start it and finish it. It's going to be too late to respond here. Kobe, Dayor's in base as well. He could TP if he wants to, but he's not going to do it. Yeah, there is TP. There's the arrow. It's going to be a match onto Patrick. He's stunned.
Patrick. He can try to step forward and block. Vizitachi now going in. He's only going to find the knock-up onto one. 2.8k, getting lower and lower. Xerxes still in the pit, isolated. Is he going to try to focus on the Baron instead of the fight's now breaking out? Keep your eyes on Finn. It's going to be massive. Kave trying to find the angle. Knock back in the wall with Kave. Clean cleanse. Buys a bit of space with the stopwatch. Buys a bit of time. Now the retreat coming out from Jonghu. Mickey X leaping forward to body block for his top laner. And still, the Baron stands getting lower and lower. XL will have to fight for it, but they're going to get it in the end.
It was a close call, wasn't it? It was anyone's game for a couple seconds there in the pit. Nuketock almost dropped before even being able to use the ult. Patrick was stunned for so long by that arrow. And XL get the Baron. Doesn't look like they can end the game just now. Dayor being alive gives them enough wave clear, but you can see all of XL just trying to shove as many waves in as possible to try and look for as many towers and inhibitors from this push. 15 seconds left on Xerxes. Chachi up in 25. It's on Astralis to hold on.
We're at a 10k gold lead. Baron buff will still be up. The pressure will still be on for Astralis when the next dragon spawns. Ocean Soul standing in front of XL. Should be theirs to take.
Flash here.
Nuketock though, pressing for a little bit more. Jonghu just chain CC. No one's then turning their attention towards Kave, but Kave does so much damage for now. Uncontested as he tries to free fire. The pillar there, they leap into him. He flashes away, out to safety. One frozen throw. Finn off to the side. XL! Oh no, you're biting off more than you could chew. You got the wrong queen of the Freljord here. Ashe stepping up. Marcoon walking away. Yes, they grab the inhibitor, but losing two members in the process.
Oh, Finn's not done yet. He wants to get this bot in him. He just cheekily sneaks back in as Astralis think the fight. Oh, he doesn't get it! Oh no, does the cannon begin to turn to it? No, it doesn't. What is it with 1 HP on these towers and inhibitors? XL. Now Finn's going to try and run away. He does have the Deadmans, it looks like, so he has a lot of move speed. Kobe doesn't have the ult, and Xerxes is not in range to gap close, so it was a 2 for 2. XL getting a little bit too overconfident there on the dive. They end up dropping, and Astralis can keep holding on 1 minute until the soul.
Shout out the observers who just followed Finn, the walk of shame all the way back through the lane. If you take a look back at this one, you can see the stun from the arrow, so long as you highlighted the follow-up there from Vizitachi.
Yes, let's watch Nuketock. Goes in, gets knocked up, gets knocked back with the shockwave, just gets the ult off. Finn jumps in, zones away Kobe, zones away Dayor. He's dealing with the carries, so the rest of XL can play this 4v3 against the frontline. Stopwatch bought him so much time there. And then lucky for him, by the time he comes out of that stopwatch, XL have cleaned up the front line. So they need to get their carries a little bit further forward, Astralis, if they want to be able to contest XL in these fights, because despite Chachi being so tanky, it looks like they have way too much damage.
A terrifying prospect, especially once that first kill comes through. And Marcoon, though, starting to step back.
That's an ultimate from Xerxes.
that much easier again. We're 26 seconds away from the next objective. They're trying to take out at least one member before anything else breaks out, but Patrick gonna take him out to safety. Shockwave is now gone. Excel think that this is their fight to take, but Mickey so squishy in the face of this Ash. Patrick's so incredibly powerful. Nuke now stepping in, but Kave is absolutely popping off. The front line is doing their job, but still, Astralis called the retreat.
Finn's ending the game.
They don't want to overstep because Finn is ending the game. Astralis would have won the fight, but Finn is off to the side, making sure if they try to take it, they lose the game.
Excel aren't done. They want to keep pushing here. It's still a 4v4. We'll see what happens. Mickey's incredibly low. Finn needs the Meganar if they want to contest this fight because Kobe has no sums, the Yor has no sums. A lot of ultimates went wide there for Astralis. The Wukong ult, the Orianna ult, none of them did anything. And it looked like Mickey's engage was fantastic onto the Yor, but Kobe just shredded through Nukeduck in an instant, in a blink of an eye.
Not his last item yet. He's only gonna get scarier. Good news is, they have the soul. They might have won the fight, but Finn off to the side, buys the time, buys the space. Patrick taking the soul, that's gonna be big.
So Astralis, coordination maybe not on the same page here. Maybe Circe wanted an Ornn ult there onto Markoon. His ult's gone. Then we'll see Young-hoon go in. And now watch the ball from Dayor. Shockwave misses completely. So now Dayor looks like he's caught here, but the Ornn ult saves him because Patrick has to run backwards. Now we'll keep our eyes on Nukeduck. How quickly does he die to Kobe? Instantly gets shredded. 2 auto attacks and he's gone. He looks like he used the ult onto Dayor instead of himself, and then Chachi's dead. All the meanwhile, there's a push in bot from Finn, so Astralis have to call the fight off. Maybe they would have liked to have chased down there with the numbers advantage.
And this is the struggle. Is that Kabe is really most, if not all of their damage. He's going to opt for the GA as the final item. Full build now. So if Kabe's not in the area, no one is really too threatened.
That's a 6-item Ash, but also an almost 6-item Orianna. You can see the gold and the CS that the Yor has. 467 CS and 42 roughly minutes in the game. He's actually ahead in gold of Nukeduck right now, which, I mean, doesn't really matter for the Lissandra because once she hits her core, that's all that she needs for team fights. But the Yor is going to do a lot of damage. Cell needs to be very careful. These carries are so strong.
While Astralis have so much power in the team fight, it may not matter. Excel have been dragging them around the map. Yes, they've given up members here and there, but they've always come out on top in the long run. Their massive gold lead, the Soul standing behind them. Astralis have to be flawless in their execution in the next fight if they want to get anything done. But it looks like Excel, they're not going to take any risks. They're just slowly but surely going to burn down the base. Mickey now looking for the knockup. Xerxes off to the side, zoning away Markoon. Patrick still with ulti up and available. It's so hard for Astralis to isolate and take down any individual member on the side of Excel, but now that's the opportunity to get the fight kicked off. Big damage coming in. Already Patrick getting taken down. Mickey just needs to make his way out to safety. Finn off to the side, trying to split their attention as Markoon keeps the waves pressed in. Mickey taken down. That's going to be 2. Astralis finding an advantage, holding the base, but Finn still wreaking havoc. Still playing off to the side, trying to make sure that they can move in. He wants to take the third inhib, but it's the same story it's been all game. Excel just cannot finish these structures.
Excel just wanted that 1 inhib because then you have 3 inhibitors, of course, so you have incredible amounts of super minions pushing into the base. Astralis held the line on that inhib. Patrick and Mickey walking up. Patrick had no flash. Xerxes found the knock-up. There's no objective for Astralis, though, so they can't really do anything with these kills. All they can do is push out, get a little bit of vision on the map. Maybe they can find Finn. Bot tier 1 is an objective bounty. Will be more gold. He's spotted, but they don't have any CC. We'll see if the knock-up connects. He can jump on Young-hoon there. He has flash for the knock-up.
Lost auto, eats him up, spits him back out. Finn, Nukeduck ready to come over the wall.
Look at the damage.
He's getting resurrected. Is Nukeduck going to follow? Is he going to commit? I think they have to give this up. There's no reason for them to commit for this one. He goes Mega. He knocks it back for a brief moment. He tries to dissuade it, but they're going to get the shutdown. That's massive. Another bounty waiting for them. Big money into the back pocket of Astralis. It was a 10k gold lead moments ago, knocked down to 6.
The chances are growing here for Astralis. It looked all but doomed when Excel got that Baron fight, but now, slowly but surely, despite Excel having this Ocean Soul, the picks are going in their favor, the waves are pushing out, there's life in this team again, and with the Baron up, it's a 4v5 for the next 45 seconds.
Just outscale Forehead.
Just outscale Forehead. 6 items.
Another bounty on the back of a Baron would be big. Mickey trying to find the pick, the ulti going wide. Maybe they can go for a steal. Spellbook on Nukeduck. Still on the bottom side. Does not want to TP into this one. 5k. Looks like Excel are going to give this one up. Markoon not even going to go for the 50-50.
Wow, a Baron in the hands of Astralis. And they're engaging on Patrick.
Back. Patrick now going to be in trouble. The rest of the team fully committing to the fight. They've been caught out again. Mickey holding on for now. Eaten up. Patrick spit back into the waiting arms of Kame and Astralis. That is so damn clean in these fights.
Another pick, another 2 kills for Astralis. They have the Baron as well. That'll help out so much in defending this base that is in absolute shambles. Only a couple of structures left. They have 1 tower alive, but they've got hope. They've got kills. They've got a Baron. They're going to push down mid now. 50 seconds on Patrick. They can start to push in and get this tier 2 mid.
And remember where these teams sit in the standings. Because at the end of the day, this is a team tied for 1st versus a team tied for 7th. Astralis, they beat the 3 teams below them. They beat Misfits, they beat SK, they beat BDS, they beat nobody else. But now they stand on the edge of victory up against Excel. Excel have to hold strong because the bounties are still there. Astralis are making bank on the back of every single play, and if Excel cannot finish the job, they will find themselves handed a loss very quickly.
Does the gold even matter now, though? Because all of Astralis' carries are full item. The TP's... Are they going to try to push for an end here? 15 seconds on Patrick. They have incredible damage on the towers. Excel are going to have to put a fight going here. They have to make a last stand.
Mickey getting chunked out. That's the unbreakable down. And Bizachachi has ultimate. They can kick the fight off again, but keep your eyes on Finn. Big cooldowns to watch. The Oriana, the Shockwave, Finn knocks him back into the waiting arms. The wombo combo. Nuke fishing for the reset. Where the frozen throw is going to go. Daewar still free firing. So much damage coming in on Makabe. He's so damn fed. The entire team getting torn to pieces. It was the perfect ultimate, but it was not enough. Astralis stands supreme.
Screw your pushing lanes, screw your lead. Astralis stick as a team, they stick as 5, and they had a dream of holding on, and boy did they do. I mean, that minion ape had about 100 HP left, one auto attack and it was gone. If that had died, Excel would have had so much more push in the lanes, but they defended it with a couple of seconds left. It was a game of interest for them, and they pull out this miracle win.
And at the start of this week, when you look at the schedule, every single game, top 5 versus bottom 5. I think by the time day 2 rolls around, that story is going to change very quickly. Already one massive upset. Astralis, again, they had some promising early weeks, but they were starting to lose their footing. But here, again, moments where they're getting dragged around the map by Excel. Moments where things start to look like they're falling apart. But despite the Ocean Soul, despite losing 1 or 2 fights,
crazy,
they still, at the end of the day, are able to find the win. Massive for this team.
And it was the confidence and trust in those picks. Finn dies, they can move towards mid. Then Patrick and Mickey die, they get Baron. And it's so late in the game. I don't know what the time was, 45 to 50 minutes. Patrick was around 60 seconds to respawn. So when the Baron died, Astralis looked like, okay, we'll slow the game down even more now. But then they were like, hang on a second, we have a mid-wave, and we have one shot to end the game right now. And they took it.
And the confidence to flip your strategy like that in an instant is something that's a pleasure to watch. Kia player of the game, though, at LEC on Twitter, Xerxes Daewar, Kabi. Excellent options.
Kobe was Mr. Consistent once again.
An absolute rock in those team fights, doing so much. Not that everyone on the team doesn't deserve their chance at this, but...
Just be a rock.
Forehead.
Just be a rock.
Well, anyway, when we get back, Kabi interview after the break. In the meantime, enjoy 6 Star Guardian music, and we'll return shortly.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas KitKat?
For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play.
He's done this before.
Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Anyone?
weaker. I mean, they did go 3-0 in the final Super Week. Obviously, playing 3 games of TF. Maybe Mac and the coaches didn't see enough kind of established in this player and established in the team from spring to take them to summer and push towards Worlds, which I expect their goal to be. Niski, he's been sitting at home streaming, playing solo queue, got rank 1 on the ladder. A lot of experience from Fnatic, and Mad Lions think that the injection of Niski will rise into playoffs.
I thought, to be honest, that our play just as a team and individual would be way worse than what it is now, but I feel like everyone's trying so much more. I didn't expect our games to be kind of clean. We, I guess, improved on a lot as well during the off-season, but we already had like a really good basis, and I think that's why I didn't really understand how they did not like work that well last split.
Fortunately, the Mad Lions did not make it to the playoffs.
So fitting into the team, I think, was pretty easy for me, because I feel like the role I had to fit in was kind of what I'm good at. Helping with jungle, helping communication in mid-game, kind of bringing the mood up when it's bad. It felt good from the beginning also, because I didn't really have to change my play style or like my way of communicating, my way of being. I was just being myself, and it seems to be working.
I mean, it's been a bit of a blessing having Niski in our team. I think he brings a lot of positivity and good energy. Just not only the players, also the coaching staff. I think they fit really well, and Mac and Niski have already worked together in Splice, so they already knew each other, and they're just really cool to work with.
Perks looking to get it across the wall. He's knocked up. Look at the damage of the Perks. The Emperor's Divide goes back. He pops the subwatch and Yoyo in the midst of them all as he's healed off by Kaiser. Shut down goes over to Armand. There's 2 as Kaiser takes another. Alfami joins, but it's too little, too late. It's roast boar for Mad Lions as they shut down Vitality.
When people come like underrated, or like when they think I was not one of the best mid laners, I don't really care. For me, the public opinion does not matter as long as what I say and what I believe in is true. And also, like, usually I don't really like to say I'm like one of the best or the best. You just show it on the Rift, and as my fans don't give up on me, and like my family, or like just people that follow me basically and cheer on me, as long as they're there, it gives me more motivation than anything else.
All it took was one objective, and then they find the one that matters most. Rogue with their first win of summer.
First one was to Rogue. I think that was one we actually needed. We were playing the game a bit too fast, we were a bit too hyped, and we wanted to kind of close the game pretty fast. That loss made us play better and just play slower in mid-game. We know they don't deserve to win, like it sucks, but at the end we learn.
Unforgiven on the flank finds the fight that Mad Lions were looking for.
To announce through that roster, man, looking to secure another win.
If I don't make Worlds, then that would be, I guess, a failure on my part, because I think anything I bring inside of the game, outside of the game, is enough or should be enough to go to Worlds. That's my hope for this team, and I think we will make it if we keep going on this trend.
And welcome back to Berlin, Germany for Star Guardian Week. I'm Star Guardian interview at Quick Shot. In just a moment, Mad Lions will be taking on Team BDS, and we're working through a few technical issues, so I'm hoping Cobby's with me, and I'm hoping Cobby can hear me. Cobby, first of all, congratulations on a win. How the hell did you do that?
I don't know, honestly. I do know. We had a good draft, and I think we played pretty poorly throughout most of the game. We played way too scared, even though we were playing from home. But in the end, we managed to get it together, like in the good old days. It was kind of a Splice game, I would say.
Kind of a Splice game. I actually really like that. Cobby, when you were saying you're playing a bit too scared, there's a few fans in the audience that had a very loud yes, yes. I want to show you some of the gold lead that had been accrued. And you managed to come back from an 11.6 1,000 gold deficit. So if production can bring up that post-game breakdown for me. Throughout the course of the game, it felt as though Excel were kind of stalling out or slowing down, and then you were able to start punishing them. But look at that gold graph. What specifically allowed you to pick those things up, or like how big were the mistakes from Excel?
I think Excel generally played the map better than we did, and we were way too like undecisive on our moments. But in the end, I think we were just able to win the game because of the draft, and like later in the game, we're just way stronger into them, so they had to split us up and play on all 3 lanes, because in team fights they can't win really.
I actually have a few team fights I want to break down. Let me ask production to bring the replays up, and I just want to tell me, what are the emotions going through your mind when you see that gold graph? First of all, you know you win the game, and then there's a nice Cobby triple, I think, to round it out. What was the communication like? Because you're quite calm and collected. It was a challenging win, but it's still a win.
Okay, so honestly, the comms were maybe not the best throughout the entire game, not the highest energy as well. But as soon as we won that team fight and realized we could end the game, I think there was so much stress on people that were just like, everyone was relieved. So one guy starts screaming and then we all start screaming. So that's basically what happened. It was pretty funny.
And of course, coming into the week, a little bit of challenges in terms of just health, playing from home. Did that impact like the mood? Did it impact the prep, especially after break week as well?
It definitely did. We tried to do the best with the situation, but honestly, it was very like a really bad situation what happened. We lost so much time from it, and it was just, it's frustrating for everyone, but like all we have to do is just put it aside and do our best in the game. But I don't want to put everything on that though for our performance, but it was definitely not the best game. I'm just really happy we managed to win anyway.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, Kobe. I think I'd like to feel a little bit more happiness. So I want to try to give you some good news here, right? Throughout the spring season, Astralis managed to accrue 3 wins. And today with this win, picking up the 4th, you now have more wins than the entirety of 8 weeks of spring. And when we look at this Astralis roster, when we look at the competition in summer, how far is this team going to go?
I would say we're going to make playoffs as a first. I obviously want to do more than this. I think we had a really good start coming into the split, and then we had a bad week 3. And now I think we need to keep improving, because we had like 2 weeks where we didn't improve too much. But I would definitely say playoffs is the first thing we're aiming at. Just for the org, for the team, is like not the usual thing that happens here. So yeah, that's first step.
Well, definitely on the path to that 4-4. Congratulations on the win. Just before I go to Vedius, he doesn't like my outfit, and he said I wouldn't be allowed into the Star Guardians. Kobe, yes or no? Do you think they'd let me in?
I really like it.
Thank you, Kobe.
It looks amazing.
Thank you. Congratulations on the win. We're going to head over to Vedius to get us into Mad Lions versus BDS.
Trevor, you should be forbidden from peer pressuring pro players into doing what you want. It's very unfair. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to talk a little bit ahead of the matchup that we have coming up next, which is Team BDS versus the Mad Lions. So, Mads, let's have a look at where they are in the standings, because you see a 4-3 scoreline, or you're about to, because this is a bit of a sneak peek as to what we're going to be talking about a little bit later on. Mad Lions find themselves at about in the middle of the pack, but I think this is deceptive as to how good this team actually is, because when we look back at their losses, they lost once to Rogue at the beginning of the split, to an Elder Steal. They also lost to XL, where they did get smashed, and then they lost to Misfits. In fact, we can actually look at some of these early game advantages that they were able to accrue against both Rogue and Misfits, in that they were surprisingly dominant. Look at these peak goal differences that they had. 6.2k versus Rogue, 7k versus Misfits. And look at how quickly these goal differences accrued throughout the game. Mad Lions is a surprisingly dominant early game team, and typically they use this early game dominance to snowball and defeat their opposition. But sometimes, and in some of their losses, we see some of that over-eagerness, as Niski talked about earlier, to their detriment. So let's have a look back at this play versus Rogue. So you may all remember this play, and Mad basically with their massive goal lead and the fact that they know they're in a good position, want to try and force the Elder. The problem with rushing this down is all they have to be wary of is this player right here in Malrang. And they have to make sure that he can't get close enough to the Dragon in order to be able to smite it. Unfortunately for them, he does exactly that. He gets a smite off, and just in the nick of time, this ultimate comes through from Comp to be able to steal away this Baron. Now, ultimately, what this play boils down to is Mad trying to overforce an objective when they don't really need to. They had plenty of other options left. They could have been a little bit more patient and leveraged the fact that they have an open inhibitor down towards the bot side of the map. They could look to gain a little bit more prio in mid. Maybe they could even play through top. There was so much of the map that they could have tried to play through rather than just try and force this objective. Let's jump ahead to our next clip where they actually played up against Misfits and did a very similar thing. Here in the top lane, and again, remember that goal lead that they had? They find themselves in a really commanding position, 24 minutes in with a Baron buff. And I want to once again draw your attention to the minimap. They have plenty of options here. They could look to try and leverage pressure through the mid lane. They have a lot of top lane control, and they could try and split Misfits up, but instead they choose to try and force a fight up here towards the top side of the map. And as the fight plays out, like, a lot of credit needs to be given to the teamfight execution from Misfits, but but this was the one decision that Mad made that could have given Misfits a very clear window back into the fight. And keep your eyes here on Schlatter and a beautiful 4-man kick coming over the top of the Mad Lions. The main point and the main takeaway that I want to get here is that a lot of these losses are kind of at Mad's own volition. It is a choice that they made that ended up costing them the game, and the similarities that we see in both of these losses is that they overforced. The reason why I wanted to draw attention to this is, yes, this is something that ideally they can look to fix and work upon moving towards the future, but their coaching staff has a proven track record of, during the regular season, very quickly identifying problems and then fixing them. I think this Mad Lions roster is a lot stronger than what their scoreline suggests, and I think that they are a roster that, as the season progresses, will only get scarier and scarier. Let's see if they can maintain that level of performance as they go up against BDS today. Kedron Drakos, over to you.
Thank you very much, Vedi. Fantastic breakdown of the two massive throws that Mad Lions brought to the table across those games. Now, here's the thing. When a team throws like that, when they should win a game, it's like really hard to go into every game and be like, they're surely going to win. Because I can tell you, they're surely going to build a massive gold lead like they did against Misfits, like they did against Rogue. They'll surely be close, but they may also just throw it away. And that's the thing that makes me very nervous about Mad Lions, is that even when they were winning, last year, their mid games were still shaky here and there. They still had moments where they just absolutely griefed it.
Yeah, but the Mad Lions of old, I remember the team kind of losing in the early stages and winning in team fights, right?
Sure,
Whereas Rogue was the Rogue time team. You know, there's inevitably going to be a time in the game where they just throw it all away. And now it feels like Mad Lions are picking that up. I don't want to jump to conclusion. There's only 2 games. And of course, when you're a newer team, having a good fundamental in the early game is fantastic. It's about learning the mid to late game macro and how you want to communicate and move around the map. That's what basically dictates how you play the game and how you snowball these leads. So it looks like, from what Vedius has broken down there, fantastic breakdown, they just get very kind of narrow-minded when it comes to the later stages. They see an objective like Elder, they're like, we need Elder. We need to get Elder now. They tunnel vision too much, and they think, this is the only play, we need to get it now. But like Vedius pointed out, you can push out other lanes and force them to show somewhere, get numbers advantage, get a bit creative with it.
They're gamblers, which is a great trait when you're behind in a game and an absolutely awful trait when you're ahead. That said, we'll see what the adaptation is today. Again, want to remind people that because of the break week, and a lot of these teams really didn't take much of a break, maybe 1 extra day, maybe 2, still scrimming throughout that break week. I'm curious to see how deep the meta adaptation will go, and especially curious to see how much Team BDS have been able to develop, because we know they went to Korea. We know that they expected to hit the ground running. We expected them to hit the ground running with that kind of boot camp in the same way that Excel did. Sadly, that was not the case. So as weeks go on, BDS are certainly running out of time to show us that best form, that best version of themselves, because where they are right now in the standings, already in week 4, we can start to talk about them being worried about getting knocked out of playoffs, being worried about not being in the running. Statistically, obviously, pretty far from being out, but when you see the level of performance, it's hard to have a lot of faith in this team.
Yeah, there was a bit of faith towards their week 2, week 3 performance with the game against Fnatic, that they were so close to winning. 54-minute game, upset stealing Baron. They beat G2 the day before, right? That was the miracle weekend where you think, oh, BDS actually look very competitive. Then you go into the next week and they go up against Misfits, who was, I believe, hadn't picked up a single win yet. They lost that game pretty handily. XL demolished them in 24 minutes. Then all the signs of life from BDS just slowly disappeared. So it's a bit of a contrast in what both these teams want to show. BDS want to show that they're competitive. Mad Lions want to continue to show their early game dominance and show that they've been working on these mid to late game mistakes. And I mean, a week break helps a lot when it comes to mentality, taking a break, relaxing, or fixing issues and getting hard at work as to where they're going wrong. I'm sure the coaching staff was looking at those mid to late game mistakes over the break, identifying ways that they can implement systems to actually solve those, or just kind of plaster over them as they go through summer to pick up these best of ones. Because once you're in playoffs, then you can start to be a little bit more creative.
Yep, and just a reminder again, week 4, the final week in the first round robin. So these are the last 2 opponents standing in front of Mad Lions. So we get ready for picks and bans. The Bears are on stage, and they're ready. They're ready to draft Vola Bear, maybe. Annie, Bear-themed champions. Brace yourself.
Little Starguy week.
Smooth stylings of the Star Guardian music this week.
I like it. It's always very groovy.
I wonder how many Bear champions. I'm waiting for Bear champion. I'm riding that joke.
We will
Gragas. Braum,
Gragas,
GP,
Bear,
Bull Bear.
Why is Gragas?
All kinds of bears, Cable.
Why is Gragas Bear?
Ezreal, Callista. That joke wasn't for you.
You're just trolling me. There's the bear.
There he is.
Banned
Not
away.
allowed. The players on stage. Of course, players playing from home. There was some COVID concerns. First game, there was airport issues. Second game, there's a bit of COVID concerns. But game 3, 4, and 5, players will be back on stage. In the meantime, we'll see what the draft strategy is going to be. Callista getting banned away. Callista, a champion that must be dominating scrims. While personally, we've yet to see that really impact stage. Can't understand wanting to take it away from Unforgiven. And Kaiser gets Kaiser that much more playmaking. Renata also going to hit the bench along with GP.
Yeah, I think the blue side Callista ban just spells to me that BDS don't actually play it. I mean, Matty hasn't played it once yet, and Unforgiven has one game on it and lost, so maybe they're struggling against Callistas and scrims, and they feel like they don't want to play it themselves. So we'll see what the last ban here is. Lucian still up with Callista Ezreal being down. We didn't see much Zeri or Senna last game. We'll see if either of these teams go towards it. Wukong, of course, incredibly strong, and there's a Poppy ban, which has also been that kind of flavor of the month jungle for a lot of teams. Blind pick Poppy jungle. Damwon are doing it. T1 were doing it a bit.
I still
LPL
remember
teams.
Peanuts absolutely nutso. Poppy jungle pathing, flashing over a dragon wall at level 2.
Hell yeah. And of course, oh no.
Oh no.
It's not Bear Week.
There you go. It's Cat Week. I have no idea why you're cheering for Yuumi, but I respect you immensely, crowd.
Wait, Yumi's way taller than I thought when she was standing up there.
Yeah, dude.
Holy.
What?
All right, well. There's a Yuumi. We'll see what they pair it with. Ezreal's been banned away, so it's likely going to be a Zeri or a Twitch. We haven't seen either of them from Matty so far. Lucian could work. We'll see if Mad Lions opt to take it away. We haven't seen Lucian from Unforgiven either. They're going to take away the Zeri, so maybe BDS can opt into a Twitch here.
Made or Dote. That's an impressive bot lane in terms of raw power, the potential to stealth and roam around, but Unforgiven obviously has been doing some work on this champion.
I think Wukong here is a bit of a no-brainer, isn't it? When Volibear is banned, go Wukong here and pick Nautilus on 3. I think Mad Lions will be very happy with some kind of teamfight comp like that. They could also just... Oh no.
Ooh.
Are we going to get Zeri Lulu?
Enchanter versus Enchanter. That's what I think of when I think of EU supports. Let's do it!
Okay,
no, engage options! Woo!
So maybe it's going to be Twitch Yuumi versus Zeri Lulu. A little bit of scaling, 2 enchanters, waiting for those supportive items for the team. Of course, we've seen Lehens go things like the Luden's Yuumi, full damage. We've even seen magical footwear on Yuumis, which is interesting to say the least. Regardless, anyway, BDS here. I mean, Wukong is just a no-brainer for BDS as well, surely, right?
You keep saying that, and it keeps not happening.
Oh my god, it's going to be a Gnar instead. Are they going to pick their AD? It's going to drop to 4-5. They are going to have to pick their AD. So it's, what is it, the LCS Emily drew this awesome thing, the rat and the cat?
The rat and the cat. The rat and the cat. Written by Dr. Afferman.
Dr. Affermu, Rat and the Cat has been picked up. You know what I would like here from Elioya? A Jarvan, actually. You know, Jarvan into Twitch.
Lock down those immobile champions.
Yes. Because, of course, the Twitch will be incredibly... Ornn.
Ornn is all right, too.
Ornn is all right as well. We saw his top matchup last game, right? It doesn't really need much explanation if you were here for last game, if you were here for any game with Gnar versus Ornn.
But this time, in response, which is especially bold from Armand, and it's interesting because we have all these points prepared for Armand, how well he's been playing, big damage, big gold differences, and the second he picks Ornn, we just know we're not going to see that this game because we saw previously how hard this lane phase, how hard this matchup could be. But in the end, it might not matter. Armin has always been the team fighting god, now has his chance to play another team fighting pick.
Smart ban there by Mad Lions. Take away the Trundle, which is what XL 1-2'd when they saw the Ornn straight away. You know what I want to see, Dracos? I want to see an Ornn flex mid on red side. Fate did it against T1 and actually took a game off them, which meant that they won the best of 3. So we'll see if we get a little bit of Ornn flexing here. Niski, definitely the player that I would think of when I think of some kind of like wacky pick.
You want to see an Ornn flex?
Yeah. I don't know if it'll happen this game. Probably not, but it would look cool.
Someone get Vetty. I think my
my
casting partners.
You know what's open? And with Ari and Silas banned?
Is it Lysandra?
Nope. Corki. Wow. Could we get Corki or Lulu Zeri? No, but
why does every pick you talk about make me sadder?
I mean, it's really good for Mad Lions here. I mean, if you need to win the game, that's exactly what you pick. But then you're last picking jungle, which doesn't make much sense. So yeah, just picking Diego here is the no-brainer here for Mad Lions. So both these teams already going for a lot of team fight. There's even more team fight. As Elioya is going to go for the blind pick Lee Sin. We'll see how Syncroft can pick here. We've seen his Skarner, which I really liked against Fnatic. Although they lost the game, it had so much impact.
Yeah, definitely a difficult champion. Creates a lot of space as long as that ulti's up and available. Limits a lot of what Lee Sin's able to do if you just, input buffer that ult the second he's anywhere near you.
Yep.
Combo is going to get interrupted. What is the option going to be from Team BDS? Strong core with the Twitch Yuumi. Decent topside matchup. How are they going to round out the rest of this composition?
Oh,
Swain. All right, sustained damage in a team fight.
Do you want to know a little fun fact?
Sure.
That is another unique champion for Nuclear Int.
This man.
That's his 8th unique champion this split so far.
And I like that they're mixing it up because you're trying to find the thing that works.
Yeah.
And if Skarner is the thing that works,
Scar.
I know one person in the entire world who will be happy about it.
Jarvan into Zeri, Lee Sin, Ornn. Not a huge fan of that. I think the Skarner would work better, but I guess they want more of a reliable engage tool. I think Mad Lions here need to adapt and think of a champion in mid with mobility that actually has good scaling and teamfight as well. I think they need to opt into that kind of pool. If you pick Orianna or Victor here or some kind of control mate, you're just giving them a free Lissandra. Perfect when it comes to mobility. Azir would be great. Anything with teamfight, anything with something to get out of the Jarvan ult. So we'll keep track of this. I mean, we saw Malrank's Jarvan, but he was against Lee Sin, Rakan, Zeri, Nara, something like this, so much mobility.
We talked about this on the podcast, is that you have to be really crazy to pick not only an off-meta champion, but an off-meta champion into a bunch of champions who are naturally unconcerned with what your kit brings to the table. Lee Sin, Lissandra, Zeri is just going to leap over that wall, no question.
Yep.
Now still, obviously a very high-impact early game. Champion, flag drag, plus or minus a flash, always going to be big. Cataclysm is going to matter, but keeping our eyes on BDS in these fights and how they make use of this pick.
Definitely will. Mad Lions, of course, big team fight. Team BDS, big team fight. Agressiva will have a little bit of side push into the Ornn. We saw the power of the Gnar being able to move mid first on the 4v4 and actually clean up. So I'm sure BDS will keep track of the Ornn movement and make sure Agressiva is always there first. So a little bit of side push. And of course, Manny on the Twitch means you can play for those side lane picks. You know how many times we've seen a Twitch just go in stealth onto a side lane and try to gank someone in mid game.
Keep track of time for BDS versus the Mad Lions. Team fight versus team fight. As we set foot onto the rift here. Maddie already going invisible.
Maybe wants to get a little bit of gold for the Yuumi with the support item. Let's see what happens here.
Stealthing, waiting.
The rat and the cat, and they run out. So, early mid jungle, definitely in favor of Mad Lions. Even level 6, Lee Sin, Lissandra, so much burst. Especially Niski here playing with Spellbook. Normally you see Lissandra take Spellbook with TP. This time he's got Ignite, so he wants early kill pressure. We'll see if Elyoya visits towards mid. Would be the best lane to move towards. And Syncroft will have to match that. He'll need to find Elyoya. Jarvan, of course, extremely strong in the early game. Maybe Mad Lions want to drop some wards for the level 2 Jarvan.
Trying to get as much information as they can. Again, because we have two compositions where it's going to be about team fighting Lissandra Ornn versus the likes of an Ornn J for Twitch. Early game is even more important. These edges, these item spikes early on, finding bigger leads. So it isn't just a full-on 5v5 at every objective. It's going to be big. Looking at top side. Again, we've talked about Arma a decent amount recently because he's been on a bit of a tear. This is a guy who was often criticized for his laning, but recently has been doing pretty fantastically in terms of damage output. His GP last week was a pleasure to watch. Obviously, when you're playing the Ornn, it's not going to be the same role and responsibility, but I feel like Arma stocks are on the rise, and curious to see what he can do up against Agressivo here after we saw this matchup go so poorly for the Ornn in our previous game.
Yeah, and it was mentioned before, but I'll just touch on it again. I mean, champion pool was always the biggest crutch for Arma when it came to, like, 5v5s in drafts and things like this. They would always have to early rotate the Gnar or blind pick the Wukong at MSI last year, and it was not optimal. It's not something you really wanted, but with Gwen coming out, GP being buffed, he really has found his champion pool. Now picking up the Ornn, which he's currently sitting on 100% win rate on this split, he's definitely found his groove in the current meta.
So he has. Early lane phase, though, you can see Agressivo just fighting for a bit of push. Kaiser Unforgiven trading back and forth, Niski getting a fast level 2 in the mid lane, but trading a bit of health here is Kaiser just trying to poke out the rat and the cat. And again, this mid lane, or the bot lane rather, gets pretty explosive around level 6. A stealthed up Twitch with a Yuumi snare on top of it can always be terrifying. Have the additional summoner spell, but expect Lulu to have more raw laning combat power early on.
Yeah, and a little bit of trading in mid, and we'll keep our eyes on Niski as well, because he was doing so much work in their Misfits game. Despite them having lost that game, he was playing Lissandra, he was roaming around the map absolutely everywhere. Top, mid, bot, every single second of every wave. I'm sure he wants to do the exact same here, and Elyoya already looking to invade Syncroft, trying to get a bit of information. He knows the Raptors are up, he could just take them away, so Syncroft went red, wolves, blue, Gromp, skipped his Raptors, and now he's hovering around the top side. I don't think they can dive Armut, so this should just be a winning trade for Elyoya here if he just takes the Krugs as well. It's a 2-for-1 camp trade, and then Elyoya can full clear to level 4.
I mean, yeah, very solid early start for the Lee Sin. Moves in, keep his jungle clear going. he'll go for Krugs here, but just goes back into his own jungle. Will build up a CS lead. For now, it's relatively even.
Elyoya, you can't be doing that.
I love the Observers today. They followed like Finn through the entirety of bottom lane after he whoopsied the tower. They're following Elyoya. It's savage. The Observers are savage.
They are savage, aren't they? I mean, of course, doesn't mean anything, but it's still every now and then you gotta get your peck out.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Without pro view, these are the things that the Observers have to do. They have to remind us. Pro players are human too. You know?
Yeah. One of those things you'll just laugh off. So yeah, if you look at options as well, just talking about Elyoya's pathing, why is he pathing bot? I mean, the only options that Syncroft have this game are bot. I mean, Immobile, Lulu, level 3, 1 EQ, he's probably going to die. Niski's going to be safe and very self-sufficient with the mobility he has, and Armwood's going to be under his tower all game. So all Elyoya wants to achieve with his pathing is just to cover his bot lane, get a little bit of information. You can see the wards they have in his jungle already here, Syncroft, and then just try to take a good base for his bot lane, make sure they can keep up in bases, keep up in tempo in that lane, and make sure that they can get as much vision as possible.
Absolutely. And I think for Nuclear Ant, he has to be very careful, especially around level 6. Does not have a cleanse. And there's an Ignite on the side of Niski, which mitigates any potential healing that he could bring through by trying to early ult in the event of a gank, so something to watch for sure. Level advantage for Elyoya. Missing another Q, of course, because Syncroft has already pulled the camp. Battle over the Raptors.
So Syncroft actually has based. He's got double Ruby Crystal. So if he was to take that fight, it would be slightly in his favor, but because he's down a level, he doesn't look like he's very confident enough to go for it. I mean, there's a bit of mid-push going in Niski's favor, and he's level 3, right? He'll die so quickly in one combo. Again, Kaiser trying to get as much information bot side. That's all Mad Lions want to do. Information bot side, Armwood sit under your tower, Elyoya make sure you're always first to any play, and then the Jarvan will slowly fall behind. Why? Because Jarvan's clear speed just gets slower and slower. You're building tank. And that's the problem. You always see Jarvans at around 15 to 20 minutes when they're bot lanes towards mid. They take your camps because you're just EQR stopwatch. That's your job. You living for a couple seconds longer won't change much. Your carries just need as much damage as possible. So he'll be a bit of a dog jungler this game. I've been in that position many a times when it comes to tank jungles. And yeah, Syncroft just needs to find some kind of play. I mean, early game needs to get a flash, needs to get an ult off when he gets level 6, needs to try and force something to help his team out. Otherwise, a Jarvan pick nets you nothing.
Very difficult situation. Good news is, of all the carries to funnel into, Twitch is certainly one of the best. Hitting 6, going in, looking for the fall, looking for the CC, still level 5. It's a clean combo. Nuclear now flashing out to safety, looking for the auto attack. Elyoya sidestep comes out. Nuclear taken down. A clean first blood from the side of Mad Lions.
And it was perfectly played. Elyoya and Niski, great communication. You could tell by Niski's positioning that he was going to get level 6, because with just a root, Nuclear Int would be fine there. But Elyoya stood far enough back that he was out of XP range, but also out of vision, and then he would just W in the second Niski hit the chain CC. What Niski did there, I would love to see the replay, is he actually used his E on the creeps, which were already low, so that as he landed, a W would kill them, so he could root him, and then level up his ult and then stun him as well. So the chain CC there, very efficient, very smart from Niski.
Yeah. And I mean, you watch this. Swain goes from under no threat to instantly dead.
Yeah, so watch the backline creeps. He needs those for level up. So he E's, and then W's him as well as W'ing the creeps. Gets a level up through the E, then chain CCs. Elyoya's nice smite there. Q smites away the creep to make sure it hits. Ah, just fantastic, really, isn't it?
I mean, clean mechanics on display there. And again, Nuclear, and can't even fault him for going down to that one, because there's just so little room to outmaneuver that play other than just walking away from a wave, which you desperately need.
So, mid-jungle already found a kill. Niski can now swap off of that Ignite, moves to a heal, help out the mid-jungle a bit. And Syncroft just slowly falling further and further behind. The Jarvan just falls off in the late game. He's really strong early, can find early ganks, get flashes, still hasn't found a single thing yet. Niski has both his sums up. Ultimate will be up soon. Nuclear Int, no flash. So with Elyoya having kick, that basically kind of negates the Ignite being down, and then you have enough damage for a kill. So when he's level 6 and Niski has ult up again, Niski has ult again, sorry, they're just going to revisit mid.
So easy too now, especially with the Lost Chapter, means Niski can just essentially infinitely sustain this mid push, not going to have any mana issues. There's a Corrupting Pot on the opposite side for Nuclear Ant to fight back a bit, but Next Blue really does need to go over to him if he wants to match, because this is the thing we talk about when we talk about Lissandra. It's not usually the kill setup in mid, although that here is very relevant. It's the potential for roams, which we're going to see Niski do now, moving up to the top side. Every single time the wave is pushed, you're either setting a trap, waiting for them to misstep, or you're going to a different lane.
He's going to go top here. I think he's going to try and dodge the scuttle. No, he's going to show now. Armwood's probably going to pop the ult. Can they get the kill? Like Arceva needs a good flash.
Flashing out to safety. Very early on, just has to respect it. No other major cooldowns burned, a bit of Niski's time. This Nuclear Ant really trying to force this wave back in.
And now it becomes incredibly hard for Aggressivo to get a pushing lane, right? His matchup in isolation is winning, but the fact he has no flash is the next Armwood's ult comes in, he's dead if he has no information on where the jungler is. So Good play by Mad Lions so far. We've seen early games like this before by them, where they've got incredible leads, but of course, as Svedia showed us, they throw it away. Now Syncroft's trying his best to look for something around mid, but again, Niski, so mobile. I mean, he has a self-ult, a heal, a flash. There's really nothing that can be done. Stopwatch will be up soon as well. Gonna clear out a pink, and maybe he can look to force a Herald, but I feel like the 3v3 is in favor of Mad Lions. Elyoya will get spotted on the Crux. Now he'll get spotted in River as well if he walks in.
Herald obviously big, potentially breaking the game open, now spotted out. I don't think they really want to take this fight, but we're hoping to get him at least out of the area by popping the Scryer's Bloom there.
Yeah, what would be ideal here for BDS, sorry, is if their bot lane was around. I think in a 5v5 situation, they stand much better chance if they can get level 6 on the Yuumi, but Mad Lions starting it up quite early on. So Syncroft, what's the play here? He's going to hover around and watch them finish it. Crab's going to go in their favor as well.
8 seconds on his smite. He's just posturing, just hoping that they're going to back away, thinking that he can 50-50, but he just has nothing there.
This is one of the main issues. Now you'll see Syncroft sprint towards bot perhaps and look for some kind of cross map, but if you're on the same side of the map that the enemy team's making a play and you can't contest it, you're basically doing some cinema gameplay. You're just watching them take an objective in your face, and there's nothing you can do about it. So Mad Lions, even though they're only around 800 gold up, it sounds like the game's heavily in their favor, and it is because of the way that they're playing the map and the amount of opportunities that BDS have is shrinking.
Certainly. And what's tough here is Xmati and Nardate would love to get out on the map, would love to be a part of things. They have a super strong combo, but because their top side is so quickly falling behind, because they're so under threat, there's really no space for Syncroft to play around them without giving up something else on the opposite side of the map. And Zeri Lulu, very safe on the bottom side, can just walk away from most things. Unforgiven has the cleanse. It's a very defensive option from the bot side of Mad Lions.
So now Syncroft options have gotten a little bit better though, because he's level 6. We'll see if he can force something bot. He'll get level 7 off this. Eradote is level 6. Now he needs to look bot. He needs to look for something onto Kaiser. You know, Unforgiven, very hard target, but killing the Lulu will be pretty easy. But we'll see what Mad Lions do here. Their bot lane's around mid, their junglers around mid. They're playing 4-man on one lane for vision. And if we could look at BDS's vision here, observers, they actually see nothing on the map. The second Niski pushes this wave in and disappears, you can't actually do anything when it comes to contested vision. Syncroft's going to try to walk up here because he spotted out Niski. And now it's so dangerous. You can see he's so hesitant. Where's Sandra? What can I do? I can't really walk up. Zeri could jump over the wall at any second, but he has to do it eventually. He's waiting for Maddie to push out bot.
It's literally, it's just the shining. You know what I mean? You're just waiting for someone to come through the door with a hatchet. You're just waiting. Where's the Lissandra? Where's the rest of the team waiting? The Lee Sin in the darkness, already almost with the core drinker completed.
And there's Niski again. He showed mid, pushed in a wave, he's disappeared again. So now you can never, I mean, a bot dive here would be fantastic. Get some sums out, they have no TPs, but it's so hard because Niski is just basing. But in their eyes, they're not sure. And if you're not sure, it's a risk. And risks in the early game like that are detrimental if you fall behind. So good early vision toggle there by the observers from Mad Lions. Now BDS, Drake's up in 20. They already have one. Maybe a dragon fight would be good, but then again, Syncroft towards the top side.
And again, the reliability of Mad Lions team fight too is something to be watched. Arma's TP is going to be up first as well. It's just so hard for BDS really to find anything. Vision as well on the blue buff, and while BDS are playing with almost no information, the pressure on the top side, this ward being placed down means Mad Lions know exactly what they can do. There are no real missing members on the map except for the Gnar, who's going to show again in a moment. Mad Lions have perfect information to make their next play.
Again, if we could toggle the... Actually, Niski's going to get hit by the vision, so they will spot out Niski. But Mad Lions threatening a bot dive here means Maddie has to back away, give up the push, and then they should be able to turn towards a Drake or a Herald bot here. And Syncroft being top, they know he's there because blue buff was given over, so this could just be a full tower for Mad Lions. If they just hit it, pop the Herald afterwards, and it's gone. It's popped a bit early, but they should get a lot of plates for this. And I think what BDS are saying here is, okay guys, we've missed our early game options, that's fine, move on. Don't dwell on it, don't think about it, think ahead. That's what you have to do as a pro player, that's what you have to do as a team. And what are their options ahead? It's a Blade of the Ruined King Twitch, that kind of spike, Triforce on Gnar, start contesting the third dragon. That's probably what the calls are here, so Mad Lions should dictate the pace of the game for the next couple of minutes, and then we should see BDS come alive on those spikes, because for now, it looks like their options have gone.
Very, very difficult game to play out right now. I mean, again, you look at draft, you can see a perfect world where this Twitch gets to roam around the map, where they have pressure on the bot side, and there's this unknown element, this invisible rat just waiting to pop out at any moment. But instead, Mad Lions playing incredibly well around the information, denying so much vision from the opposition. We're getting a little bit aggressive here in the mid lane, just trying to clear out a wave. But right now, Mad Lions absolutely 100% dictating the pace of this game. Almost 2K up in the lead. I mean, even on the top side, Arma not that far behind. Of course, it's going to get much harder once the Trinity Force does come through for Aggressivo. But right now, this is a pretty flawless early game coming out from the side of Mad Lions.
Definitely is, but can they transition it to a good mid to late game? Dragon's always the best form of scaling, and they've already stacked them up. And it's about showing respect as well. I mean, Unforgiven and Kaiser just taking a base there. Why? Because Elyoya needs to clear his top camps, right? And They're scared of a play. They manage to push out the wave, so there's not much threat. Aggressivo's flashes back up, so he feels a little bit more confident in his lane. That's good. That should help them in top. He can keep the push up there. And Herald's up in 1 minute 40. That could help them crack open a mid or top tower.
Also got
now quiet game.
Blade of the Rune King finally coming out alongside Rylai's, so there is some teamfight damage there, especially paired with the Spray and Pray. Trinity Force as well can help Aggressivo start to win out on that top side matchup. He'll match Armut's TP returning the top side. But I want to just remind people that as good as the early game looks, that it's looked even better in other games, and those games blew up in Mad Lions' faces. So when you said respect earlier, I think that's such an important thing to highlight, because while right now, individually, BDS are very far behind. When we look at the power of their team composition, if Mad Lions misstep, if a few kills go into the back pocket of that Twitch or that Swain, this game gets very hard very quickly. Because Elyoya, yes, he has a core drinker. He has it a little bit ahead of schedule. He's feeling great. But after that, itemization for Lee Sin doesn't get much more powerful, doesn't get much more explosive, so he can't afford to make mistakes either.
I'm sure Mad Lions will be very aware of just making sure they don't make those mistakes. Play very patiently is definitely what they need to do, and that's exactly what they're doing. So BDS put 3 members mid to get some mid vision, but what will Mad Lions do? They'll push out bot, and then they'll send 4 members mid to take the mid vision. So they're not sweating too hard. 2 minutes left on that dragon. Another ward here. Kaiser's been placing this ward many times. I'm not sure how many, but that's at least the 3rd or 4th time that a ward over the wall has spotted Syncroft, who, as we talked about, his only options are bots, but it's just shut him down so many times. And the game works in stages, right? You know, you've got the early game, got a couple of angles, couple of opportunities if you force flashes. You've got the mid game, more so dragon-centric and tier 1 trading. And then the late game, which is just all about the major neutral objectives, right? Yeah. Stage 1, of course, for BDS didn't go the way they may have planned. Didn't get any pressure on the lanes they may have wanted to. And I don't think Aggressivo got many plates. But now we're going into stage 2 here, into the mid game. They have item spikes. First items, Manny needs a pair of boots, and that's what he's building towards, get the Berserker Greaves, and then around this next dragon is where they'll fight, or around Herald. Syncroft will find Elyoya, loses the 1v1, 2v2 also in Mad Lions' favor, I believe, with Niski having that Ignite.
3v3 with the Meganar maybe, but seems unlikely as Aggressivo's rage is already starting to fade away. So that said, they have Prio in mid, so it does force Niski to respond, gives him a little bit of advantage. And here's what you talked about earlier. You were wanting to see this, bringing up full 5 members to contest the Herald using the team-fighting power of that Twitch.
The problem you have now is Mad Lions aren't even going to give you the fight. They're going to hit mid tower, they're going to hit bot tower, they're going to get first tower of the game, and you're going to get a neutral objective. But at what cost? We'll keep track of that cost, because look what Elyoya and Niski are doing. If you try to move bot side here to catch this wave, you're going to get dove. So I think Syncroft might have to just pop this Herald top. And look for the cross map of tier 1s, but it looks like he's gonna save it for now. Doesn't want to use it, wants to hold it for the next dragon perhaps, to make it so contesting that objective is a bit easier. What we'll see now is Mad Lions push out this bot wave, base, and then all go towards the bot side of the map, keep this bot side vision, and try to get this 3rd dragon.
And you can see, after that loss versus Misfits, which was incredibly frustrating for the Mad Lions, they're so tempered. They are not taking, I feel like they're taking any risks. Again, we had a 1-kill game in our first game. We got a 1-kill game in our second. They are slowly but surely bleeding BDS out of the game at very little risk to themselves. It's fundamental, very clean League of Legends. And for BDS, they have to start to scramble. They have to start to find these opportunities. And honestly, they have to cross their fingers that Mad Lions overstep once or twice, that they underestimate BDS.
And this is one of the games that sucks to watch, but the coach is sitting backstage like, oh, perfect.
The armchair analysts are like, what a great game for League of Legends.
3k gold lead, 4k gold lead. Yeah, they have pushing lanes. They denied win conditions. And now BDS are going to use this Herald to get bot tier 1. And what they're going to do with this is get a pressure point on the map that they can use to their advantage to use vision over. So the tower, will it die? Mad Lions are showing numbers here, and their bot lane can collapse down. No, it won't. But it gives a window for them to contest this dragon. They can't go through mid because they show in their entire jungle, but they can go through bot and then go into the river from there. Aggressivo just holding mid, will team up with his team, and now it's the 5v5. Mad Lions want the dragon, BDS want the dragon. Execution is everything.
Again, keep your eye on the Gnar bar. 15 seconds after it fades away, he's going to have to wait till he can even start stacking rage again.
Elyoya has a really good position here. I'm not sure if he was spotted, but he could go around here, wait for Maddie's stealth. Aggressivo knows there's a flank hit happening here. He's trying to mark Elyoya, and he finds him. Really good play there. Small intricacies of the fight.
Again, now it's about the battle for mid-prio. BDS don't really want the 5-on-5 until they can stack up a Meganar again. Mad Lions trying to take this opportunity to lay a bit of a trap here. Niski waiting over the wall, but the dragon has been aggroed. He's going to be forced to walk away from this one. Unforgiven, getting ready to kick things off. Not a lot of damage coming out from him, but already starting to lay down a bit of poke. Armut off to the side.
A lot of damage from this dragon. He's half HP from the dragon alone. Below half HP. This really sucks for Niski. Is he going to swap to TP and TP back in? I think he's going to have to. Otherwise, they're just going to have to give this. He won't have Ignite for the fight. Then no, he's going to stay. So a lot of Ducking, dodging, and diving here from both teams. Neither wants to start it. Hesitation on both sides. Waves being pushed. Does Nisqy have time to run from base? BDS, when they chunk out Nisqy, they should just force this objective. They have a 4v5. They have a window here to force this. They have a way in. Elyoya's giving them space. But they're still extremely hesitant.
This is big fear of commitment from both sides here.
Oh no.
Like a high school boyfriend. What? What? Dragon getting started. Nisqy, little bit of portal gaming here. Elyoya waiting for the flank. It looks like they want the full-on 5v5. That's a Yuumi final chapter now coming out. Ornal's going to go across the entire team.
Oh my God!
Full value. Nuclear is still standing. But everybody's going to die. It's a slaughter. Nobody falls. Absolute massacre.
Everybody close your eyes. It's an instant 5-0. Mad Lions get the Dragon. BDS so hesitant. The Jarvan ult was used on an Ornn. There was 5 people hitting the Ornn. All of them knocked up. Insane follow-up from Nisqy. And that's kind of one of those fights where you just put your hands on your head and you're like, now what? Because Mad Lions are going to run away with it.
Yeah, I take it back. No fear of commitment there from Mad Lions. They are ready. They're popping the question every single time we go to an objective.
They're on their knees. And BDS is on the ground.
Yeah,
they've lost all their towers. Bot tier 2, mid tier 1, top tier 1's low. 3 dragons, soul point.
Baron in 30 seconds. Zeri with 2 items. I mean, the list just goes on and on.
It's not a perfect game because they got a Herald, but it sure as hell looks like one.
Pre-Herald perfect game.
Pre-Herald perfect game.
Pre-Herald perfect game. Seasons ago.
So let's watch this again. The value of the Jarvan and Gnar here doesn't make sense because you're jumping on an Ornn. And the Ornn just pops his ult. Oh, there's the Horn.
The cinematic.
Call it in, baby.
Oh my gosh. He's not ghosted anybody. He fully goes for it.
And then Nisqy just goes for the full send down the inside. Armwood's got the Lulu ult. He lives. Everyone dies.
And that's the massacre. And this is the thing that's so frustrating is you've got Jarvan and you've got Swain. And if you're ahead of the clock, those champions do so much damage. They're impossible to deal with. But if you're behind the clock, he did 1,000 damage. He stood there in like front of 3 people for like 6 seconds. He did 1,000 damage.
Look at Ornn damage. Hell yeah.
And this is the thing. We get such feast or famine. Like we saw the Vizicachi early game in the previous game. He was not able to do a lot until those late game stages. This game, Arma hitting multiple members with an ult, getting the knocks into the wall. That is one
good night, sweet
very, very dead rat.
Take the Maddie out his name because X marks the spot. He is gone.
Bars.
They're going to force Baron. 20-minute Baron. Cheeky little Baron start. Agresivo is going to have to TP in. Syncroft needs to find a way into this pit if he wants to steal it, of course.
This is the biggest flip I have seen.
Flip?
Elyoya waiting off to the side is just going to maybe look for a kick.
To engage. He's going to kick. He's going to look for a
They know they're coming. On the way. Agresivo, no Mega Gnar. Now going to kick back into the team. Whoa! Oh, the alley-oop!
No
Going for it. They're absolutely styling. Nuclear, good damage. So he's got a Yuumi strap to his back. Maybe it's going to be enough. He just doesn't have the damage. The healing. He finally gets one back in return. Oh, man. Agresivo going to run for the hills, getting a few more stacks. The Yuumi goes down, tries to body block the Q, I believe. Agresivo.
Erdota just jumped off the roller coaster. Why did he do that?
Mad Lions are like the Harlem Globetrotters right now. It's all style.
Oh, are they going to start Baron again? Nisqy could swap the TP. Maddie, this could be your moment. This could be the montage moment.
No.
This could be the... He's a cat.
Now he's a snowman.
Yeah. They're going to chase down the snowman. Unforgiven. Doesn't have enough gap close. Surely the play is over here. Nuclear has TP. They have to get out now, Mad Lions. Good force, good turn. One person dropped. But Nisqy just picked up a Rabadons at 21 minutes.
4-1-5, 4-0-7, 3-0-7. Oh my gosh, this is dominance.
So Syncroft tries to get some vision, and then he realizes, hang on, this is a trap. I want to get out of here. Elyoya just kicks him straight back into the team. Slam dunk, he's gone. Nuclear actually, for a moment here, I thought he was going to 1 versus 5 with a Yuumi. He was healing up so much, and I don't know if Mad Lions have any healing reduction or Ignite was used there. Got one, maybe an item there, and he could have killed an item more, and they could have killed them all. And I think Erdota here drops off to get the passive auto attack, and then dies to the... dies to the Lee Sin E. Maybe Agresivo could have ran with Yuumi speeds, but he dies. And yeah, I think Mad Lions are just going to do the same thing over again. Push out mid, try to force this Nash, set up a trap and get a kill, or they could play for the Dragon Soul.
They can do whatever they want. They are very far ahead. It's 22 minutes into the game, and I'm not going to run the graphic where it shows that they threw. They have thrown twice, but...
Surely not, right?
I don't want to cast or curse it.
Surely they don't throw this game.
But this game feels very unthrowable. Their gold is literally so heavy that they cannot throw it at BDS, no matter what they do.
Tell me more.
But I have cursed better teams with bigger leads, so I don't know.
Well, Nuclear Int has 2 items, and I don't see much healing reduction on Mad. They only have the Oblivion Orb, and they have an Ignite. Actually, Niski has Ignite soon as well. So yeah, there's a lot of healing reduction.
There's a lot of healing reduction, and that's going to be a Chemtech Putrefier soon, and then there will be healing reduction for everybody.
So this is awkward for BDS here, because you can't start Nash and finish it because you don't have the damage or the vision, and you can't walk into bot side because you don't have the damage or the vision to contest the 5v5. So Mad Lions own the map right now. It's just a case of executing on owning the map. Gonna push them back mid here, make sure they're around their tier 2, and then just turn towards the dragon once the waves are crashing. And by the time BDS realize it's happening, it's gone. Now they just want to engage.
Unforgiven, locked up. A lot of damage now coming up. They've used everything on Synchron, but they want to get the fight going. Synchron, is he going to get taken down? Kicked out of the fight as the Swain. Slowly but surely, the ulti will fade away. Mad Lions focusing on the remaining members. They split up BDS, and they take down 1.
Jungle's down. 15 seconds on Dragon. BDS are just going to have to give up the soul. Nuclear Int doesn't have ult. He can't find a way in. Aggressivo might die here. Has to be very careful.
Going over the wall.
Yeah, Easy does it. I mean, BDS, they had no real options left. They have to engage mid and pray that you can kill the AD carry or the mid. I mean, they hit a knock-up. Maddie?
Flash?
Armor wants it.
Oh, they spotted laser! Oh, baby!
It's like Halo, isn't it? The Spartan laser!
God, it just knocks them out!
I missed the Spartan laser.
That's the thing. You're a rat, you're worried about rat poison. You're not worried about the laser. No one expects the laser.
Pew pew goes the laser, down goes the Twitch,
Yeah.
and there goes the Dragon Soul. Now, Mad Lions don't even want to start up the Baron yet. They want to base, get a couple items. There's the Infinity Edge for Unforgiven. And man, does he deal out damage now. And it's just so painful for BDS, because after that Dragon fight, you realize that this is your fate. This is what you're going to have to play up against unless Mad make a mistake. And so far, they haven't made any. Flawless gameplay.
It's like the Black Knight from Monty Python, where like they're just like out of limbs.
Yeah.
But they're like, one more fight, we can do it. And it's like, but even
it's a flesh wound.
Yeah, it's a flesh wound, and it's like, at a certain point, you know, I respect it. But
There's no flesh.
There's no flesh left. You know, it's all gone.
Well, they're gonna have to fight this Baron. I mean, if they want any way back in the game, they have to fight it. This is a case of like, are you playing? I mean,
they nerfed that. They nerfed that. It still hits like a truck.
Yeah, it hurts. This is one of those situations where are you playing to win or are you playing not to lose? Because if you're playing not to lose here, stand at your tower, save your stats, and then do nothing. But if you're playing to win,
flip it.
Flip it. And, well, it's probably a 1% chance on their flip, but you got to flip that coin. BDS have to fight for this Baron. Elyoya is looking for a flank here. He's going to look for Maddie. No flash. He could just flash forward jump, kick the rat once he shows.
Oh, there's an angle
He knows
here.
he's there somewhere.
Horn,
there he is!
right in the middle, kicking him into the entire team. Wombo! Combo! Where you at? It's not Falco, baby! It's Mad Lions! And they're making it work!
It's over. I think they can just end 40 seconds on Nuclear Int. Aggressivo is left against the world, and the world is coming down on him. Mad Lions only have a small wave. Cannon minion and 3 range creeps. There is a melee in there as well. A lot of tower damage. 26 minutes on the clock. 1 kill for BDS, and just a little Gnar in the way.
Yep. Unthrowable. Mad Lions.
Surely, right?
Finishing this one off in absolute style. The last few plays, just clean mechanics and a massive, massive gold lead.
Wow.
Taking them down cleanly. Mad Lions find the win, moving up to 5-3. BDS getting beaten down.
What a stomp.
My God.
My God.
I have not cast a game that one-sided in a very long time. Credit to Mad Lions for their unwavering discipline right up until they were so far ahead that they could play fights any which way they wanted.
Look at the vibes as well. Niski giving hugs across to everyone, just pointing at damage dealt. He's like, I'll damage you, haha. And they're just laughing at each other. Yeah, but I carried the game, bro. Yeah, stat padding game, easy game for them. BDS never really stood a chance. The second the Jarvan was spotted, the game was basically over. Mad Lion just managed the vision so well, respected so well, won every side of the map. And then there was one team fight where they everyone engaged on an Ornn, but you just don't engage on an Ornn.
There you go. Back to the drawing board for BDS. Now a 4-game losing streak. We'll see what they can do in the games in the weeks to come. For now, though, it's Mad Lions Day. Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Armlet Elyoya Unforgiven. Let us know who you think deserves that one.
That's hard.
I mean, all of the team was like slowly winning, but then BDS tried to kill Armlet and he didn't die, so it kind of... But Armlet didn't really do anything. They just kind of came into him. So it's like, who do you give credit to?
Unforgiven dropped over the wall, and Elyoya got the kick on the Twitch.
Get
Rat
kicked,
died,
but then Armlet did the
Falco,
knockup, and it wasn't
I have no
Falco. Yeah, weird. Anyway, says buy time for break, but they're playing the music that plays us off, which means we've said enough dumb stuff that they want us to leave. Anyway, Kaiser interview after the break. Don't go anywhere. Listen to the stylings of Sessions Sound Guardian as we take the break.
Lion. Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany. After one of the most impressive and beautiful stomps that I've seen all year long, I'm joined by the king himself, Isa. My man, why was that game so easy?
I mean, I think
everything just happened really quickly. Like we won one dragon fight, and yeah, the game just snowballed off that. Like I think it was like a 5-4-0, right? And at that point, we were so far ahead with like a scaling comp as well that I feel like they just didn't have a chance anymore because they just missed their window, right? Like maybe if they won that fight, maybe the game would look differently, right? But yeah, I think at that point we just were too far ahead and we outscaled them, and we just
you could not have set me up better. You could not have set me up better because I actually have a replay of that exact dragon fight. Now the thing is, I don't necessarily want you to react like a pro player and analyze this to me because frankly, Team BDS just got airtime for days. What I want is your emotional response when you see this dramatic camera angle. When you watch this back, how does it feel, Kaiser?
I was actually really scared for Armut here, but I mean, look at this ult. Actually, holy moly! I didn't even see it in game because I was so focused on like ulting him, and like I was like scared of his like HP bar, you know. Like I was trying to keep him alive, but yeah, I mean, Armut played this fight extremely well. He got like a 4-man ult, I think, and yeah, that kind of just won us the game.
I'm actually so sad that nobody else at home was able to watch because I've got a giant Kaiser face over my shoulder. This is Berlin. The smile on his face watching that replay was fantastic. Now listen, let's talk a little bit about, you know, bouncing back from last week. In this game, you picked up 16 assists. I was like, that's amazing, that's incredible. Last week, you conceded 27 assists to Mercer, who has one of the most impressive support score lines. To bounce back from week 3, the break, and now, how are you and the Mad Lions feeling?
I mean, honestly, like this week was pretty rough for us in terms of scrims. We didn't really feel that comfortable on the patch, and I think we just tried something differently in competitive at least. And I think we just had to like kind of play our game, like we picked comfort, right? And I think it showed this game that we still can play a clean game, right, if we get ahead enough. And I think our early game was always like really good, right? And I think, for example, the Misfits game, it was kind of unfortunate that we lost it because I feel like the game was in our hands, right? Same with the Rogue game. I think we could have won those 2 games as well, and then maybe our scoreline would look a bit different, right? We would be maybe first place now. I don't really want to talk about the past, right? It's our mistake that we throw these games, so we can't really talk like that, but right? But yeah, I'm still really happy with our game today because it was really clean, and yeah, it was a confidence booster for sure.
No doubt about it. I really appreciate the way you framed that. Don't necessarily want to talk about the losses. It was a mistake on your side. I think that's very, very fair to say. It's a healthy mindset. Talking about today's win, the fans at home voted for Alyoya to be the player of the game. I sincerely hope I remembered that correctly. Let's talk about player of the game. How much bragging rights does that hold within the team?
Honestly, nothing much at all. We don't really talk about it too much, but because it's of course like a bit a fan favorite vote, right?
Yes.
I think Ayola played really good this game. Like he had multiple good kicks, so I think he deserves it this game.
Everybody
but I think
did, Kaiser. The whole squad played well, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think it was mostly a team effort, right? Like everyone had his moments. So I think he deserves it, but I think everyone could have gotten it today.
Well, listen, Kaiser, I've got one last question for you. I'm in a very unique position while I have both Fnatic and Misfits setting up for their next game, meaning they can hear what you're saying, but you're not here. So, do you want to give me an unrestricted prediction of who's going to win this game and why?
Well, I mean, normally I would say Fnatic, right? But I think Misfits has shown time and time again that they can, like, come back from impossible situations, so I'm not really sure. I would still bank on Fnatic taking this win. I think they have better players, I would say, and I think they should be able to.
There was a smirk. There was a smirk when you said maybe Misfits. Yeah, we'll see how this turns out. Kaiser, congratulations, phenomenal performance. We'll see you here tomorrow. We're gonna head over to the analyst desk where Law's gonna carry on with the pre-match for Fnatic versus Misfits.
Thank you, Quick Shots. Always nice to hear from Kaiser. And also nice to have a bit of prediction for the next game. Fnatic, Misfits coming up next on the Rift. Of course, Fnatic is favored here. But when you think about Misfits, they beat SK, they beat BDS, 2 lower teams in the standings. But they also managed to upset MAD during the week 3. So are they back, really? Because this is what keeps them in playoffs contentions, at least.
What keeps Misfits always and brings them back is a 10k goal deficit. It feels like this is their comfort zone. Every time the clock ticks to minus 10k, this is where they turn things around. And I feel like for Misfits, it's always been the case where they bring a lot of players up from their academy, they promote them, they develop in the academy, and then bring them onto the LEC. And I feel like the run they have over in spring, even though it was pretty impressive, I think it wasn't overreach, and that was really good for the players as well. But right now, if we're having the same expectations of them still finishing top 3, I don't think that's very realistic.
I think that Misfits are just a team that at this point it is standard to expect the unexpected from them. Like, it doesn't really matter how you define them. They're a team that is always interesting to keep an eye on, because the truth is they had a very difficult start to the split, and everyone just thought, okay, well, things are returning to normality. Last split, it was a bit of an anomaly. They kept getting wins they shouldn't have gotten. They didn't deserve to be in that position, and they got knocked out in playoffs. So, like, surely now we'll see that, you know, that resolve itself in this split. And once again, we're already starting to see it. So I feel like the Misfits is a team that you always have to respect, because the reality is that the talent is there. They had to make roster changes. They've had to still develop and evolve as a team. And I think that we are slowly but surely starting to see the development of the team. And admittedly, they are still this team-fighting team, but if that's going to win you games, that's all you need to do to get into playoffs.
They cannot get away from winning games over huge comebacks every time, right?
But
Trouble.
they keep doing it
and
more.
I
mean, at some point, it's got to be a play style, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we talked to Neon in
He said it
PGL
was his
2 weeks
comfort
ago. He
zone.
said it was his comfort zone. He said that the team finally found their form, including Irrelevant on the top lane. And when you think about it, they have Rookie of the Season Zlatan, MVP of the Spring Vitio. What are the expectations for Misfits in summer?
Again, I think just because they finished 3rd in spring, but then they got knocked out of playoffs, there are high expectations of them possibly doing the unthinkable again. And due to the same scenario of falling down 10K and managing to come back, which gives us a lot of flashbacks from the G2 game in spring and other games that Misfits have played, I think, again, it gives unrealistic expectations. If anything, they brought a rookie back in the top lane to replace Herit from spring, which seemed to be a bit of a liability if games that were not going his way. I think even though, yeah, we're seeing a better play on the top side of the map, I feel like we have not yet seen that Zlatan being unlocked on the map. And I earlier in the pre-show mentioned LEC. He is a beast on the champion. He's brought it up. Now I'm looking at him again to try and make the plays early game.
Now, when we think of Fnatic, Veli, they're on a 3-game win streak as well as Misfits. And it feels like the same way we mentioned in Reddit Check that their play style changed is more turned around Razork and Wander in the top lane, keeping the consistency of Upset on the bot lane. But this is a shift compared to the Fnatic you used to know.
It certainly is. I think that when you look at Fnatic, you know, they've always been reckless or they've been upset, right? Like, it's always been an AD carry show, regardless of what iteration, what mid laners, what junglers. At some point, the roster always finds its way directing itself towards the bot lane. And there have been exceptions to this. We've seen superstar carries like Zoaz and Bwipo come out of this roster in the past, but now we're seeing it again in the form of Razork and Wunder. And I think that what's really impressive is how they are making this style work and the way in which Wunder is doing it, especially on champions like Gragas. Typically, you think of like way more other carry champions, maybe something like a Fiora or a Gwen or a Camille, but no, he's doing it on a Gragas. Admittedly, full AP Gragas, but he's still doing it on the Gragas. And it's great to see Razork both seeming more comfortable, because remember back when he was on Misfits, this was his comfort playstyle. This is the approach that he, alongside Vitio, used to take when they typically play towards Herit. So it's almost like a default to comfort for him in a way as well, and Wunder is quite happily accepting the responsibilities and running away with the game.
Now, when you think of Fnatic as a whole, Trouble, I know that Humanoid had an interview in Invern recently where he said that things look way better than in spring from the inside. Is it something that translates on the Rift also for Fnatic, you say?
This is something... Okay, so I think this ties to what Alfari also said about Vitality, right? He's like, we're not necessarily better, but we've changed. And when things start changing on the inside, it doesn't necessarily instantly translate on the Rift, but the fact that they've had a shift, the fact I think that necessarily Razork has found the way he wants to play the game. Vedi mentioned the Misfits days back then. He had more of a carry role for himself, trying to get himself ahead, make the plays. Right now, when you have players like Wunda, when you have players like Humanoid in the team, you can actually swap the playstyle and try and play for them. You have a lot more windows of opportunity rather than having to rely solely on yourself.
All right, back to Misfits now. And then the floor is yours, Trouble, because in week 3, Misfits took down the Mad Lions in a crazy comeback, as we said. And you want to talk us through how they made it happen? Is that correct?
Yeah, well,
all right, let's go.
We all know that for Misfits, minus 10K is just their bread and butter. They absolutely love being in a goal deficit. Don't know why. Neon told us as well on a PGL. It really works for Misfits, but right now I would just like to highlight how it started. And traditionally, something that I have personally spotted for Misfits is that when their level 1 does not go well, meaning that Zlatan gets spotted on a ward, it goes downhill from there. He gets spotted, then he gets struck through the game, and then the ganks do not work, or he gets counter-ganked, and it goes even worse. Now, I've brought up this clip from the game versus Mad Lions, and I want to show you guys on the minimap right here of what's happening. You will see that there's been a ward that's been placed in Zlatan's jungle at his red buff. Now, of course, he knows that, so he's going to start from raids. And he has two possibilities here. He can get spotted on the ward and continue with his clear, but he can also try to path away from the ward and not allow Mad Lions to know where he is. Now, of course, Mad Lions right here, they have 3 shoving lanes. And the second Niski pushes in that mid lane, they will choose to go towards that red side, which they have actually warded. So the invade is going to happen, but Zlatan has actually avoided possibly dying, taking his red buff. As you will see on the minimap, he's going to path towards the bot side of the map. Now, unfortunately, what we mentioned is that there's 3 lanes with prior for Mad, so he will get spotted at the end of the day from the bot lane as well. And this is where things start going really well, because what's happening right here is that Zlatan is stuck on the bot side of the map with not really any camps to take. You can't really go dive, because if you look on the minimap, your Ahri has just base, so you can't full-man dive. And right now, your top lane is at a really difficult situation where he's gonna get dived 1 versus 3. So this very early gameplay was Misfits trying to avoid vision, but they end up losing a top lane. And now, going back to Misfits' comfort zone is catching a throw, catching a mistake, because yes, mistakes can happen from every single team, but what defines good from better teams is how quickly you catch and how quickly you capitalize. Right here in this particular point, I'm gonna bring minimap up again. There is a Rift Herald for Mad Lions. So what will Mad Lions do? They will bleed their vision and their pressure from every side. So you'll see Niski coming from the side, there's a Rift Herald in the middle, and if you also see Armored, he's wrapping up from the right as well. So they're trying to pinch in, get these 2 towers, and focus on more tempo on the map over Misfits. Now, what will happen right here is Niski will find Neon. Neon stays safe due to the fact that he does have the cleanse on him, so the kill doesn't go down. And very crucially, I'm gonna pause it right here, he has a pretty healthy HP bar to try and fight the later on fight to come. Now, I'm gonna bring up the minimap one last time because it's very important. Armut is stuck right here, and as you can see, Zlatan is right behind them. I lost all of my tools, but it's fine. Zlatan is right behind them on a flank. Now remember, Niski has already used his ultimate, and Lissandra tools are so important for team fights. So once this is wasted, Mad are trying to push in through the mid, and Niski gets caught on the side. Armut tries to escape from the right, and this is where Misfits find the opportunity. Zlatan catches Armut, Vito is going to jump in, they all bundle up in this choke point, and Niski is not there. The fact that Niski was caught on the side, didn't have ultimate, gets chunked by Irrelevant's own as well, taking out the Lissandra, making it a 4 versus 4. Ari gets a shutdown, Owen gets a shutdown, and this is where the goals start shuffling towards the sort of Misfits, and more importantly, this is where Mad lost the tempo because Misfits capitalized on a very important mistake from their opponents. Now let's see if they're going to capitalize on any more of these mistakes. So that's all from now for me. Let's send it over to Gulbok and Medic for Fnatic versus Misfits.
Thank you very much, Trouble. We are here for the 3rd game of the day, Fnatic versus Misfits. And before we get into the game, I want to tell you a quick story. I actually used to play basketball in the team in my high school when I was in India, right?
You are quite tall.
I was quite tall, and it makes sense that I played basketball, right? I was a very good player. I was playing point guard, and the coach was actually like, you're one of our best players. And then I got injured. You know, I had to have surgery on my knee. A couple of years later, I came back, and the coach was like, Medic, we're so glad to have you back, because now we have our star guard again.
You know a few that laughed at that as well? Do you know?
That was such a good joke.
Oh my God, okay.
We have time to fill,
really
which is why you
set
get
the
that
tone
one.
here as well for what we're going to be expecting today. Starcard, well, good job, Medic.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well.
Do you want to say something now?
No, because I was really counting on you to pick it up because I didn't have a conversation to start myself.
Well, why don't we talk about the teams? League of Legends is something we often talk about here.
Yeah.
Not as often as some people would like, too often than other people's like. But let's talk about it for a little while as Fnatic face off against Misfits. Both these teams on 3-game winning streaks right now, Gulbok.
Yeah, and I think there's 2 different expectations comes in from the teams, right? Misfits on a 3-game winning streak. I think that's really impressive just because of the fact that they started 0-4, 3 rookies essentially on the team. So the fact that they are able to bounce back from a 0-4 week or 2 weeks like that and find a win streak, I find that really impressive. But going up against a team like Fnatic, I do believe their circumstances are different. The way Fnatic secured their win streak, while some of the teams was on the same level they were playing against, Fnatic is still a team that we are expecting to be the favorites today coming into this matchup and continuing their win streak.
I definitely agree with that. Fnatic's win against G2 was a demolition, to say the least. But Misfits, of course, were able to take down Mad a couple of weeks ago. I think when we look at Fnatic, eyes are drawn to the top side of the map right now. Wunder is on a tear, probably playing the best split I've seen from him in a couple of years, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think that's great for him as a player as well. Last year, just, people were saying, is Wunder really still that good, right? And I think he's proven himself this time around. And I think Fnatic as a whole is kind of subverting expectations, not only for fans and viewers alike, but also sometimes maybe from the teams they're playing against. I think Razork has been incredibly creative with some of his ways of pathing in the jungle to the point where he starts topside, he'll go down to get blue, he'll move up immediately again and gank top, where a lot of teams probably be like, well, he's going to gank upset for sure, right? He's ganking upset. All of a sudden, he's in the top lane. So I really like this different dynamic we're suddenly starting to see from Fnatic.
I have to see if they continue that through today's games. On the other side of the Rift, Misfits still in a development phase, it feels, after a very strong spring performance. I think a lot of people looked at them and said, will they be able to match that? And they haven't quite matched it, but they are still growing as a team.
Honestly, I think they exceeded expectations, and I think they overperformed as well with the playoffs they had last spring. I think a lot of people, because of the history that Misfits has, of course, with being back at Worlds, building a super team that unfortunately didn't work out, but still the kind of idea behind it has the idea that they have to be a top team in Europe too. But I think they have established themselves as a development team. The fact that they're holding on to the rookies from spring in Zlatan, in Mercer, not only that, but adding another in Irrelevant speaks to the fact of how committed they are to this roster, but also how committed they are to developing the European talent we have in League of Legends here. So credit to Misfits. I think it's really impressive what they've kind of figured out with the roster.
I definitely agree with you there, Goldborg. We do have a couple of minutes as a peripheral issue is being rectified on stage, so I'll give you another one of my puns.
Go on.
Ready for this one?
Yeah, well,
you know how
not really, but...
Okay, well, I mean, you know how the James Webb Telescope has recently released a lot of images of space.
Uh-huh.
I've actually put one of those on a jumper. I call it my star cardigan.
Yes, thank you. Great. Really,
Thank you.
Do you write?
Good, guys.
Yes, give a round of applause for Medic, everyone.
It's off the top of my head.
Yeah, that was actually going to ask you that. So when you make these puns, and be honest with me,
yeah.
Are you writing all of these? Are you writing all of them down in advance, or is it in the moment?
All of these ones today, because they've been pretty bad, let's be honest, have been in the moment. Ones like cows on a plane, stakes have never been higher. Those are just classics in the pun world, So.
Well, that's another one for that, but I don't think that's suitable.
Yeah, you can't use that one.
Yeah, I know.
It's a PG-friendly broadcast.
Either way, I think it's really impressive. But
I appreciate that. Thank you, Goldborg.
With the teams as well, moving forward, I hope that they can be able to adapt on the fly as well. Misfits.
That's the worst segue.
I was really trying hard, okay? I was really trying hard. It'll come with time. Don't worry about it. I think Misfits as well. One of the teams as well that, while they obviously build around rookies, a little shaky every now and then in their approach to the game. I think Betty has had a really good point that you may not always understand the stylistic that's coming out from Misfits, but they make things work. Like last week, not last week, but week 3, essentially, came in with a scaling option as well, locking in the corky, room for mistakes, just sit back and wait for it to happen. But they were actually super proactive in the early game. Then the next game was against Mad Lions. I don't know what to make out of that, but they came out of it with a victory. So, stats don't lie.
I mean, sometimes you have to be able to fight back from those sorts of holes. And it's something Misfits have been able to do a lot,
Yeah.
Those 10,000 gold deficits seem to be their comfort zones. Fnatic, on the other hand, have been in control of most of their games across the last few weeks, especially the win against G2. Like, G2 really struggled to ever find purchase on that game, and Fnatic seem to have a good read on what they want to do and how they want to play. Their mid-game, obviously, was something that we looked at a little bit last year and wondered if they could correct things, or last split. And Humanoid now seems to have really brought them into a position where their mid-game is very strong and cohesive as a team.
Yeah, especially because I think in Super Week, there was already questions about Humanoid with the way he was playing, right? Even still going back to playoffs with the Twisted Fate and the stylistic and identity of Fnatic. Yes, thank you! Yes, bless you all. Bless the peripherals. Thank you. Am I shutting up now? Am I talking? Toss.
and into draft we jump. 12.12b is the patch we are playing on. Misfits stamping their brand onto Fnatic there for a second, as Fnatic will immediately ban away the Lee Sin. No surprises with Schlatan on the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, it's just blue side as well. It kind of allows yourself to have some more target bans rather than meta bans, just due to the fact that you pick first. So some of the OPs will have to go out of the way. Yuumi still being one of the champions removed, I expect Seraphine. While we are on 12.12b, Seraphine was kind of nerfed with her E, but essentially what makes this champion really broken as well is her W, the shielding, the extra mobility she gets. I still think she's in a great spot for this. The champion that's in a lesser good spot, I think, would be Senna, coming compared to at least week 3, where we saw her proactivity and really just a priority from a lot of these teams on a champion like that.
Yeah, Senna was very high in terms of pick prio. With the Corki banned away, we'll see where the mid lane does go. Things like Azir. We saw Humanoid and LeBlanc earlier in the split. Didn't work too well with the durability patch, of course, but there's the Twitch ban. I wonder if we'll see a Zeri ban as well from Misfits.
That's the thing. So there's a few core bans coming out. When you ban Twitch, usually you want to play Zeri, but when you ban Corki as well, then you're usually looking for the likes of Azir that you mentioned as well. We see it a lot in LFL as well, or other European regional leagues where I've seen a lot of this, where it's like Corki is so annoying because he's got so long range. So a lot of the normal control mages can't really contain him. But when he's off the table, it opens up for way more of these control mages. But Razork finding priority in this Viego already kind of just speaks to the fact they want to get him going in the jungle.
And 2 games, 2 wins on it so far for Razork. He's had some great performances in the jungle so far here in summer. Aphelios locked in for Misfits, giving Neon a little bit of scaling power. He's gone towards the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal a little bit more, but obviously every AD carry in the world learned how to play Jinx Aphelios last split.
I'm curious to see that pick up early. Usually from Misfits, we see them go for the likes of On with Irrelevant. They don't mind blind picking their top laner, but picking AD carry here, they actually just not going to go for jungle. They're still going to keep the blind picks going here. There's still champions up like GP, Wonders Gragas as well, if you want to play that into it. So it's the idea of Misfits that you like to kind of sack top lane a little bit to enable the rest of the map, and that's also why we see their picks being picked so early as well coming through.
Working through some of the picks here. Azir, Humanoid, big nods on his head. Looks like that's going to be locked in. Doesn't have to play into the Corki anymore. We do see some Azir into Silas's over in the LCK. That's quite a common matchup over there.
Yeah, I think it's also just down to the laning phase. But I think like they can round it up with Ezreal for Opposite here themselves. They create a lot of...
Oh, it's Shyvana top!
Dude,
okay. So Wonder backstage, we were like, what are you going to play? And he said,
I'm going to play Shyvana top today. I sat next to him, we're getting makeup, we're sitting there, and I was like, Wonder, what are you going to play today? And he just looks at me and he goes, Shyvana top. And I for sure thought he was just joking with me. But Shyvana has been locked in. I will say in some of the European regional leagues, we have also seen this being piloted in the jungle. So it's not just yet that we want to kind of put this in the top lane. But BTO, you mentioned Silas. Akali also one of the champions that can find kill pressure on an Azir in the mid lane once they reach that level 6. But you also need a jungler to kind of facilitate that. You're getting pushed in the early game, you're giving Fnatic room to move around with, and you need to wait for that sweet spot when Misfits come online now. Going into the second ban phase, no AD carry has been picked for Fnatic, no support either. So I think it makes sense to just try to get rid of a few of those, and the AD carry pool is already very limited with Zeri, Twitch ban. Of course, there's still the likes of Lucian, but I've seen a few nerfs moving into this patch, of course, as well. And Misfits really just can pick for any of the litter here. I think they're just going to be looking for a jungler themselves, wait for that R5, get the support matchup, put Neon in a good spot. He's shown up recently for Misfits, and he's actually been a great caliber AD carry on this area as well, and specifically against the Mad Lions victory that they had. And yeah, one of your favorites gets taken off the way, Medic, with the Rakan ban lost.
I mean, Rakan ban doesn't really surprise me too much. Firstly, you're playing against Hylissang. Secondly, if a Shyvana jumps onto your backline, Rakan has a very easy avenue to get in and follow her up. Getting rid of supports when the bot lane for Fnatic hasn't been locked at all makes a lot of sense to me. I do wonder if we'll see something like the Zillion out of Hylissang, something he has had banned away from him a couple of times, but I feel they would work relatively well in this Fnatic comp. They may want a little bit more hard engage. Lulu going to get taken away now by Fnatic, and Misfits have to look towards the jungle, you feel. Usually we see jungle picked here and then support as the last pick, counter pick on red side.
Yeah, I just feel like there's so many options for Misfits. They can go into the likes of Sinsao, where you just play that front line that Asia can't really damage. You can even go for some other facilitators like a Jarvan we've seen earlier today, although into Asia can be kind of tricky. And Wukong, while he did receive nerfs on his jungle clear with the E-speed, it doesn't really, or the attack damage to jungle monsters, it doesn't really change the fact that this is a champion that does an absurd amount of damage on towards the carries.
Still very strong, especially if you go Sundere into Black Cleaver. You can absolutely melt a backline. Jinx could work here for Fnatic. They might look for something with a little bit more pressure in the lane. Caitlyn Morgana
I like this.
Totally controls that bottom side of the map. Also gives you the Black Shield to get away from the Cyclone, to get away from the Gnar, to get away from the Graviton out of Aphelios.
So I think right now for Misfits, you're looking at two options. Either you're saying, all right, we lock Karma here. It's a good matchup into the Morgana. It's great utilization for the rest of the composition. Or you look for more Engage, which is not really going to pair well into the Morgana, which is why I actually really like it. It puts Misfits in this spot where they have to choose in between them. Ooh. And they go for the Engage with the Amumu. But Morgana is still a phenomenal pick into that. Fnatic's composition right now has a lot of range to play around with that Misfits Gaming's composition is going to have to deal with. You're going to need to stay in touch with and a Seer on long range, Offset on long range as well, with a Morgana, which of course gives you that Black Shield. So I think there's a lot of safety in the Fnatic roster. Misfits composition though, very explosive. I think once we reach that level 6 mark for this team, we could expect skirmishing. We could expect fights around this the first Rift Herald, second Drake, if that's what we're looking for as well. It's all about the team fighting for Misfits, where Fnatic, loads of room to play around with on their side.
Do you want to guess how long it's been since we had a Shyvana top in the LEC?
I think it's probably had some jungle or top lane one and a half year ago.
So that's like 500 days?
Potentially, yeah.
2,555 days.
Okay, that's a while.
Since we last saw a Shyvana top. That is 3,679,200 minutes. Or thereabouts.
Well,
it was Whirlip, the Giants as well.
Wow, okay, now that's a name I haven't heard in a while. That's a little bit of history for you there. That wasn't even LEC back, that was EULCS back then, mate.
EULCS, a long time. Wonder here is going to bring it out. We have seen it in other regions a few times. Been picked 6 times and has a 66% win rate. So 4 out of 6 wins. We'll see if Fnatic can pilot it to glory today. Fnatic versus Misfits up next. Let's get into it. Ghost, teleport, Fort Wonder up towards that top side alongside the press the attack. If you haven't seen top Shyvana, firstly, welcome to the club. Secondly, it tends to be a tank build. So Frostfire Gauntlet, sometimes you go Titanic Hydra, you can go for a Warmogs as well, depending on the matchup. That's where I expect we will see Wonder making his way towards. On the other side, nothing too surprising. Neon going for the cleanse to try and get away from the Dark Binding later on in the game, or even the Spectral Maw, the stun that comes out from Viego.
Just looking at how they start off their pathing here, I'm looking to Zlatan potentially just dropping a ward and recalling for the blue buff instead, because I think bot lane from Misfits, they're going to be pushed in, which in turn, of course, gives Fnatic some room to play around with to invade. So I think starting topside for Zlatan here can be a little bit dangerous. BTO is going to be pushed in the mid lane, Offset and Hylissang will get pushed in the bottom lane, and that could look to influence the jungle matchup. So I think eyes on Razork, how he paths out on the first clear now with Zlatan actually starting on the top side.
Keep our eyes on the jungler from Fnatic. Has had a good couple of weeks over the last few, weeks in the LEC. And him teaming up with Wonder has been a sight to behold for Fnatic fans around the world. For the moment, though, just going to start on the top side and mirrored by Razork. So both of them will be working their way down towards that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the bot lane matchup as well. Amumu, if you're not familiar with him in the LEC, that's fair. We haven't seen all too much of it. But around the world, we've started to see this champion a lot. And it's mainly for the engage options you also give. It's all about team fighting. You get quite tanky yourself later on. Having that big AoE where you just kind of root everyone up, obviously you're not going to be complaining about that. But one of the downsides, and specifically when you're playing into a range support like a Morgana, is that you you have no lane pressure whatsoever. So as you can even see here, they are going to crash that wave, suspecting them to walk back maybe, and then look to get some vision into the enemy jungle.
See Mercer going for the minion dematerializer as well down towards this bottom lane because he knows they need to be able to wrest some control out of Fnatic's hands down towards that bottom lane. Ward already placed as well by Upset and Hillsang as they walk up towards the river in case Schlasan was looking for an early gank or even a slightly later one as he's currently on his blue buff.
Well, not much happening, so Humanoid's going to be pushing in the mid lane. Well, I was kind of...
It's true. No, I left you out to dry on that one. Go, well, do you want me to bring something up and you can talk about it?
No,
I'm
fine. I'll take lead. How about, like, you're pretty good at the game, so we can have a few conversation about this ourselves as well. I think, like, moving in with a mid lane crash here as well. Obviously, if you have a ward available, Humanoid can move into track on the Raptors as well, get the tracking down on Zlatan as well, on the Wukong. When do you suspect, Medic, that we're going to start seeing some action in this game then?
Probably around the first Drake spawn, you know?
Yeah.
That's when I think we'll see things. The problem for Misfits is they don't have prior mid-bot, right? So as soon as those two lanes are pushed in, it gives Razork all the time in the world to try and control around this Rift Scuttler. Schlatan's going to try and steal it away. Does have the smite and does it. That's very well done by Schlatan, able to sneak around any vision that Fnatic had down. And now he can go towards topside because he has the push in the topside.
Exactly, so he has to push in the topside. Mid is kind of even, but what he can do here is just help him push it out, move it up towards the topside. Lane is a little awkward for VTO right now. He's leaving him out to dry just a tad bit because now he can't walk up and it's pushing in. But either way, he is going to be double scuttling here. He's going to have a late reset, which of course gives Razork some extra movement to play around with. He can move himself up towards the topside. Look for a gank on Irrelevant off-timer where Zlatan is not going to be in a position to counteract on it himself.
We have talked a little bit about Razork so far, but he has been having a very good start to summer, especially since in spring. I think community sentiment I don't think everyone agreed with, but was definitely going around, was that Razork was the weak link for Fnatic a lot of the time, like struggling to find plays, struggling to synergize with the rest of the team. But here in summer, you can see high kill participation. Everything that happens for this team in the first 14 minutes of the game is going through this map.
Yeah, and I think he talked about like himself a lot as well. I'm gonna hold that just for a little bit as he out looking for action.
PT is coming in from the side. Razork does have the flash. Shuriken's gonna land. Razork's trying to hold on to it. Flashes away. Counter flash by Zlatan. He's gonna have the movement speed here. Razork has nowhere to go, and just as I sing his praises, I curse him to his first death of the game.
Yeah, so that was just not synced up. He thought he had the mid lane priority and that Humanoid would be able to move first, but just due to VTO dropping a few camps and the slow push coming in from Humanoid specifically, VTO was able to support his jungling type Mercer. This is a little difficult.
It's one of those matchup. You've just seen Darkbinder go down, so you know there's still the Black Shield, but you have 2 Qs as a Mumu. You can stack those charges, so maybe he was just looking for a little bit of trade. Wasn't going to be able to get too much out of it, and you can see as soon as the Black Shield came down, he backed away. Was able to avoid those very tasty cupcakes while looking like a cupcake himself.
I think the game plan next, moving forward for Misfits, is that they kind of are in a position where they probably realize, well, we don't have mid lane priority, we don't have bot lane priority, and moving into Drake that has now spawned, with Razork as well moving himself down there, your game plan is essentially just kind of to delay them starting up that first Drake. So when Rift Herald finally becomes the thing, at least you can cross-map that with top lane priority or the likes of that. So I think that's what we're looking for really with Razork now making his move down towards the bottom side. Offset coming off of reset, Neon and Mercer still not having gone through it. And with a cannon minion pushing in here, maybe Offset is just going to be missing that, but he's not going to be missing much more than that for this wave. Still in XP range. I think Hylissang could have sapped that, but he's going to block the back.
Stop the ports. Makes sense. You stop the reset timer coming out from the Amumu, means that he now has to go back all the way back to the tower and is delayed by 10, 15 seconds. He actually might even stay around to make sure that this wave doesn't crash all the way in, but if he does that, then he's susceptible to Upset and Hylissang just catching him out. So it's one of those little plays from Hylissang that we see him often do, where he's just a nuisance, a thorn in his enemy's side, but it actually makes a big difference in these sorts of situations, because you can see Hylissang now already resetting at the same time as Mercer after catching that wave for Upset.
I really like the way that Misfits are hovering, though. They understand that if they want to be aggressive, they need to be on the top side of the map. Yeah. Even VTO just backing off the mid lane is hovering up towards that top side, just threatening a potential dive if they ever want to go for it, just because of the fact that Irrelevant is the one stacking these waves. He's the one moving forward. And that's usually not a position in we see him too often. Like, quite often he's been put on the own. He's been put on the one that had to sit back and come online in team fights later on. But speaking of rotations, attack, Mercer actually made his move out here. Razork may get baited in for a fight.
Razork's going to look for it. No smite available for Zlatan, but already they caught out Razork. Great chase by Mercer. Mercer with the second kill of the game. The movement from the Misfits support absolutely coming up trumps there. Schlatten's going to steal away the blue as well, and Misfits are off to the races.
What a beautiful read from Mercer. They understand that they need to attack on the top side. They knew Hylissang was on a reset, so it took some time before he could get back into lane. Now is the question, can Fnatic attack on the bot side, or are they just going to be starving Neon a little bit?
Just going to be able to push him back a little bit, but without that cleanse being down, Neon is actually relatively safe to try and catch some of these waves. He will be a little bit behind in CS. You can see the gold slowly swinging in Upset's favor, but we'll have another look at this. It's a great read, as you say, by Mercer to come across for this.
And it's just beautifully baited as well. Zlatan is just standing there pretending like he doesn't understand what's really going on. And remember, they already burned the flash earlier when Brassork went on an invade, so it's an easy point of attack for them. They might still be looking, still no flash.
Red Smite comes down, Schlatten double buffs in the Cyclone, no chase across the wall, Wonder coming across as well. Does have that Dragon's Descent, Schlatten's now going to have the Cyclone again, VTO trying to join in, but it's the 3v1 and the Emperor's Survival will knock him back towards the movement speed. The Rift out there as well, Brassork able to get the Smite down and the kill goes over to Wonder. Irrelevant now trying to join in, has that Mega building in. VTO, oh Brassork! Irrelevant across the wall! Okay, in the end, one of them dies as Mercer continues to chase forward. Wonder, no flash on him, the Shyvana nowhere to go. Double kill for VTO.
Double kill going over to VTO, and Mercer once again with a great read on where the aggression is going to be on the map. But Misfits, they're starving out their AD carry quite a bit for all of this, because every time they make a move on the top side, well, Upset, Hilly, they're going to be pushing in the bottom side, they're going to be getting plates. Neon is going to be forced off the turret. But everything considered, him only being behind 20 CS, of course, is a good lead to Fnatic, but it's not all too back in terms of what Misfits are getting on the opposite end. And the replay starts out with Schlatten looking again. Problem this time around is the fact that Wunder finally had the reset timer, or the priority down at the top side, due to the reset timer of Irrelevant. I think the Cyclone stops to play just a little bit here, with him going invisible, almost staying alive. The play looks good here, but as soon as that Mechanic comes in, that's where I start getting a little bit dicey.
Oh. So he just Heartbreakers in, and then autos in a place you don't want to auto. He's just right-clicking there, trying to get away, but hits the blast cone, of course, and then VTO's here for the follow-up double kill, and VTO on a Akali Fed is a sight to behold. 2-0-1 now. Already got his Blasting Wand and Dark Seal up to 4 stacks on this Akali.
And in terms of win condition, this is exactly what you needed from Misfits. Even just going back to the success they had in spring, this is how they got it. This is how he earned himself the MVP as well, with pop-up performances on the highly mechanically requiring champions, like the Akali.
That ward's outside the bush.
Oh, that is definitely outside the bush. Brassork, Wunder on the Rift Herald, Irrelevant moving down. Could be another team fight.
Dragon's Descent available for Wonder. That's the Shyvana ultimate. Brassork, though, once again caught out. The bandage toss follows the Heartbreaker. The chase goes in as Mercer looks for more. Glacial Orming's going to get the slow onto Brassork, with the rest of Fnatic on their way up here, and Upset is going to join the party. Cyclone going down. VTO and Schlatten trying to retreat. No AD carry here for Misfits. VTO uses the perfect execution to get himself away, but all that's going to be executed is Schlatten as he does a fall.
Quite messy from Misfits. It was a 4 versus 5. Neon now down in the bot side, finally picking up a few plays for himself.
I mean, what guns he got? A red and
he's
white,
got
actually.
the great guns. The Danish guns are coming out here. Red and white, that's how we like the medic.
And immediately he changes away from the red and white guns. It's like, don't want those Danish guns over here.
Get him out of here.
A cycle through them. Gets 2 plates down towards that bottom side. A single plate goes over to Fnatic and Wonder. So Fnatic actually now with a slight gold lead as we watch this play once again.
I think this is where it becomes messy, because there is definitely a world where Brassork just completely gets run down. If you're unfamiliar with the changes the World Tour movement a while ago, it's the fact that you now have 2 charges of bandage toss. I feel like Misfits, they're in a situation where they're hovering onto Rift Herald and they're hovering on to getting the kill. They went different ways, and because of that, they get split up. 5 members from Fnatic all of a sudden join up, and a beautiful binding from Hylissang to solidify the objective kind of just puts an end to that story.
If you look down towards the bottom as well, the gold just swings in Fnatic's favor. Lead in the top lane, lead in the mid lane, and now they're looking for a lead. Even more as VTO flashes away. Humanoid still going for the chase. Brassork on his way as well, but there's a lot of vision here. Humanoid flashes forward. Just needs one more Q to get the kill, and now Brassork's going to try and turn around onto Mercer. Cousin Sad Mummy already been used. Red Tower charges in towards that bottom lane as well. That was gifted over to Hylissang. So with that charge forward, Fnatic now already taking the first tower of the game. 2,000 gold their lead, and it all seems to be falling apart for Misfits.
Question is, how do they keep exponentially growing that lead now? If they could get a second charge of the Herald, it'd be great, but it's forcing pressure from Misfits which in turn is allowing Humanoid to just stand at the mid lane turret, get plates for free. Wunder now getting aggressive. Don't know how aggressive you can get, but of course, building up that Fury easily on Shyvana. Never hurts just to use the ultimate whenever you have it.
And Fnatic continuing the form they had in week 3 as well. 100% first tower, huge gold leads at 14 minutes, high kills to deaths at 14. Well, this game, you know, they're behind in kills, but they do still have that large gold lead. And they're only one dragon behind as Slassen's able to secure the first dragon of the game. So Fnatic playing towards their win cons. They have been gifted a little bit by that fight up towards the Rift Herald, but you can see Upset already with a Gale Force complete. He's almost 1,000 gold ahead. Humanoid has been the recipient of all the kills in the last few plays, so he already has that Leandri's Anguish finished as well. And it becomes trickier and trickier for Misfits to play these fights out because there is a lot of dive on Fnatic, and they can get onto your backline. And Aphelios is relatively safe, but is he going to be safe against the Shyvana who's jumping in on him?
Yeah, that's of course a question. I actually think Fnatic could have been more aggressive with some of the Drakes in the early game just due to the fact they had so much bot lane priority. Yeah. Either way, they used a lot of that.
I mean, Razork was also kind of just screwed in his jungle for all of the early games.
That is...
Oh, can we play around Dragon? I'm dead.
That's a very fair assessment as well. So in another world, perhaps, where, you know, he's not falling, but they still got the objective, they got the Rift Herald, and now with this bot lane suddenly being opened up, you can put the Caitlyn into the map. That's kind of the game plan every time you have a Caitlyn. You want to crack open the bot turret, you want to move your pressure around with this pick, and just dictate the tempo everywhere you go. Now with the mid lane pressure, you can get aggressive with your wards. You can put them into the enemy jungle, you can put them down towards the bottom side, so whenever Humanoid or whoever they decide to put in the bottom pushes the lane in, they can now move into the mid lane, get a man advantage, and just continue that tempo. That's what we're looking for currently from Fnatic. We want to see them stay aggressive. Not so much in terms of fight, but in terms of productivity.
Razork can do a little bit of damage on Irrelevant. That's a great explanation, by the way, Goldborg. If you see it happening, you draw some fancy lines, some fancy arrows, and try and highlight it to the audience, because it's actually really well explained. Very interesting to hear sort of the mechanics and the intricacies of these lane movements. Irrelevant here, building up towards Mega Gnar. Will get it out. Humanoid and Razork looking to see perhaps if they want it. Spectral more stun coming in. Upset as well. No ace in the hole for him, but the chase continues with the Gale Force forward, and Irrelevant is headshot to his death. Finally's going to land. Upset looking for a little bit more damage. They force Slassen away as well, and even though Mercer is here to try and join the party is ended. People being shepherded to the door and Misfits shepherded out of their own jungle.
Yeah, this is what we love to see from Fnatic as well. We were talking about the productivity, and now Wunder, he could just push in the bot side. He can then move into the mid lane, take care of the wave that Neon is pushing in. Actually looks like they're just going to keep looking on top like goodbye.
Yeah, that's a little greedy from Mercer. It's a good binding from Hylissang, of course, across the wall, but why is Mercer sticking his head back into the jungle that's just been swept away by Fnatic, especially when you know Fnatic are in the area? They will take their second tower of the game, and the gold lead extends. 4,000 gold ahead now, Fnatic in flying form.
And this is usually where we see Fnatic kick off and take the lead in their game. Sometimes they had fairly slow early games, but as soon as they reached that 14-minute mark where they got the first turret opened up, of course, going back to the stat you showed, with the 100% turret rate, it is just where they kick off. Wunder.
He's got boss
fire. No!
Slassen flashes the wrong way. Wunder, of course, could have gone either of the two ways, but the Dragon's Descent a large enough range to get him away.
It's a 50-50. Respect the try, Communal from Slatzen. Unfortunately, doesn't get it, but I mean, you miss 100% of the chances you don't take, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
That is true.
That was never really my strong suit, I'll tell you that much. But now, with side lanes being opened up, we can see a stronger suit from Fnatic as well, which is, of course, pushing in those side lanes, gathering your team around the mid lane, and just look to crack it. Second Rift Herald will be spawning fairly soon as well, which, of course, is going to be a point of attack for them.
Mercer just sidestepping the binding down, as you say. Misfits trying to set up around this. Slassen with a level disadvantage, but does, of course, already have the upgraded Smite, so his Smite will do the same amount of damage as Razork's. I always feel the need to remind people of that, just because for so long, Smite did less damage.
Yes.
But it's been a long time since those Smite changes, so perhaps I should take that reminder out of my repertoire.
I mean, I think it's fair. I think at times you still have veteran League viewers that just kind of comes back, watches the game a little bit. I know it looks...
And they're like, what's Sion? I don't understand. Why is he not just running at people and stunning them?
All the new champions as well. But yeah, I think for sure that doesn't matter. Now, top lane priority is being gained. You can already see the vision control on the minimap. Now, really, all Fnatic has to do is just create pressure. That's why East in the Hole is being used by Upset. They want to force Neon out of the mid lane. They want to get control for themselves. And they want to put Misfits in a position where they can't even contest the objective. Cross-map cannot come through either, as the second drag is spawning in 40 seconds. But maybe they can look for Humanoid. 3 members up here as well. Mercer has had good engages this game, but he's sniffing it out. He's respecting it.
Smart stuff from Humanoid. Doesn't know where anyone from Misfits is on the map, apart from perhaps Neon, who's sitting in that mid lane. Knows that Razork is going to be able to secure this Rift Herald, so knows that he doesn't then need to continue to apply pressure. It's a good Herald take from Fnatic. The last one they used to break the bot lane tower. This one they're going to use to break the mid lane. No real surprises there. It's the final of the outer turrets that remains for them to raise to the ground. And with it, they will continue to extend their gold lead. 8 seconds on the Drake means that I think Fnatic will use the Rift Herald charge. Irrelevant, as you say, did jump forward, but he's got the Mega Gnar on its way, so he should be safe enough. And Dragon's Descent once again up for Wonder.
Perfect timing with the Rift Herald, and I'm not talking stopwatch now. They can also move down towards the Drake instead afterwards. And Zlatan does have that W to get over the wall.
Oh, Irrelevant going in with the Mega Gnar, though. Immediate exhaust Mercy's on the chase. The curse of the Sad Mummy, the damage to the bottom! Rip him to shreds in the jungle, Misfits.
Oh,
Find a fight, they get another one. BTO trying to dive into the backline, flashes away. Humanoid still on the chase. Leandri's Anguish into the proc. Is it enough? Not quite. Misfits survive. BTO survives, and Misfits find a lifeline.
And that is the strong team fighting of the Misfits composition showing up there. And the resilience as well, not backing down, realizing they are behind, but still playing to their only win condition, finding 2 kills, finding their objective afterwards. Now onto 2 Drakes, at least they have that objective stacking going for them.
Yeah, good call by Misfits to go in for that. You saw the Mega Gnar building, Irrelevant very willing to dive forward, have another look at it, because it feels a bit greedy from Fnatic to look for more after taking the mid tower. They could have just turned for Dragon.
Yeah, but it feels like, I understand the thought process of Fnatic too. It looks like easy pickings. Let's just get CC down on one champion, kill him real quick, get out, and then just, you know, move down to the objective afterward. BTO failing that second perfect execution. Little unfortunate, has to expend the flash, but unfortunately rather, still gets out alive.
We'll be caught with the binding here. Hylissang just trying to be a nuisance and doing exactly that. Gold lead, though, still very much in Fnatic's favor. You can see still 1,000 in the mid lane, 1,500 for upset on this Caitlyn. Rapid fire cannon next on the menu for him. You have to feel. We'll see how far away from that he is. He's got 1.4k, so he has that rapid fire cannon now complete. Alongside a quick cloak. That Caitlyn is going to be a menace from range, truly an artillery cannon on her shoulder.
But still, behind in gold, and you see it as well, just compared to their counterparts. Vito, I mean, it's understandable you're behind in this matchup. You're not really allowed that much CS. But even down towards the bottom lane as well, lots of gold going over to the advantage of upset, despite the minion disadvantage, of course.
It is so quintessentially Misfits, though, isn't it? We literally had a whole segment being like, they win from 10,000 gold behind, and then they start to fall behind, and then they start winning. And it's often off the back of VTO and off the back of Neon having strong team fights. VTO always finding his way onto the enemy backline. Neon being so consistent when it comes to fighting in 5v5s.
Once again, I think it's so impressive from a team with development here. Good. Coming through here, not finding anything, but they're still looking to be reactive. But to go back to the point, once again, I think for Misfits as well, these are the veterans that you're relying on. Behind VTO and Neon, you have 3 Zlatan and Mercer, not really a rookie anymore, but still coming through from Spring and Irrelevant now. They need to be the heralds of this team. They need to be the one driving them forward, showing them the ropes. I think it's incredible seeing the growth they've had. Teleport now, coming through from Humanoid. Razork is up as well.
I think as soon as they see Razork, they'll back away. Flash forward, though. They're looking for the damage on Zlatan, who will use the Cyclone. Flash in by Razork. Curse of the Sad Mummy. VTO look for another as he takes down Humanoid. Shut down. The Azir will fall. The Emperor put into his sarcophagus. VTO looking for a little bit more as Razork does manage to defend the tower. Pings towards the mid lane as Wonder might be on his way to catch out Neon. Now, Neon does still have Cleanse and Flash and has the Severum as well for the healing. Wonder going to pop the Ghost to try and get in. Moonlight Vigil just wide. Wonder will just back away. So it's no summoners actually burned there for Neon. Gale Force into Severum. It was enough to keep him healthy.
But I really like the action we're getting in this game. You can see they're all looking. And once again, credit to Mercer. Stays in the Falcon Ball, finds a way in after the teleport, baiting them forward. Down towards the mid lane then. Wonder looking for a play, knowing that Neon doesn't have any teammates around, but does not find it. Gale Force, good itemization from Neon in this instance.
And we'll see that Misfits have been able to kind of stabilize that gold deficit that was building. 5,000 gold behind at their worst point, around the 18-minute mark, now down to only 2 and a bit. It's a much stronger position that they are in now than they were just a few minutes ago.
And now moving forward in this game, what really becomes the key word is priority around the mid lane, just due to the fact that 1 minute, 30 seconds for this Drake. That's going to be the next objective we're looking for. For Misfits, it's quite essential that if they can be first of the objective, they don't necessarily have to take it. They can turn and look for the team fight that's favorable for them. And if Fnatic gets to be first of the objective, they can use their range to move Misfits away. Razork with Mercer around, might get caught, but loads of members from both teams around this area. As we said, it's all about the mid lane for now. 1 minute to that Mountain Drake spawns.
And that Sundis gives you sort of pseudo tempo in the mid lane. It means it's so much harder for the enemy to push their waves out. You can catch the waves a lot further forward because you have the protection of a tower, or not as strong a tower as perhaps the usual ones we have on the Rift. So let's talk a little bit about how this next team fight is likely to go. We've got 40 seconds before that dragon comes up. Looking at the compositions, how do we feel they're going to butt heads into each other, Gordon?
Essentially, I don't think Fnatic want to get out onto a full-blown team fight immediately. You're not looking for that Shurima shuffle. You're looking for binding from Hylissang. You're looking for the follow-up by Opsert and Humanoid, finding the poke before the team fight really starts. Because if you just engage in a full-blown team fight now, you're looking at VTO. He's sitting at 2 items, Spring MVP on a champion specific like this. It's a perfect scenario to replicate it, and the team fight around Misfits is also there to facilitate the backline dive. It's all about diving in. And even Neon with the correct guns, now he's got the flamethrower, can find that AoE follow-up that they need from long range.
VTO TPing in.
It's a fight up front. Fnatic on the top side of the river. Misfits on the bottom side. No flank possibilities. You can see Slatan trying to come around, but he's going to be spotted out by Pink Ward.
Fnatic have a very strong vision line on the sort of upper half of the river. Misfits trying to control the bottom half. VTO spots that he's on a ward, but can't really clear it out, can't step too far forward. Mountain Drake started up. Misfits looking for it, trying to just burn it before they can get there. Misfits might be able to take this one before Razzle can get in. He's looking for the smite. No! 34 HP, no, not VTO now going to try and get off the backline. Mercer diving in as well, and Misfits might call the sound to retreat, but instead they call the sound to dive! And the Misfits star shines brightly today. A triple kill for Neon. Only Humanoid survives, forced back to his tower. Misfits turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Irrelevant! That Nas set up the team perfectly. The follow-up was there immediately after. Humanoid still low. But Baron is on the cards now. Low HP bars for VTO. Irrelevant, Mercer, Slatan. This could be dicey. Death timers, still not the longest. Razok's going to be up in 10 seconds. Can they get this one down with Humanoid backing? He does have to teleport. There is a pink wall behind in the pit if he wants to look. Baron down to half HP. He might just let it go, and there you have it, Misfit. After the brink of a great team fight, finds the Baron. Impressive stuff from the rookies once again.
And now they have the gold lead, 900 gold ahead. They did lose the Dragon, 34 HP, the difference between that and a soul point for Misfits. But Fnatic lost the team fight, and as you say, Irrelevance Gnar, so impactful in more ways than one.
After this point, who even cares? Razok stole that Drake. It's an unfortunate misfight, 34 HP left. Mercer then finding it. Where does he actually come from? He's just there. And Fnatic, they're just looking for the team fight. They're just not respecting it. It's Mercer. What a highlight player for this series as well. His map movements, the team fighting, everything coming through, just setting them up perfectly. Even the Emperor's Divide is only used as a disengage tool for Humanoid himself. Nothing to stop the team fight. And all of a sudden, Misfits are the one aggressing on the map. They're the one looking for the towers to take down. They're playing on 2 lanes. Kill the mid lane turret, move up towards the top lane turret. VTO now pushing in a wave, continue the aggression. Vision in the jungle, looking good for Misfits.
Just hark your mind back to a couple of weeks ago as well, where it's Mercer and his Renata that helped Misfits turn around so many teamfights against Mad Lions. Those hostile takeovers doing absolute work here. His curse of the Sad Mummy is a curse only for one team, it seems. He's constantly landing those bandage tosses and putting Fnatic in their graves. Fnatic's trying to close in a little bit here. Razok's going to dash back. 2 waves being played on, as you say, in a tower is the target for Misfits. The mid lane about to fall. Those Baroned up minions should do enough. Humanoid able to clear one out, and the tower just surviving seems to be a theme of the day. Humanoid, though, defending against 3. Neon and Mercer need to retreat. They're going to get jumped on here. Flash away, you can see from Neon, realizing that he was at a numbers disadvantage. Mercer now not in the best of shape. That mid lane tower should fall to this cannon minion, and it will in the end, but that's only 1 tower taken, and the flash burnt on Neon for Misfits.
Small steps for Misfits, they keep it going. They have the Baron buff, Siege continues, and their composition, to be fair, is quite difficult to siege with. Neon, as you say, correctly hovering towards the bottom side, where his team is waiting, but Humanoid could look for a play. Slatan down towards the bottom side. A lot of resets are coming through from Misfits. I don't think they should be looking too much now.
It feels like one of those moments where you're looking at, you say, just coordinate a reset. Just time your resets together. Is the mid lane 1 extra wave that important to not be going back with your team? Get Mercer back on the map. Have him at 4 stacks on that bulwark so he can put enough vision down onto the map. Get your control wards, and then you can reset and look to push out with this Baron. Fnatic not giving them too many opportunities to reset easily. VTO is pushing down in the bottom lane, has TP up in 8 seconds time. And so Fnatic are able to get the wave in towards the top side, but didn't get much more out of it.
That's the big thing. They're not able to get the turret. V2 surely down towards the bottom side should be able to at least do a lot of damage to it. I think, yeah, Mighty, yeah, he's just going to take it before Wonder really gets down there. Another wave coming in. So Fnatic, they don't gain anything. Misfits, they continue to get at least a little extra to grow their gold lead exponentially here. And now comes the Dragon as well in 1 minute. That's going to be the next battle of contention as the Baron buff has now run off. They're back to even footing, at least in terms of shoving in the waves now. The Fnatic don't have to deal with the empowered minions.
I'll be honest, Goldberg, I'm just wondering if there's like an anime buff or something. You know, VTO picks a Carly,
yes.
Now 5-1 and 3. Maybe later we'll see caps on Zoe. I hope Zoe wins that game if we do see caps on Zoe. She's my favorite champion.
Oh, yes, you know, after Yumi, of course, right?
Yeah, I love Yumi.
Yeah, me too. Great champion. Now, back to the waves. The pendulum continues. Medic, we're very familiar with pendulums. UI, of course. Now Neon pushing in this wave. I think the next wave is really going to be what matters. You want to have the wave that shoves in as you move into the river to clear the vision, so you're not going to be going back and all of a sudden realizing, oh, hey, I still need to go back into the mid lane and take care of it. But for now, Misfits are the ones trimming the vision. They are the ones setting up the objective, which, of course, once again, remember, if they're the first one, they can just turn. They can just find a team fight. Doesn't really matter if they get the Drake. They just need to get the members down.
I don't think Fnatic are going to fight, though, and this is where that 34 HP on the Dragon actually does come up trumps a little bit for Fnatic. Because they got that, they know this isn't sold. You can see Hylissang only has no wards left on his vision item. They didn't have any sweepers up. They're going to use the time to get Humanoid pushing in the top lane. Misfits will try and answer with VTO to make sure that doesn't get to an inhibitor push, but because Fnatic secured that one Dragon, they then don't have to contest this, and they buy themselves 5 minutes more.
And now, well, wonder if those 5 minutes are even going to come in, because like 1 minute and 30 seconds, well, guess what? New objective coming up, Medic. It's going to be that Baron instead. If one team fight goes the right way for either team, that's the way to swing you back into this game, at least for Fnatic, but for Misfits as well. It's your way of closing out the game. You get this Baron, either you end on it, or you just set yourself up perfectly for the soul and then put yourself in the best condition you can have for this game. Of course, we've seen a lot of throws, but most of those throws have been against Misfits and not Misfits themselves with this gold lead. It's a peculiar side, seeing them with it as well, especially against Fnatic. I think a lot of people were expecting Fnatic to come through with this once again. Remember,
we were as well.
Yeah, that was the thing. Both of them, 3-game win streak. I even said, I think Fnatic favorites on this one.
Yeah, I think we all agreed with your take there. Fnatic did seem like the stronger of the two teams so far, but now the gold, only about 2,000 between these two teams. Let's see who's topping the charts right now. Humanoid leading the way alongside VTO. Opposite and Neon actually a lot closer than they were a while ago. Hylissang Master just sitting up. I always love watching support like gold at this point in the game, because it's like, how many towers have been taken? Cool, that's how much gold you have, plus 1,000-ish. Mercer gonna have to flash away here as Razork is continuing to chase him forward. Ace in the hole came out as well. Schlatten. So there's a thing that I see a lot of support, a lot of pro jungle Wukongs do, and it's the S press, right? And that's what he's doing right there. It's like, oh, I press S, maybe I'm decoying, but I see people do it in the middle of a fight. That doesn't work
That's not
anymore.
Works because the clone is still auto
the clone
attacking.
will attack someone. So if you do it in the middle of a fight and a Wukong just stands still, that's the real Wukong, guys. Just kill him.
Okay, speaking of attack, Baron started up. Resets from Misfits. This could actually be dicey. It's already down to half HP. They're going to be way too late. Fnatic, they're going to get this.
But they might just look for the fight afterwards. Neon going to step in here. Fnatic with a good seal. Irrelevant.
Oh, irrelevant.
Oh.
No Mega.
Nowhere near Mega either. He has to jump away, and Fnatic with a great little sneaky steal from there, and just caught Misfits napping a little bit.
And that's the experience that you get from a team like Fnatic. Sloppy reset timer from Misfits. Against some other teams, that probably works out. Against Fnatic, they punish you immediately. They started up. They had the trap line out as well to just create a wall for them so they couldn't get in. They're split up. Even with the Revenant's TP, it's not going to matter. All of a sudden, Fnatic back into this game. We said it. From them, getting a Baron would propel them right into it.
You can see already 3.5 items complete on Upset. Humanoid now with his 4th Rabadon's, Liandry's, Shadow Flame, Void Star. That is a very scary Emperor, a very scary Azir. Misfits done a good job of like advancing their vision line a little bit here to make sure that Fnatic have to clear it out as they step forward. And my expectation is this Baron will be purely delay rather than decisive. Humanoid's going to try and get onto Irrelevant here. Irrelevant uses the hyper speed boost to get away. Wanted to TP down here as well. It looks like they might just try and escort this wave forward towards the tier 2 towards that bottom side, but seems like a little bit of a greedy TP from Wonder. They are continuing to step forward. Maybe just thought he could catch Irrelevant at the time.
Yeah. I mean, there's of course the possibility of now them not having the pressure on top side when this Drake comes through, but I think with Baron, they don't really care. if Misfits all of a sudden send members up towards that top side, Fnatic playing on 2 lanes will be too much pressure. There'll be too many members from Misfits missing. I think they need to play the defensive route here. They need to find a pickup with the team fighting on a crucial member while the Black Shield is down.
Well, the TP just from Wonder was to advance this lane, and it's worked out perfectly for Fnatic. They will get the cannon minions in, double cannons coming forward. Neon still backing. He was up in the top lane for a long time. He's not going to be here in time. BTO looking for a flank position, but Fnatic have littered the jungle with wards as they have advanced through here. The Yordle snap trap's down as well as Upset just looks for another shot towards the tower, hits the head. That's that down. Meganar built up by Irrelevant. BTO trying to get him from the side, but he can't get close enough. Sundisk down as well by Fnatic as they continue their advance and continue to pound the base of Misfits. Now Fnatic start to retreat.
They just need to be patient. You don't want to overstep your boundaries here. Don't want to fall into the team fighting, so they just back off.
No. The TP worked. Fnatic able to advance. Gold difference sways once again. Schlatter looking for someone though, and he's able to find Upset. Upset uses the heal, still has the flash. Where are you going to go, my man? How are you going to get away from this humanoid? Flash TPing in as well as Upset flashes across the wall. Schlatter looking for a little bit more. BTO coming the long way round. Irrelevant on the chase. No flash for him, but Upset with no summoners is huge. 30 seconds on the Dragon. BTO caught a little bit as the Ace in the hole comes in. Never survived. BTO is so deep. Oh, he gets away into the Twilight Shroud. That was so darn close to BTO falling. Fnatic now the ones to regain control over the river.
On a knife's edge, and initially it looked like Misfits on a super good pickup, but now it's Fnatic back on the aggression. They don't know Razor's here.
Razor's going to be able to get in. Wonder going in with the Dragon's Descent as well, and Mercer is down. Curse's Hand Mummy not enough. TP available for BTO. He gets out. Irrelevant going to dash away as well. Flash forward by Hillersang. Lands the binding, but the rest of Fnatic aren't here for the chase. Neon trying to turn it around with Gravitum. Doesn't land the stun. Irrelevant still stepping in. BTO has the TP. He's not going to use it yet. Second Dragon of the game available for Fnatic. Schlatter might look for a steal, but no flash, no way in. Means that this is pretty much gonzo. Misfits might look for a fight afterwards, but a numbers disadvantage. Irrelevant jumps on Hillersang's head and then has to flash away. Oh, huge damage from the Infernum. BTO still on the chase. Irrelevant could do something here. Another double bounce could be enough, but the Dark Binding's going to get him.
Hold this low.
BTO 1v5 immediately exhausted. BTO too deep, shut down by Upset. Schlatter trying to get onto the back line as well. Upset, no heal, no flash, no life anymore. Schlatter onto Humanoid as well. Another Cyclone's going to chase them in. Irrelevant with a double bounce. The Gnar flashed away. Hillersang locked against the wall. Neon, what you got? You got a flash. Humanoid hit with a brick in the back and he's down. A double for Neon, a second for Irrelevant, and Misfits are on the chase.
This could be it. There's 40-second death timers. They could try and look for it. It's a small wave they're playing on, but there's another wave coming through. Wonder, you have to stop the minions here, or it might be over. He's rooted up.
Do you just Dragons to send the wave? Maybe you do, maybe you do. Cannon minion coming in as well. The minions will push forward. Irrelevant will do the same. How long we got? 25 seconds on Upset, 20 on Hillersang, 20 on Razork. They're pushing for the win. Mercer on his way as well, but he might be too late to join them all. Wonder tries to clear out the wave. You can't kill them quickly enough. One cannon down, but the second still alive. Irrelevant putting the damage down. Neon under the tower. Mercer misses the flash bandage toss. The Gnar into the wall, but there's only 6 seconds on Razork, and Misfits have to call the alarms to retreat. Get out of there, get out of dodge before Fnatic can get back and take your lives.
Wonder has done it again. He continues to show up for Fnatic, and while his team are all dead, he's the sole survivor, keeping this game alive for them. Let's have a look at how they're playing out again, because it's Irrelevant jumping in all by himself, and I think if Neon does not hit this crucial Moonlight Vigil with the flamethrower, that would have been a completely different fight. BTO are then creating so much space for his team. Yes, he almost gets taken down immediately, but it's the fact that he splits them up. He opens up for Slartzen to come around, and this is where the team fight goes live from Misfits.
And because Upset had no flash and no heal from earlier when Schlatter caught him out on the back in that bottom lane, the chase continued. Neon untouched through the entirety of the fight. Humanoid, Irrelevant not letting him get away. Chucks a Ming Dynasty statue at his back, takes him out. Gold even. Dragons won for Misfits in advantage. 20 seconds on the Baron, and Misfits aren't letting that one get snuck away from them again. What we got in terms of TPs, BTO has his, Irrelevant has his, and Wonder has one of his own. So Wonder's the one relegated to a side lane, pushing out the minions, pushing out those supers.
Teleport in the middle of everything. Is there a punish? No, Misfits.
Wonder stepping in. Irrelevant only has half the Gnar bar. Ace in the hole is going to come out as well. The stun lands onto Irrelevant, but he's fine for the moment.
Good damage, but they're pushing into the mid lane here. Fnatic themselves, Misfits, they'll have to make a decision.
You going to rush it? Mid lane not going to be pushed in any further. Mercer flashes, gets away. Hillersang looking for something here. Dark Binding goes wide. Razork can jump in with a Heartbreaker. No flash on him. Dragons are sent away by Wonder. Mercer already low. BTO trying to get to the back line. Dark behind him misses, and BTO
He's gone.
just assassinates Upset. And he may have not met anyone that made him fit in lane. But Upset is damn scared of BTO now. Another kill for Misfits. They wipe up the team fight. Only Wonder alive, and I wonder where he's going. Down into the dirt.
Misfits with a start to the split with a 0-4. Now continue with a win streak off for themselves, equalizing their scoreline. And against Fnatic, of all teams, it's great. It's a clean team fight, and this should be it. What a great upset from Misfits. They're now pondering down towards the Nexus turret.
The last few steps of the march to glory for Misfits. What a win from them. Once again, a comeback to end all comebacks. Misfits take their 4th win of summer.
And it is so impressive from this roster. It's not always done in the cleanest fashion, and I thought once again Vedius said it best on the analyst desk. You don't always know what you're going to get from them, but they make it work. And once again, they show up. They come in with a different style. We saw the scaling aspect with the Corki last week. We saw the game they had against Man. Now full team fight comp. And Mercer as well on their Mumu. I cannot give enough props to this guy. Rookie last split, coming in now, really being the one dictating the map pace against Hillisang, who's quite often, you know, regarded as one of the best, if not the best support we have in Europe. What a beautiful play, or game rather, from the Misfits.
Great game all round from them, as you say. And their winning ways continue 4 in a row right now. And everyone on that team stepped up when they were needed to carry for their team today. Fnatic, on the other hand, had it in the palm of their hand. They were 5,000 gold ahead at the 18 minute mark, and then bit by bit it started to slip. Misfits team fighting just too darn strong.
Neon said it himself. They like to be at a deficit.
Yeah.
They might be the new Astralis, except they pick up their wins afterwards.
True.
So it's looking real good for them at this point. What a great performance from all of them all around, and even Neon towards that late game, stepping up. Watch your step as you're walking up here. Great game, but Fnatic as well. Their game streak just lost here.
Yep.
Being ended up, and you know, Kia, play of the game. I'm a bit sad on this one, but I'll mention them. You can pick between, of course. Well, I just lost them. Irrelevant.
And 2 other players that we can't see right now.
Yeah, right now. Well, Irrelevant's
we'll
one of them.
in a
I think
moment.
Vito is one of them as well.
I mean, the thing is, all 5 of the players were really good. And
I would put it on Mercer.
Yeah,
no
but we're
doubt
both
about it. He's
support
getting
mains.
it. Nope, he's
so
getting it no matter
we're always going to
what.
say it was Mercer, and we don't actually know if it is Mercer yet.
Mercer number 1.
We'll find out in a moment who your key player of the game nominees are, I'm sure, as they move the auto queue for us. Oh, there we are. Irrelevant, VTO, and Neon. So Mercer not there, but you can write in your votes. All you have to do is send a postcard to gorborg@polsa.com. You don't send postcards to .com addresses, but we can pretend.
We can pretend it exists. I'll go home and make the email address right now.
Exactly. But yeah, great performance by Misfits. Another great comeback win for them. And of course, I think we are going to hear from one of them in just a few moments' time as Trevor is standing by with the Amumu King himself, no longer lonely. It's Mercer.
Number 1.
Berlin, are you not entertained? Mercer, I know that you started playing League of Legends at the end of 2013, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you know the last time Amumu was played competitively in this region?
Not really.
In 2014.
What?
You are the first person to play in 8 years, and you picked up the win. It only has 3 wins before you. You're now the 4th. Why did it work for you today against Fnatic?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I'm proud of myself for picking Amumu after a very long time. And other than that, like, Amumu got a small buff, like, his Q nerfs got reverted. And, like, we knew that, like, Fnatic is a team that, like, when he is on, like, champs like Rakan, Nautilus, like, engage champs, he's way more, like, scary. But, yeah, since he went for Morgana.
Can I ask, why is Misfits one of the most entertaining teams to watch? Because it feels like no matter how much gold you're behind, no matter what crazy situation you're in, you always manage to find these surprise wins.
I mean, I'm not sure. First of all, like, we have a lot of rookies, and we have been the underdogs, I think, this, like, since Spring Split. Like, people, I think, are underestimating us. And even though, like, in Spring Split we did pretty well, like, we had a lot of comebacks and stuff, like, people still don't believe in us that much, and we are here to prove them wrong, and I'm pretty happy.
Mercer, can I ask, what does it feel like to lose the first 4 games of summer, then win the next 4, and be able to look at every single person in the crowd screaming after one of the most exciting games that we've seen?
And it feels really amazing, like, starting 0-4, and we are, like, 4-4 right now, before, like, there's one more game before the first, like, round robin ends, And if we get like the win tomorrow versus G2 as well, it's gonna be a banger. Like from 0-4 to 5-4, oof.
I mean, what are the odds now? Come, let's talk about it. That's what I like. Thank you, Berlin. What will have to go right for you tomorrow to pick up that win?
I'm not sure. I mean, we are on a pretty good form, I think. Today, like, we had some, like, sloppy moments where, yeah, Fnatic took advantage of them, obviously, like the Baron they got. But if we, like, keep working and just fix, like, some basics, I think we are, like, in a pretty good, like, path.
Now, Mercer, let's talk a little bit about the crowds. I want you to think about what you want to say to them, because it's not often that we get such a dramatic game, but also such an interesting story. To the fans here in the studio and at home, what message do you have to them and from yourself and Misfits?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say a big thank you to everyone. Like, before getting into LEC, I only, like, played in, like, LAN in front of a crowd once. So it was, like, pretty nervous for the first games. And I feel like maybe that had a small effect on us as, like, rookies. We started, like, 0-4, and I'm, like, really glad, like, people are watching, and I feel like I perform better lately.
Mercer, thank you so much. Berlin, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to your game tomorrow. That does it for us. Make sure to check out the Warner Song of the Week. It is We Are by Pulse Driver X Tiscore. I don't know the name. It's on the LEC Spotify. We'll be back after the break to dissect this Misfits win. Mercer, congrats, man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take them home.
This lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
welcome back to the studio for week 4 of the LEC. As you see on stage, a beautiful Star Guardian team getting ready ahead of Game 4. We will talk about G2 later, of course. They look amazing.
They're committed. That's what I
love
respect.
it.
Carlos was doing it this morning as well. Like,
Oh my
I always
God.
knew that whenever Rahman would join a team, the staff would just, they wouldn't be the same. You know,
No.
there would be a
And they're
dramatic
not.
change.
I mean,
and they're not.
When did
I'm
we
a
ever
little
expect
disappointed.
G2 to be normal?
That's true. But I'm a little disappointed that they had matching outfits. Like,
Yeah,
a Star
right?
Guardians aren't all the same.
I thought you were going to say they would have body paint to match Soraka's skin
They
tone as well.
could have done that. That would have
They
been
could have
great.
gone the extra mile.
I hope Roman didn't hear you because we know that's something he could do, obviously. But moving backwards, let's talk about the game we just had. An upset, I want to say.
Yes.
Misfits versus Fnatic. We knew it was a possibility for the team, but I didn't think they would actually put it through. Let's talk about the draft first because, Trouble, you're going to be happy. We saw the Mumu. Another second pick you predicted.
I'm so happy we
But we
saw Mumu.
also saw the first Shyvana since 2015, Veri.
Yeah, it's been a while. And I think that these drafts were super creative. And, like, obviously a lot of people were really excited about the Shyvana. People thought that it'd be a really big deal. I think it made 0 sense. It was a really bad pick. But I think that when we look at Fnatic's comp, the first thing that kind of stands out to me is range, right? You have Azir, you have Caitlyn, you have Morgana. These are champions that are really good at controlling space, especially if they get onto an objective first. You have Caitlyn traps, you have Morgana bindings. It's so difficult to walk into this team. And especially when you have a short-range comp that Misfits had, I feel like that replacing the Shyvana for something else that complemented that, I think would have made more sense. But I think that their logic in the draft was, well, they believe Shyvana is good into Gnar. So this is something that Wonder's confident in. I think that he played the matchup very well. And I don't think that he was necessarily bad during the game. I just think that there could have been better options that make more sense in the context of the comp that they went for.
I think both the top laners right here play with Rage Bus and they need to manage this very well to get into a team fight. I agree that Shyvana doesn't look to be fitting that well the role with all the range and the Caitlyn and the Morgana, but I feel like when she does go into Dragon Form and she throws these big fireballs with the Q, she can actually zone more people away, right, and be this boulder for her team. If I jump onto the other side for Misfits, I'm so happy to see a Mumu even when the Morgana got picked into it, because in the LCK, how you will see him being used is the fact that he doesn't care if he's going to get the Q on Morgana or the Shyvana. Whoever he touches first, that person gets engaged and taken out of the fight, because the double bandage toss into the ultimate, which zones away the enemy team from engaging onto you, isolates that target. And when you have Wukong, Akali, Aphelios with the right items, you can actually 100% to zero the Shyvana real quickly.
And I think that when you look at Misfits comp, you're totally right, Trouble, in that it's very clear they're making a team fight comp, right? And their whole goal is to dive in and get the fight. And the way I saw this was, okay, the team fights are going to boil down to, can Fnatic leverage their range to stop this engage from coming through, or will Misfits be able to find a way to get into the fights? The biggest concern and the worry for Misfits is this early game, because you have a pushing mid lane, you have a pushing bot lane in favor of Fnatic, and you have a jungler who loves to leverage this prio to try and get early advantages. So I really felt like that the early game would go rapidly in the favor of Fnatic.
And this is where Misfits found opportunities, I feel, because it's in these early skirmishes that VTO got stronger, grabbing 2 kills with Akali. This is everything that they needed.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the fact that Razok kept continuously getting caught off with Zlatan. You see this top side fight as well. Zlatan is first, the river catches off VTO. It's too far away for my short-sighted eyes to see that. Then VTO joins in, and unfortunately for Fnatic, they do not have any point-click CC to stop the Akali from snowballing this fight.
I think that the way in which Misfits responded and the way they kind of sacrificed waves in order to be able to collapse first in the fight, the fact that Mercer was always there was really important. And this was another Herald contest where we saw Misfits being primed and ready to go for the fight. And I like this early game proactiveness. The problem here was that their execution was slightly short. And losing this Herald, I thought would be a really big death sentence for Misfits, because we all know, we're very familiar with these Caitlyn Morgana lanes, that the moment that they get opened up on the map, they really start to snowball. And we saw that from Fnatic. They brought the Herald bot, Caitlyn Morgana gets unleashed, they go top lane, they make their way mid, and you're like, okay, it's the traditional Fnatic early game. They can't get engaged on. Things are looking great for them. But then Misfits do what Misfits do best, which is find fight after fight after fight. And all they needed was that one good fight to swing the game. And lo and behold, it resulted in a Baron.
They really did. And it was the over-aggression also from Fnatic that helped Misfits, I think, because very, as you said, for the draft, it was hard to access the backline given the range that Fnatic had. But when you look at the fights and the way Misfits played them, they were able to find these opportunities.
We literally talked about this. Mersa finds Wonder off of 4. What does he do? He instantly engages on Wonder, stops him from engaging, then finds access to the backline. And I feel like, yes, it's really hard for Vito to find an angle to get into the backline versus such long-range comps. But when you do bundle up in these very small, narrow points, which is the river or other choke points such as the ramps and stuff, Akali really thrives. Morgana Qs are hard to hit. Her ultimate is hard to hit because you can run out of range. Black Seal does F all at this point because this Akali got 2 kills very early on. And Shadow Flame, if anything, you put the Black Shield on, you activate Shadow Flame, somebody dies even faster.
And I think that with Fnatic's comp, a large part of the success of this comp relies on getting to the objective first. And when we jump into our final replay, which kind of like surmises how the game rounded out, it was a situation where Fnatic, while even being able to sneak away a Baron, you could see how hard the fights became to play when Misfits were in the driving seat when it came to actually engaging these fights. And look at Misfit, Vito, finding that very clean execute onto Upset. He doesn't really get a chance to react. The peel isn't able to come through, and he does his job by eliminating one of the core carries. And I loved this game a lot because I felt like both teams had very clear win conditions. They had deliberate ways in which they could actually come out on top, but the execution was just better from Misfits. And this is why we need to praise players like Mercer, like VTO for their individual performances, because they needed to step up in the fights and they were able to do just that.
And they did once again.
There's always an unsung hero, which is Neon on that Aphelios, because whilst these skirmishes were going on the top side of the map, whilst Misfits were trying to fight 4 versus 5, this guy stayed down bot lane, denied his team the 5 versus 5. He's like, I'm going to take the plates, I'm going to get fit, and I'm going to carry. And that he did. So I think it's very important when you put resources on a player that they're able to give things back. And I think we saw the damage meters right there that Aphelios was popping off.
Bouncing back on what you were saying, VTO got the key player of the game, of course. Super performance on Akali. I'm not even surprised on that. The fans chose him. But this is coming back to what we were saying at the beginning of the split. In week 3, we saw that Neon and VTO were enabled, and this is what helps Misfits. And this is also what carried them through the victory today.
It does feel like that this Misfits team is kind of relying on the comfort of what they found success with last split, which is this late game team fighting. And while I think that there are elements to indicate that their early game is getting a little bit better, there are still weaknesses that they need to shore up. The truth is the Misfits is a hyper unpredictable team, and we won't know what's going to happen. All I can say is we've seen 2 upsets out of our 3 games today, and we've still got 2 more to go.
I mean, they came into this week with a pretty hard schedule. Fnatic today, G2 tomorrow. We'll see if they can make it happen also versus G2. But looking ahead towards the next game between G2 and SK, Quickshot caught up with G2's coach Dylan Falco earlier after the disappointing week 3 from G2. Take it away, Quickshot.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by Dylan Falco ahead of his match against SK. Before we talk about today's game, let's talk a little bit about week 3, G0-2. Let's talk about the break week and bouncing back from the defeats.
Obviously, last week in LEC was not our best week. We went 0-2. We started the season really strong. We were in first place for the first couple of weeks. It was kind of unexpected, I think. Behind the scenes, I think our scrims have been very strong. Our team environment has been very strong. But we had 2 games where the early game just went completely horrible, and the games got extremely snowballed. I think that's not normal for us, and I don't think it'll be normal going forwards. And we took the break week to just take some time off, relax a bit. We scrimmed this week, and we're looking to now, I guess, get some wins.
I tell you something, there is an air of confidence and comfort that you're projecting that, Dylan, I can say has not always been there. What I will ask, though, is how confident and comfortable is G2 when you look at the entire field? The LEC this summer has been interesting, I think, when you look at how close the teams are, some of the surprise wins, and even coming in earlier today, some shock results as well.
I think there's like a lot more parity in the league with teams like Mad Lions and Excel in particular, just being a lot stronger. I think both teams have improved a lot, whether it was roster changes or the boot camp or whatever, coming into this split. So it just makes a lot more games where there's threat. So it's been very exciting to watch, and I hope we can also compete and do well.
Well, it definitely feels that way. One last question before we turn to your opponents, SK. Let's talk about the durability update. Let's talk about the summer meta adapting to, this new change of play. Has it been as dramatic as it may have been reported? Now we're in a few weeks of competitive games.
I think that there's definitely been a slight shift towards a bit more of a scaling approach, a bit more of like sustained damage champions, hyper carries, stuff like this. I know at MSI, there was just, especially in the later stage of the tournament, there was just huge burst compositions with Lissandra and people getting one shot over the place. That being said, I still think a lot of the best teams in the world, even in Europe and in China and Korea, still are playing very fast and very aggressive. So I would say it's been a good shift, but it's not like a huge shift.
Well, definitely from my perspective, it's very entertaining and very fun. Now, your opponents today, SK, definitely the heavy favorites. This is G2. So what will need to go right today to ensure you don't have a third loss on your loss streak?
Obviously, at the start, we're just looking for a good draft. I think that even in our 0-2 week, the drafts were a bit questionable. So I think just something that's solid, replicable team comp that I know we can play and that I think we'll win with.
If there was one player that you had to say you want to make sure you shut down, you don't want to let pop off on SK, which player would it be?
Let's go Gilius. I worked with him for a long time before, and he can really be an X factor. So let's say that.
Dylan, thank you so much for a fantastic interview. Best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
Over to you, Costas.
Always great to hear from Dylan. Obviously, has led G2 to some pretty sizable results this year so far, winning Spring and then making it to MSI.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good to win the league.
Not too bad.
9th time?
Went to semi-finals as well for MSI, which is of course still an achievement. We count that when we're not winning. We are participating in the semi-finals.
We'll take that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we're straight into the draft.
Wow, that's a new change.
Yeah,
new pace.
It's excellent. G2 versus SK up next. SK still struggling at the bottom of the table. Let's see if they can win. Woo!
Took a different, yeah, I was going to say, that took a very different vibe, didn't it?
Have you listened to Star Guardian Sessions, by the way?
Oh, no. I'm legally required to say yes.
Are we legally required to say yes?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, I haven't listened to it.
Right, it's good.
Oh, okay, well, maybe I'd give it a listen.
Let's get into the draft. GC on the blue side, SK on the red. List at Yumi bans. I heard some cheers for that. I saw a sign for it earlier as well. I love a sign that says ban Yumi.
Yeah, I mean, next time bring one that says delete, and then maybe we're in even better terms. But yeah, coming forward, there's still, looking at power picks open here. Corki still haven't been removed, taken off the table. Of course, that's something Certus in the past has looked for himself. Caps also likes to pick. We've seen G2 go for it as a first pick. So I actually wonder what they're debating for a long time right here.
Do we get rid of Seraphine?
No, it is going to be the Sarah Queen put on the bench here instead.
And immediately Gnar locked in for G2. This Gnar Prio is something we've seen a lot in the break week over in LCK and LPL, and now it seems like it's made its way over to Europe as well. Will only be Broken Blade's second game of the Gnar, but he's just so strong right now. Often we see Sylas and Azir heavily prioritized as well in the eastern regions, and there's the Sylas for Certus.
Okay, so blind pick is still very interesting to come through here, but it at least kind of stops some picks coming forward here, because Sylas is very good into a lot of the control mages, at least in the early game. He starts E himself, moves forward, and this is something we saw today with LNG versus RNG as well. Tarzan multiple times on the Poppy shown that priority. So they instantly just blind pick that for Gilius as well. It's a lot of just blind picks coming through, not so much the traditional stuff we're looking for here, but Lucian Nami is going to be the bot lane for Flakkid and Tarkamus, who actually got a decent bit to prove with this. If you don't remember before the break week, they got 2v2 killed as well in some of the matchup just on the second wave. So yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that Lucian Nami is a lane-dominant lane, and you have to be dominant in your lane to make it work. That's kind of how that works.
Something lane, something dominant.
Yeah, exactly. I do think, though, picking the Lucian this early, if I'm SK, okay, I was going to say maybe you flex the Poppy to support, and you just say, well, what's Lucian going to do? Dash into my undashable zone? But instead, they decide to go for the Nautilus. It does give you point-and-click CC with the ultimate, and of course, if you right-click someone, they get rooted. Trundle now banned away by SK. They know that Jankos can take that into the jungle to deal with the Poppy, and with no AD carries yet picked up for SK, I wonder if G2 will try and close that pool down a little bit. Something like the Ezreal ban against Jezu would make a lot of sense. Of course, Jezu returning to the stage after being sick and Gadget having to replace him for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, I think this draft is so curious from SK as well, because it's done in a fashion where on red side, you usually leave open a lot of counter picks, but this time around, though, the Gnar was already picked so early. You could have gone for any pick into the Gnar here from Genax. You can lock in the Ezreal, play up towards the top side, if that's what you're looking for as well. And even from the side of G2, they're not banning a single top laner either, which means that Broken Blade is quite confident on that pick, feeling like Genax, he can pick whatever he wants to. I'm not going to be scared of it.
I do think that Nah Blind just seems to be flavor of the month. It seems to just be like, this is the top laner we can pick Blind in every situation. He has range, he is tanky, he can win 1v1 matchups, he can not lose too badly other 1v1 matchups. Like, guy's good.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll say that until he starts getting heavily punished. Whoa, okay. So, you know, I was saying that we might be playing up towards the top, so I don't think that's going to be the case any longer. They are definitely playing for that Draven with Jesu as well, and having that Poppy as a facilitator. Wouldn't be too surprised if we saw some unorthodox pathing coming out from Gilius just to get this Draven ahead. But
it's Jesu's first Draven game on the LEC stage. Like, he's never played Draven, as far as I can see, back in, you know, in the LEC. I'm just trying to have a look to see if he's played it in other regions before. But what a pick to bring out. Obviously, Draven, like, he is very strong. No, he hasn't got a single professional game on the Draven, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit absurd when you look at it, to bring it out against G2, especially against an aggressive lane like the Lucian Nami. Azir and Volibear now locked in for G2. And SK looking towards their top side of the map.
So Volibear is interesting. If he's mirrored by the Poppy, Volibear's Q, you know, and he leaps up a little bit, comes down with the stun. It's actually it actually counts as a dash.
Short range dash.
So Poppy's W can actually stop the Volibear Q from coming through, which of course is quite interesting. I don't expect this to come through.
Silas top.
We have seen this before, or I saw this before rather, in the LFL actually, where it didn't really come into fruition. It was the exact same matchup, and Silas just lost the laning phase completely, and because of that wasn't able to do much the entire game. But Silas functions very well into Gnar when he hits level 6. The fact that he can take away the Gnar, can just move himself into the team fights with the Abductum Scun and find the Gnar ultimate himself really creates a lot of space for them. But it's about getting in there. There's some range to play around with. It's kind of meaty with the composition that SK have. They rely on throwing themselves on towards their opponent, because if they stay too long just posturing and watching, they're going to be taking damage from caps on the Azir. They're going to be taking a culling to the face from Blackhead. If this lane gets ahead as well, that might be really dangerous to play for. I think SK Gaming, they have some sort of fail-safe in the Draven. If he's able to just, you know, safely stack up, find the adoration stack, that can kind of put the gold lead back into a good position. But I think that there's not a lot of room for mistakes on the side of SK.
They have been making a few mistakes so far in summer. We'll see if they can rectify things here. Silas Top being played twice in major regions. Once by Dudu for Hanwha Life versus T1. They won that game. It was into a Gnar. And once by Hoya for TT versus BLG. And they won that game, and that was into a Gnar as well. Expect to see Leandri's, maybe a Cosmic Drive, maybe a Zhonya's out of that top lane. Silas. More bruisery than full burst, but it does do a lot of work. Let's see how it plays out in this game between G2 and SK. She says it best. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Welcome to our fourth game of the day. And, I think all eyes are going to be up towards, well, their problem is, my eyes are up towards Genax because he's playing Silas top into Gnar, but also bot lanes where it's likely to be most explosive.
Now, look at this. Gilius can move into the river, move up towards Broken Blade, and try and find a pick on it. They counter with a flash from Treats immediately. I love the aggression. Broken Blade forced to allow lane without the flash himself. He's playing into a Poppy, which stops the jump, of course. So curious to see the pathing now coming out from Gilius. Expect some early ward, actually, from G2, just to stop Gilius from coming through with a level 2 gang, if that's what they're looking for.
And we'll see how G2 are able to play around the fact that Broken Blade no longer has a flash. Do you want to do a quick stats check? Genax has played how many Silas top games in the LEC?
1.
Including this one?
Yes.
2, including this one. And his last time was in 2020, played against Vitality. What do you think his scoreline was?
It was 6-2 and 5.
3-0-9. There was no way you could have known that. That was just me trying to expose information and using you as my puppet to do so.
Wow, I feel manipulated.
Well, you should.
And I speaking of things that should, I think Gillies in this game has to be very proactive on the Poppy. Like, even at times, just sacrificing camps, because quite often we see Poppy goes for a cheap build path, you know, towards that Kempa as well, just for the extra movement speed. I think he needs to have an influence. Just moving into the mid game, yes, you're going to be annoying with that W, but you need to stabilize lanes. You need to get them ahead, actually, in some of the instances. I think Broken Blade with no flash is a point of attack. And speaking of point of attack, Jankos, with the early vision they have secured themselves and a bot lane who's pushing in, is just going to be taking care of the blue side here from G2, and they don't know this medic.
Really smart stuff by Jankos to move in here. Knows he has bot lane prio as well, which means Flack and Targums can move up. Now Treats will realize something's going on, guys. Oh, the Gromp's being taken. Okay, does that mean now Gilius needs to go in for a little bit of an invade over towards G2's blue side? And if that happens, we have a split map. And that's going to be tricky for Jezu and Treats to navigate. Gilius actually coming across for the fight. Little surprised by this. I feel he could have just looked to steal away that blue. Now he's going to spot that Jankos has already taken his. Puts down the hammer, smites it away. Jankos still has a blast cone to get away here. Steadfast presence. Grounds him, but doesn't ground Gilius.
That's a little counterintuitive.
Hoisted on your own petard, Gilius.
Well, at least he showed the mechanic a little bit on blast cones there. That was a new one for me, so there you have it. But I think Gilius deciding to not match the split map scenario is actually going to lose him something in the long run here. He's most likely going to be losing the Scuttle Crap as well, with bot lane being able to move Certus being very low on the turret.
Jankos has the smite, so he's already been able to smite away the Scuttle Crab. Gilius, of course, used his smite on the Wolves. Janex trying to trade onto Broken Blade. Janex still has flash here, puts a lot of damage down as Broken Blade, who tries the double jump. Janex no longer has that abscond. Abduct used it for a bit of the damage in the trade, but you can see especially having the flash advantage makes this lane so much easier for Silas. Can consistently harass up towards that top side.
Good Wolves on caps here. They instantly spot Gilius, and with this Broken Blade, he just decides, you know what, there's a big wave pushing into me. I'm just going to go for a recall. Can always just TP back up, and yeah, there you have it. Jenax realizing it as well, having 0 mana. It's going to be going back. Gilius, you can't really invade here. Your mid laner is half HP, your top laner just reset, and this can be very dire if G2 decides to respond to it.
And so counter TP has been used in the top lane. Janet's going to get back into the lane. In the mid lane, Certus is low, but he's trying to harass Caps down a little bit. Caps running the teleport flash, what we tend to see out of Aziz in professional play. You can run Ignite if you want a little bit more damage. Jankos, no smite for 7 seconds. Gilius still has his, will smite the blue buff, and in the end, Jankos does come out on the winning side in terms of total camps, but Gilius was able to get a buff back for himself.
I think Jankos just expected him to give up that blue buff because he was like, well, Janex is not in lane. He's probably just going to back out, and thus he went back to the Wolves. So it's just finding a way to push out the wave. He's looking for a reset himself. Down towards the bot side. Wow, good hook!
Great hook on Sargemus. Ignite ticking, counter exhaust being used as Jezu forced back a little bit. No mana on Flackard means that he's not able to trade too effectively, but he's able to keep himself underneath this tower. Farms up those minions.
And also no flash on Targamas now. That's a very squishy Nami. She gets hit by another hook while Gilius is nearby. Certus moving down after he gets over 6.
Oh, Treats. Was he spotted there? He's worked his way through the outside. Okay, he's fine. I wondered, because he delayed his recall to try and catch this wave. But if he'd been spotted, it would have been really dire for him, because he can just get chased down by the Nami, and the Lucian wasn't. And so now he'll try and put down that Titan's Wrath and catch this wave.
Yeah, he still has 2 pots to play around with as well. Gilius is on the bot side, while Jankos is responding. They're not going to be looking for it, so great setup here for Jezu. He can just freeze this wave outside the turret. Gilius now with the information that the enemy bot lane has just backed is going to be starting up the Drake. And Jankos is really the only one around to stop this with Caps if they sniffing out. They have a blast cone, but it's not used on the Drake either.
Sky's Bloom just a little bit wide there. Certus comes damage onto Caps. Emperor's Divide knocks it back. Perfect execution of the flash, but it's still down. Jankos trying to come in here. Certus still has the flash. Jankos dives forward. Dragon secured now for SK. Jankos only level 4 to level 6 of Certus, and SK on the board.
Certus just solo kill Caps.
That he did. That he did. We've been waiting for that one for a while.
I mean, it's a newer rookie coming in against an established mid laner.
It's true.
Where have I seen this narrative before? But they pick up the Infernal Drake for themselves. Certus find the solo kill in the mid lane too. G2 after an 0-2 week. Still with a little bit of signs of weakness here. And in SK, they're actually punishing. They've, you know, on a very big win, lose streak themselves. 0-6 currently, and they're looking to bounce back. And I think with Certus leading the charge, alone as an individual in the mid lane like that, it's a pretty good start.
Yeah, it really is. We'll have another look at that solo kill in the mid lane. Caps tries to put the Emperor's Divide down, but it's just not enough. Certus dashes in with first perfect execution, lands the Shuriken, has R2 to dash forward, and even though Caps flashes away, unless you flash out of vision, that auto attack is always going to go through, which means Certus gets the kill.
And I think that's just a little bit greedy actually, from Caps there. Unorthodox mistake from a very well-established mid laner, of course. Now, coming back to it, doesn't mean too much just yet, but it's something that you need to take into account that when Certus finally picks up the first item, when he gets that rocket belt, and when he's ahead of the curve, you're going to be struggling a little bit as a control mage. He's going to continue what we just saw.
It's just fisticuffs, man. It's just, you know.
Two
men in a bar, landing punches, then both still standing.
You're that kind of person in a bar, huh?
No.
Okay.
It's not me. I'm at home with my lost dark rating.
You and me. I'm trying to climb in League. You're on a safer path, just raiding.
Trying to kill Vicus, man. Okay.
Gilius actually just went around the blast cone, so there's no way Broken Blade actually know he's here. He does have the flash.
Uses it early. We'll have the leap as well, and we'll be able to dodge away from this one. But Gilius' Broken Blade's flash is just going off on repeat, on cooldown. Gilius being relatively proactive, even though his scoreline is 0-0-0. Secured the first dragon down towards the bottom side. Now gets Broken Blade's flash again. Could look towards this Rift Herald with Certus having the advantage in the mid lane now in terms of pure damage, but Jankos is looking to try and rectify that case. Shuriken lands, Cap goes in with the Emperor's Divide. Perfect execution available for Certus, where you're gonna go onto Caps once again. Stormbringer comes down, Gilius flashes forward, and Caps is locked up. Certus dodges and dives in onto Caps. Flash forward by Gilius, he's not close enough. Your Thunder Claws will give no pause. Another Shuriken, wait for the shield, wait for the shield. He goes in! Down goes the bear!
What is up with our Akalis today? First VTR, now Certus. Of all mid laners, shows up against G2, treats, no flash and Targamas!
Flash hook, Targamas, Aqua Prism short, exhaust cleansed away, and Jezu cashes in! Stacks on stacks on stacks for the Draven. He will fall in response, but that is well worth for SK.
SK Gaming coming back relaxed, feeling themselves after a break week, and I know they are one of the few teams that actually didn't take a break themselves, spent the entire time just scrimming.
Yep.
And I mean, so far it's looking to pay off.
You could say they're SK Gaming right now.
They are definitely SK Gaming right now on two fronts, Medic. Thank you for pointing that out. And now looking at set SK Gaming on the map as well. They're rotating out. You can see the bot lane moving into the mid lane. Can now move towards the Herald afterwards to set themselves up with the tempo.
And G2 had this struggle in week 3 as well. Their early games constantly falling behind. No first towers. 2,000 gold behind as hook goes wide there from Treats. SK really coming out flying, 2,000 gold ahead now at the 10-minute mark. Unleashing Treats on the maps, Eclipse complete for Jezu. No summoners though for the SK bot lane. Makes it a little tricky for him. Genox burning his flash to get away from this. Does have the TP up in just a second's time, as will Broken Blade, so if he does need to go back and buy up, he can.
Caps getting blue buff, crucial at least in terms of having that mid lane priority, but have a look at the replay once again, because Certus holds the Shuriken for so long, doesn't get interrupted by the Jankos stun. I think this is where it gets dicey. Certus flashing away of the Stormbringer of Jankos. Then Jankos, he sees, well, I have flash. One auto attack is probably going to be enough. But he doesn't have the W on top of it. And because of that, he's not able to get the kill. Certus then, while he dashes in, is going to lay down the Shroud, so Jankos can't actually go in with an auto attack. So he tries to come back with it, find the stun, that's just not a possibility. And then towards the bottom lane. Look at this. Treats hits level 6 out of vision. We're not going to look at it. We're going to look at top.
Has no flash. Where are you going to go? Tries to get away. Dodges with a hook. Just wide as well. Broken Blade with a fancy feet. Still locked up underneath this tower. Broken Blade walks out of it. SK couldn't find Broken Blade in the top lane.
Broken Blade breaking the angles off SK. Does have that teleport. So even though he's out of lane, he can now come back to this one. Teleport to the turret. We'll still have the Gnar as well if he builds up the Mech Gnar bar.
Yeah, a few medial malleolar fractures to look after there for SK. They're going to try and splint it up with a Rift Herald, but G2 trying to react. Caps has the slide and glide if he wants to get in, still has the flash. Certus trying to put the damage down onto Broken Blade. Mega Gnar on its way, but not there yet, as Broken Blade is low. Tidal Wave just short. Broken Blade down, Certus on a rampage now, and SK continue to advance 5 members strong. Blackhead not here with G2. Jankos steals the eye with the smite and will be able to keep SK from getting that neutral objective.
And actually, in terms of return of investment there, you can actually see that Blackhead is down towards the bottom side. He's going to be picking up plates himself. If he picks up 2 plates, that's going to be equal gold of the amount that they, of course, picked up with the kill there on Broken Blade. And at the same time, somebody needs to get the wave to pick up the farm. But yeah, good TP response coming through from Certus.
You could have taken that plate, lads.
Oh.
That's wasted gold there. All you need to do is auto attack that tower once. Perhaps just looking for the tempo on the reset, get yourself back to the mid lane, and means that then Gen X can go up towards topside, or even go bot and allow Certus to reset. But a little bit of gold falls by the wayside there as SK unable to get that first plate towards the topside. Let's have another look at this Rift Herald fight.
And it's Certus individually looking as well. He finds a pick on towards Broken Blade. Broken Blade, little split from the rest of his team. They're down towards the right side. Broken Blade running up towards the left and isolating himself, allowing Certus to look for the play. Then great round comes through from Gilius. All he has to do is press W, and the fight is just instantly won. How Jankos is allowed to do this? That's one of many questions. Either way, he manages to do it, and well, that could have been way worse for G2.
It really could, but it's still looking pretty darn bad for them, Goldborg. 2,000 gold in the hole. SK really found their form in the break week that we took, as you say. They didn't take one. They were just scrimming and practicing through the entire time. Second Dragon of the game now. That's a 23-minute soul. Only a Cloud Soul, but I will say, with things like a Poppy, a Cloud Soul can actually be really impactful. Your ability to get onto that backline can be helped quite a lot with the extra movement speed. And then Akali definitely helps.
And G2, they need to look for something soon as well, because their composition gets kind of hard to play when they fall behind as well. They have some team fighting tools, but not as many team fighting tools as you see on the side of SK. If they just continue with the gold lead and exponentially growing it on SK sides, moving forward to the third Drake, G2's not going to be in a good position to contest it. They're going to have to cross map. Then you get on towards the fourth Drake as well, and you just kind of have to take that shot where you need to move forward. So G2 need to look for play soon, or at least just retain an even gold state of affairs here.
And you can see Certus leading the charge in terms of total gold, represented by Santander. Flakked, who was meant to get a big advantage down towards this bottom side, hasn't been able to find this. The Lucian Nami lane, once again, not as dominant in the laning phase as you expect it to be. Obviously, Draven Nautilus can match well. If you land a hook onto that Nami, we saw it a couple of times, she will just get burst down, but the cash-in, the extra gold for Jezu has really bolstered the pockets books of the SK bottom lane.
Crown of the Shattered Queen coming out from Caps here as well on the Azir. Trying to give himself some extra defensives. But at the same time, and I'm just saying, Akali does have a Shroud. She can proc it, go into the Shroud, and then wait for the damage. So I think it buys them a few extra seconds. It's really up to Caps to find out what you're going to be using those seconds for.
That's kind of the intent of Crown of the Shattered Queen, right? It's not going to stop you from dying, but it's going to slow that process of demise. And sometimes we see it picked into things like a Corki, and it's like, come on, mate, what are you doing? Or into an Ezreal, where it's so easy to proc. Here, a little bit trickier, as you say, the Shroud of possibility, but if Certus is close enough in a Shroud to land a 5-point strike, he's also close enough to be shuffled back into your team. And that Emperor's Divide can change the landscape of a team fight.
You bring a valid point, Medic. Duly noted. Now, taking a look at the map state right now, Broken Blade all alone down here. Gilius waiting around. G2 is in a position to cross map on the top side, but they're currently taking blue buff, so Broken Blade, I think that's just it, mate.
Any comminuted tip pips here as Broken Blade locked up with the Death Shard, knocked into the wall. Broken Blade nard against his wall, and this time it's his back that is broken and not his opposition's ankles. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, G2 trying to find something as Lucian Nami continues to push in, but Certus doing a good job of matching that. In the mid lane, Jezu doing a good job of matching Caps.
Yeah, and like even just the fact that junglers are matching each other. Jankos now looking towards the mid lane. Gilius was hovering around the mid lane as well. And remember, back to even the draft, G2 put a lot of priority in towards this now. It was first picked, but an immediate response for Genax with the Silas too. And so far, I'd say that it's working out for Genax. We were talking about, okay, how long are we going to be seeing this trend? Well, when stuff like this starts to come up, maybe not for too long.
I will say, Silas, 2 games in major regions top lane into Gnar. What's his win rate?
Well, I saw it earlier, but let me just pretend I didn't. It's 100%.
It is 100% Goldberg. You're so smart, man.
I know. Thank you, Medic. Really. I mean, you're quite smart yourself as well.
Continuing on its way, perhaps to 100%. Everfrost the build here for Genax. Not the Leandri's Anguish that perhaps we thought would come out, but it does make sense. You're jumping in. You want to get that route. You want to get those slows onto your enemy players. And so now we'll see if he's able to really influence the fight. Because right now, SK all grouped up as 4.5 as Certus goes back towards that top lane. G2 playing 3 lanes right now. Treat, the hook's going to land, and there's the tidal wave coming out as they try and send it back on to Treat. Genax with a flank, the Everfrost short. Treats will go down 1-for-1 so far. TP coming out as well. Genax has the Stormbringer. Caps has the soldiers to distract and dissuade SK from going any further. Gilius not in the best of shape, so Broken Blade's on his way up here. Gilius, there's the stun route that you were talking about, but he's still going to get locked up with the Aqua Prism, tries to turn it around. Keeper's verdict. The verdict is the Stormbringer still finds his mark. Caps takes the kill.
Great start from Jankers there. The only unfortunate part for G2 is that it's not early enough, or late enough rather, in terms of stopping the Drake from coming through. SK is still going to be in position where they can try and go for that. And on the top side, they are at least getting an objective for themselves. But for G2, in terms of stabilizing themselves a little bit, they do find their window spot. It all came from Treats looking for an engage. And SK, they're relentless. They're aggressive. I like it.
I'm loving it. Treats has a homing beacon on this anchor. Flash, hook. One of them's going to die. Gets the flash, gets the dash. Still bends it like Beckham around the corner, and Blackhead has nowhere to go.
Yeah, it trades 1-for-1 in that instance, and I think, of course, kills does go over to Gilius being a little out of position here, because like even if you go down towards the bot side, Broken Blade is going to be waiting for you there. So just the wrong positioning, doesn't cost his team too much, but it is an unnecessary death in the grand scheme of things.
That was a very Thor sort of entrance from Jankos as he came across, you know?
Was.
Bringing the thunder. Jankos going to try and start up this Rift Herald, but Genax is here and stolen away that Volibear ultimate, that Stormbringer. Gilly's going to start up the third dragon of the game, and this will be taken. You can see G2 trying to prioritize getting the Rift Herald for themselves, but they can't do it. SK able to distract them from that, and Gideus able to distract a few moments of his own time with a dragon take. Third of the game for SK secured. Janax here. That ultimate has worn off, so G2 now can step forward and try and gain some control. They're also letting Broken Blade get a bit of time with this bot lane tower.
Jankers lost the flash, and he did not have that Stormbringer, so if anything connected there, he would have been dead, and in turn that would have been spelled Herald over to SK. Now with the way they're posturing right now, looks like G2 is favoring a fight too much. Broken Blade still in the bottom lane, picking up a turret for himself, retaining some gold, and the rest of G2 in the mid lane, shoving in a wave.
And huge credit to SK. Like, we prepared this graphic thinking SK are great at taking first dragons, but not many more dragons or objectives on the map. You can see FH means first something. So FD is first dragon, FH is first herald. You can see they don't take that many first heralds. They do take quite a few of the heralds in their game, but most of the time it's the second. They take a lot of first dragons, but they don't take that many total dragons. Here, they lost the first herald to a smite fight, but they have controlled every other neutral in this game.
Yeah, to give context to this as well, quite often teams would go for that Herald instead, and SK would be able to pick up the first few Drakes. But then in the mid game, they would never really be able to hold on to their lead.
Yeah.
And even getting a lead at times for SK had been difficult. So I think specifically for this game, you have to give extra credit to Certus. The fact that he found a solo kill really just exploded how SK could allow themselves to play on the map and what threat he suddenly became. Now having the Rift Herald, they can keep this for a while. They can look for a play in the mid lane here. They got loads of possibilities. You can even see Genax just pushed in the bot lane. He's going to be moving into the mid lane now, creating extra pressure just to help them try and take down this mid lane turret.
So this was a relatively quiet player in Spring. Had that one Orianna shockwave, I think we all remember, when he called out 3 people and won the game for SK. But it's important to recall that it is only his rookie year, although not his rookie split, of course, with it being his second. And here against Caps is putting on a good showing so far. The rest of summer hasn't quite been to this level, but if this is a sign of things to come for the SK mid laner, I will be watching with bated breath.
Yeah, me too. And I mean, even just in the studio, surprising amount of cheers for SK today as well, which is not really something we usually get here as well, of course.
Yeah.
Very storied organization, got relegated in 2015.
That's a long time ago.
That is very long time ago, to a random team called Gamers 2 or something back then.
Gamers 2? What a bad name for a team.
Won the spring relegation, they got into it back in 2018, 2019. We then got the franchise, SK came back. They're now looking to solidify themselves again. Maybe not as one of the best teams, but at least a team that can still remain a threat, as we're currently seeing right now.
I mean, especially since if you look at them, if they lost this game and lost, say, both their games this weekend, they're at 1-8. And historically, you need 8 wins to make it into playoffs, or thereabouts. Like 7 is like the lowest we usually see. So they would have been needing to win every single game for the rest of the split. If they manage to pick up a win here, it's a sign of life. It's a sign of hope. I'm not going to say they're making it into playoffs off this single win. Obviously, it's best of 1. But it is definitely a heartening thing to see, especially if you're an SK fan. Jezu now going to farm up these Razor Beaks, has 2 items complete on this Draven. I wonder where he's 330 stacks on that Adoration. His fans cheering his name, and he just wants to cash in pretty soon.
Yeah, remember, of course, we had a little buff to Draven as well. The more Adoration stacks, that adds on to an Execute on your ultimate. So, realistically speaking, SK as well, they could just wait. They could just try and get as many stacks onto Jesu as possible to set him up for success in a team fight. That's quite a bit of extra damage you're getting on that Draven ultimate there. And the big moment they're waiting for, you can see they slowed down the pace of the game just a little bit, but they're not looking for plays. They're looking for that Cloud Soul. They're looking to get that ultimate going for them where they just zoom as soon as they use them.
And G2 will be looking to fight against that tide that is coming forth. Caps now at 2 items. Rabadon's alongside the Crown with only some cloth boots. Not often what we see on the Azir, but he really wants to try and maximize his damage output. Cersus will be spotted here. Yanko's going to see that he is in that Baron pit, but with a minute on the clock, you can see now SK go back, reset their wards. Treat's going to step in with this Oracle's alteration, get a slightly deep ward towards where the Razor Beaks would be. Genex is pushing out bot lane to make sure that they have prio down there. The rest of SK are pushing out mid lane to make sure they have prio out there. And because of that, Caps now has to answer to try and regain control of this middle lane.
My only concern is that a lot of the pink wards currently from SK is on the top side of the map instead. Those are extra pink wards you could have on the bottom side to try and gain control of the enemy jungle and not just of the enemy Drake pit. As you can see now, they're being punished for that. G2 allowed up.
Engage, they look for everything. The bear is down. Back to hibernation for Jankos, it seems, as SK find a pick. 20 seconds on the Cloud Soul. 30 seconds on Jankos means that this should be an easy secure for SK.
They're still looking around here. Genax this time around, not on Vision.
Stolen, no. Broken Blade almost has the Mega. Don't really want to fight into that even in a 4v5. And SK will likely just wait out this Cloud Dragon spawn and claim the Soul. Certus and Treats have to be a little bit careful with their pathing here because Broken Blade could try and push forward. Certus uses the Shuriken to dash away, and G2 now realizing they've lost the Soul will work their way towards the top side. A little slower perhaps than they would have wanted. Not able to gain total vision control towards this red buff portion of the map.
I will say though, quote unquote, luckily, it is a Cloud Soul, but even then, it still has some potency on the champions of SK. The way it works with Silas, for example, and I really love this, is that the extra movement speed comes out when you steal an ultimate, not when you use it afterwards. So if you steal Gnar ultimate, you gain extra movement speed. You can just run in there with the Gnar ultimate instead. That's quite nice. Of course, on the Akali as well, staying slippery, not too bad. But, you know, those slow resistance, maybe they'll matter a little bit into the AC as well, but just general, they're not usually the stats you're looking for in a Cloud Drake, but they'll be happy about them nonetheless. It is a Soul, giving a big advantage.
I mean, also it's a Soul claimed against G2 as SK, right? Like, G2 of 4 and 3, just one
That's
screen.
quite an important context as well, yeah.
At 1 and 6, like, the ability to control a game this well is very encouraging for the SK lineup. Now they're going to try and control the Baron area of the map. Flacket. Oh, hook just short. Jankos there. Depth charge onto Flacket.
Here comes the movement speed.
The stun off towards the side. Treats a bit of extra movement speed, but SK don't really want to chase any further. So what do we burn? Hex Flash on Treats and the depth charge, but that's already a third of the way of cooldown. Nothing too much invested there from SK.
Treats decided to go for a sprint, not a marathon in this crew iteration here, but still they retain that control of the Baron area. And it's so crazy. G2 now have objective bounties once again against SK. A little bit of worrying signs. 0-2 week, potentially down to an 0-3 week as well.
I think something that Kadra says often on when I listen to his stream, as I'm farming my cats, he will often say every team has a moment where they falter in a split, and right now G2 are faltering a little bit, but they are able to find Genex. Hook's gonna land on the Caps, keep his verdict, Stormbringer stolen away, and Genex able to survive. Caps trying to put the last bit of damage down. The Whirling Death coming in as well as Certus has a good flank position here, but he's already exhausted. He's stunned up, he's shut down. Caps will fall as well. SK trying to retreat to the safety of their tower, but the Stormbringer makes it not safe anymore. The follow-up, Genex does have a TP. Broken Blade flashing forward, looking for a bit more damage on Treat. Knocked back by Jezu. No TP burned by Genex. 2 kills over to G2.
But that's a jungler there. That's the most threat member of SK dead as well. G2 could potentially look for a Baron here, and yes, they're moving towards it. SK, watch your move. You're 3 versus 4. Don't have ultimates just quite yet, but they're coming up shortly.
Genex looks for the hijack here, steals away the Gnar. Doesn't have flash, but can dash across the wall. Jankos, no Stormbringer, no flash, no way to get away. The hook just short. Jankos trying to get back in to tank this up. Genex looking for something with the Gnar. Jankos smites. Jankos just down. Jezu takes 1, Jezu takes 2. Is it a double? Is it a triple? Make it 3. Jezu cashes in, and Genex is not done. Targamas has to flash away and dash away and try and escape, but now the Baron turned back on by SK. Caps keeping in. Jezu, I think he's not keeping the Baron aggroed. Caps might look for a little bit of something across the wall here. Genex going back forward, the hook, the Hex Flash. Caps down, 4 in a row for Jezu as he lines them up and knocks them down. SK turn their eyes towards the Baron.
And just like that, the extra caption as well. You can even see it in a gold lead. Afterwards, they'll pick up Baron. Probably end up around the 5k, or 50k rather. 5k wouldn't be too much. But let's have a look at how it all pans out again, because G2, they are the aggressors. Tarkamus kind of doesn't come with them here, but they find a good pickup, and they find a moment where a lot of things actually goes wrong for SK. They don't knock Caps away. They don't find the pickup on towards him immediately. Certus as well. He's going to be TPing in. When he TPs in, he doesn't quite find the mark. He gets hit by a bubble immediately and just taken down with no chance of responding.
Certus actually TP'd back, and then Jankos was knocked back to where Certus was, meaning that Jankos, who has the only hard CC of the 3 players that were beating up Certus, was able to take him out. We'll have a look at this, because Jankos stays within the pit. He tries to smite the health, but Jezu is just so strong on this Draven.
And it's just about finding that execute. You see the crit again and again just there. Blackhead's already dead. You are having no way of surviving. Triple kill coming through. GenX looking for more, and yeah, we know how it goes.
Yeah, the TP in by Camps wasn't enough, and SK now, Elder Drake up in a minute and a half, 2 minutes on the Baron in such a strong position. Coming back to your point about G2, it is worrying signs, but also every team has a falter. Every team has a slip in the regular season, and that's the time to do it. Try and reset yourself towards playoffs. I think the expectation that G2 is making it to playoffs is still one that is very valid, and should be our general thought about this team, even if they do have a few mistakes here and there. It has been a bad 3 games for them, though, so we will need to see them buck things up.
But for now, SK, though, looking to lose that lost streak of themselves. They're playing on 2 lanes. They got waves coming in through the bottom lane. Not fully synced up with the mid lane just yet. 2 cannon waves down to the bottom side. No, the lack of synced minion wave is going to mean that the tempo gets stopped a little bit, and that allows G2 to clear up the waves, slowing down a potential end a little bit, but I don't think SK cares too much about what's happening right now. What they're looking forward to is that 1 minute counter. You see in your left top screen here is, of course, the Elder Dragon medic.
And you can see they've just got total control of this area. Before that, Treat's also resetting where the rest of his team stays out so he can have a full complement of wards. Places a couple around just to make sure that they know exactly where Caps and G2 will be.
And this time around, Vision, way better. You can see the aggressive pink wards. There's something to fight for. The best setup around a Drake when you're ahead is not set up around the Drake. It's set up in the enemy jungle, so they can never step up. Because they can never step up, you get an objective for 3. And that's exactly what SK is looking for.
Certus has TP in 6 seconds here. Might look to save it. Goes back. It'll probably be Elixir into TP in instead. Could go to one of the control wards. Does, so that TP can be spotted by G2. See that on the minimap. He joins up with his team, though. G2 trying to make a work through the bottom lane here. Jankos chunked just a little bit. Treat still looking for an engage. Cap's going to step forward. Sundis down. Bot lane Prio now for G2 as they push forward. Janak's looking for a bit of damage. Jankos going to eat a couple of chains to his face. Jezu can start up the Elder. Both the far side alterations popped in the Elder pit. Jankos low. Everfrost Stormbringer used. That's huge. Whirling Death coming out as well, and Jankos will dodge to the side of that, but he's got no health. He's got no way of getting into the fight. No flash on him either. SK continue to control this area of the map.
SK just needs to keep the Elder Dragon aggro. They just need to force G2 forward. They need to force their hands, and there they come. No.
Dodge away from the flash hook. Tidal wave coming in. Treats needs to get away from this. Up towards the backside. Knocked into the wall is Gilius into the back of the pit. Certus going in for the great Gnar. G2! What a fight from G2! The Gnar knocks back Certus. GenX able to escape. Jezu trying to re-engage, but no whirling death on him. Caps is down. SK have lost 2 as well. Blackhead low. Reset coming out from Broken Blade. He has the TP to rejoin this fight. Jankos, his ultimate about half the way off its cooldown. Does have the flash now as well. Elder restarted by SK. GenX has the TP to rejoin his team. He can do that in a moment. He's going to TP to the mid wave. G2 start up the Elder once again.
It's the exact same scenario before. 3 versus 4. Jesu's still alive. We saw the amount of damage he was able to dish out earlier. He needs to repeat it.
Janus going in. Whose ult you're going to steal? Broken Blade has to be the one you feel. Don't take away that Gnar. G2 disengage. Elder stop Caps. 12 seconds on him. Has the TP once again. So it will be a 5v3 for a couple of moments because there's no TPs on the side of SK. Gilius sprinting his little legs all the way towards this, but he's going to be a little while before he can get there. However, the health bars are on the side of SK.
Here's the problem. Caps does have teleport, but Certus doesn't. So despite him being respawned now, he's still not here in time. And I wonder, G2, can they use this window? For now, it's looking like no. And they're getting lower and lower. Flack it down to half HP. But G2, they're still looking.
X-Flash. Gilius going in. Caps tanking it. Treat's looking for the long way around, the longest flank you've ever found. Jankos, no Stormbringer on him. Treat's going to get locked up and just taken down immediately. Tidal wave as well, but Certus gets onto the back line. Onto Blackhead, that's exactly what he needed. Perfect execution. It's a 1-1 trade so far. Certus has the ability to go further, but they decide against it. Emperor's Device still available for Caps. Stormbringer now back up for Jankos. SK, you're going to do this dance again. It's a merry-go-round as we all just dance around. Ring around of Rosie's, it feels. Certus misses the shuriken, broken blade into the mini-Nar form. G2 once again step into the jaws of death, into the darkness, but they can't find the engage they're looking for. The soldier in the pit might be enough. Caps has stolen an Elder before Jankos has the Stormbringer goes in. The reset happens though, and then an inopportune moment for Jankos. The reset, Caps slides, Caps glides, Caps dies. The Elder taken by SK. Jankos, Caps, and Blackhead dead.
And what seemed like an Elder Drake fight that went on forever, it's finally done here. 3 members dead of G2, Flackhead respawning in just 1 second. But surely this is where SK, they're looking to be aggressive and they're looking to take down some inhibitors.
We'll see if they can win the game off this. It might be tight. Abduct lands the Gnar into the wall, but Flackhead able to get away ever for short. Whirling Death wide as well. The Cullen coming back out as Flackhead just tries to chip away at Gilius. First inhibitor tower down, Baron up in 18 seconds time. SK might even leave the inhib up and just say, okay, they can't fight the Baron if we have the Elder.
I can feel the nerves of the SK players just watching what's happening right now. It's sloppy, it's not clean, but they're making it work so far. A team fight composition, when you're struggling a little bit as a team, it's always what you need to rely on. Now Baron might potentially be started off. I'm not sure if I want to see this right now, but replay this.
So Treats looks for the flank, can't quite find it, but Certus gets onto the back line.
They're just able to continue with it. In the picture-in-picture, you can actually see it. SK, they pick up the Baron. Now sitting with an Elder Drake and Baron buff. Going back to the Elder Drake fight that started all of this. They posture back on towards it immediately. Caps in a position where you said, of course, could look for that Empress Divide. Gilius as well, charging up the ultimate, looking for Jankos. Whips it. Jankos jumps in way too early, and they're able to pick him up. After that, Caps sees the hero play. 4-man Empress Divide, but what's an Emperor to a god?
Very true. Yeah. Very true. We'll see if G2 are non-believers as we get past the 34-minute mark. Baron still up on SK for another 2 minutes. Elder Drake, I believe, is timed out pretty soon. Whirling Death coming in, that's 1. Gilius takes the first. Looking for more, it's Flackhead's forced back. The Elder Drake actually still got a quarter of its cooldown to go. Because of that, SK able to find a pick. Now they look towards more. The inhibitor in the mid lane will fall. Who's up? Caps, Flackhead, Jankos, and Broken Blade against the world, against SK with an Elder. The Stormbringer stolen away, both the Nexus Towers disabled. Certus goes in, pops the stopwatch. Those Nexus Towers need to die before they come back online. Certus exhausted, Certus down. But SK, with the Nexus in their eyes, with a win in their eyes, take down our spring champions.
We had 2 upsets, now make it 3. SK beating G2, ending their own loss streak, looking to potentially build a winning streak, but that's a story for tomorrow. But for today, SK shall be praised, and deservedly so.
Oh, deservedly so, yeah, exactly. They had such a strong early game, mid game, and yes, there were some nerves. You could tell there was some anxious team fighting, but they were still able to find the fights. They were able to find consistency around the souls. And no matter what G2 did, SK stood strong and were able to secure their 2nd win of summer. G2 now 3 losses in a row. Not the best look for them. Of course, we talked a little bit about in the game, 3 losses in a row isn't the end of the world. Like, you can bounce back from that pretty easily. We still expect them to make it to playoffs, but we do want to see some improvement from some of these early game woes.
I really want the wins the last time they've gone 0-3, but of course, SK once again, they're the heroes of today. They are the ones who showed up. And with Jesu back on the roster as well, of course, he had a little bit more of a break than others, but on the Draven, you said it, that was his first professional Draven game ever. We might be looking on towards the 2nd with the way he piloted that one today.
Yeah, had a very strong performance. That's it, everyone on SK. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Gilius, Certus, and Jesu, all your options.
It's a tough one to call between Jesu and Certus, in my opinion. I feel like Certus showed up. He had agency.
The solo go, man.
He had agency in the champion, and he delivered on it. Quite often, we sometimes see people, picking Akali, especially on struggling teams, thinking that they're going to go for a highlight play. They're going to be the difference maker, and it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
But this time around with Certus, that just wasn't the story. And picking up that first spot himself, phenomenal. I mean, against Caps as well. They're just putting it into context.
Yeah.
That is great stuff to see from the SK mid laner.
Yeah, really good stuff to see from SK all round. I can see sparkly man Austin Powers himself standing in the middle of the stage with
Looks
Jesu.
like my Christmas tree.
Looks like we're pretty ready to hand it over to you. Oh, over to you, Austin Powers. Take it away.
There are so many lines from that movie I just cannot say or I'll get fired. Congratulations, Jezu.
Thank you.
First time, Draven, back on stage after a couple of weeks. How does it feel, especially after coming back from being unwell?
It feels really good. I think all the team smurfed, and I'm really happy to play the Draven as well.
Tell me why it seemed very one-sided. From the early game, Certus popping off for the solo kills, then moving around the map. Was that from the game plan, or was that just punishing mistakes from G2?
I think it's kind of the flow of the game, just Certus outplay, and then him getting a mid advantage like this early gives us a lot on the map. And I don't know, it just snowballed.
How did it feel watching from home? SK Gaming lost 6 games in a row, beating BDS on day 1, and now 7 games later, beating G2, and you were watching from home. How difficult was that?
Honestly, it's not really difficult because I can't do much about it. The game is going, and I didn't feel bad that we were 1-6. I actually feel now we're in comfort zone, we have nothing to lose. We play for fun, and we're enjoying the ride,
In the comfort zone as the underdogs. If we zoom out and we look at the league as a whole, today, 3 of the 4 games have been upset victories, with Mad Lions being the only team that was sort of favored to winning. What is in the water? Is it the break week? What did you guys do with it? Why have we seen so many surprises?
I don't really know. The meta is really interesting, I feel like. I really like the Sylas pick. It brings a lot of fighting. And we've been pretty good at fighting this week. Scrims were going well as well. And I don't know.
I have one last question for you. Will we see more Draven?
I really hope so, yeah.
That's what I like to hear. Congratulations again on the win. Thank you very much, Berlin. We're going to an ad break, and when we come back, hopefully Certus joins us on the analyst desk for a preview of the next game. GG.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And some Kit Kat for you, and some Kit Kat for Elder, and some... No Kit Kat for that.
Maybe the start of their season wasn't as perfect as they would have wanted, but now they are getting going.
I kind of took my team hostage and told them that I want to play Zac.
Odo, he sniffs something good in the mid lane. He gets a double knock up there as well.
It comes down to that experience. Vitality saw that window, that small pocket where Astralis had left something open, and Vitality were very quick to punish them.
Does finally fall. They are off to the side. Perks preparing for that kill. Visitachi going for the knockup, but it's a perfect stopwatch to buy a bit more.
I think we need time to play together and time to play on stage together and find our way to play the game as a team. That's all.
Buy a bit more time, and no, he gets interrupted. He can't knock on Perks. Perks now running, still standing. Absolute out execution from the side of Vitality as they obliterate Astralis.
haunted by all my doubts, looking into the mirror, falling out from the clouds. Didn't know what to do, feeling like everything's about to go down. Trying to be cool with it, I know I need to get out of this town. Swallow your poison, I'm dreaming about it, it's the last time for now, for now, for now.
SK's impressive upset win over G2, and we have Certus here with us to talk about this fantastic game. First off, congratulations, that was amazing. How do you feel right now?
Relieved.
Yeah.
Finally, we broke our lose streak. We were 1-6, and now we bet G2, right? And I hope it gave us more confidence also for the upcoming games or also for tomorrow. And yeah, I just feel really happy right now.
Very your talk on the game. As we're watching
well,
you
I
backstage.
mean, you solo kill Caps. That's got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, like of course, like solo killing everyone, especially Caps, the solo killer, was pretty great, yeah.
Of course, a lot of the early game went heavily in your favor. One of the things that, you know, when we typically see things like the Akali into Azir in particular, usually the Azir will have a lot of prio, and that can also then allow champions like Volleybet and get very obnoxious. So how did you guys navigate around that in the early game, and how do you feel like that you were able to mitigate some of the early pressure that it did feel like G2 had with the draft?
I mean, there are two ways to play into Azir. Either you play like the scaling side, you pick like Corki, Zoe, and just try to outrange him in the mid game, or like you try the fighting style, which is like Sylas, Akali, also like LeBlanc, and it's just all about surviving until level 6. Once Akali gets her ultimate, she will most likely win every Drake and Herald fight in the first 10 to 15 minutes because of like Azir is a mage. He doesn't have that much damage.
For sure.
And yeah, that's all about it.
So you get that solo kill, that's where things start going. And then there was that counter gank in mid lane that you had as well, where you got an additional 2 kills on top of that. When you guys had that early game lead, did you feel like that the game was yours, or did you still feel like it could go either way?
I mean, of course, we felt really confident after the early game. We got like, I think I had 3 kills. We knew, okay, we stacked 1 Drake. We knew we will get for sure the next 2 Drakes, also the Herald. But, you know, it's G2, like they are really experienced. So for sure, we're like still waiting and hoping for the best.
I want to talk about the more mental aspect of things as we're going to rewatch the last fight that got you guys the win. Because just before we got live, you were saying, hey, it's not an easy situation because we haven't been used to winning so much. So when you get a lead like this, what is the mental process into keeping calm, especially versus a team like G2? Because you know that they have the individual mechanics, maybe to flip the game back in their favor. So tell me about staying calm and collected and get this win in the end.
Yeah, it's like for sure. We had a 6-game lose streak. We threw also our game away kind of against Rogue. So there's for sure a pressure where you just try to do as least mistakes as possible, and then comes like just be like calm and breathe a bit, and then just focus on the next play.
Was it calm here? Is that what that was when that Elder Dragon was happening? Was it just like calm, cool, calculated comms?
Yeah, I think it was calm and calculated.
Nice.
Perfect. Really nice to hear. And I want to say I'm extra happy that I have you on the desk today because we had a chat 2 weeks ago and you said, Laure, next time we win, bring me on interview. So I'm really glad you picked it, especially because you got the key player of the game today with
thank you
the
very much.
Akali flex performance that you had. Tell me about it and how you find these opportunities with this champion.
Yeah, I mean, the early game, as I said,
Yeah.
once you hit level 6, you should look for plays around mid, 2v2, try to get the push and fight around Herald Drake. So yeah, I got the solo kill, and then afterwards it was just a snowball. I think in the mid to late game I did some mistakes. I walked too far up into Lucian ultimate without having my E. So I was kind of confused, should I use stopwatch, should I flash out? But then I wanted to save it, so I choked a bit, yeah.
You got the nice reactions. And again, congratulations on taking down G2.
Thank you very much.
Brighter days for SK, you think, after this one?
For sure.
All
I mean,
right.
in this league, everything can happen. Today, Excel lost. Tomorrow, we will play against Excel. And now we got a confidence boost. So
Right.
We're going to make it.
It was the day of upset. Honestly, here in the LEC, we'll see how things move tomorrow on day 2. But for now, let's move on to our last game of the day, Vitality versus Rogue. 2 teams with an undefeated 2-0 record in the last week we had. But very 5-0 for Rogue after going 0-2 in week 1. Are we finally back to Rogue as the way we expected them?
It definitely feels like that. I mean, Surtus, you can probably comment on this. Coming into the split, to me, it very much felt like that Rogue was not the same type of Rogue that we normally see. The biggest thing for me that stood out was last split, it felt like they were very confident in their draft approach, and they had like a very almost formulaic way of approaching the game that was very difficult to tear apart. And this split, it felt like it took them a while, but now they seem to know drafts that they're comfortable on. They're getting champions that give them prio, and they seem to be playing with that same kind of early game confidence that they played with in the past.
Yeah, I mean, we always had problems against Rogue, even in scrims. They're like the best scrim team. And yeah, right now, I think they will also like take the win against Vitality.
Is there anything in particular that you think Rogue stands out in compared to other teams?
I mean, they are really consistent. I think every one of them they're also a really smart team.
Right.
I think both solo laners, they don't usually fall behind, and Malwang is really creative in terms of like pathing and ganking. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is what we saw last week, especially in the vintage Rogue that we saw during week 3 with the CS leads, winning lane, Malwang playing for his laners, Vedi.
Yeah, it was, I think that, to me, what really stood out last week in particular was Rogue. They would often draft winning lanes, especially in this game. You saw, like, pushing top, pushing mid, pushing bot, and what does Malrang do? He's super proactive on the map. And it felt very reminiscent of what we saw from this very successful Rogue last split, where they leveraged the fact that, as Surtus was saying, consistency is the key. So when you give these players champions that they can have agency on, unsurprisingly, they will get agency and they will use it to be able to accrue leads. So that's what I think makes Rogue super scary right now, given how reliable and consistent their laners typically are.
Now, that being said, let's focus on Vitality maybe, because they haven't actually beaten a top team yet. They got their win against Misfits, BDS, SK, Australis. But Surtus, especially, what do you think of Vitality this summer, their progress, and given the expectations we had for the team at the beginning of the year to what they've been delivering so far?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the year, everyone thought like it's a super team, right? Which will be like they have the star players, right? Alfari, Perks, and
all of them, I guess.
Of them, kinda,
yeah, I want to say.
And right now, yeah, I think like Haru is new in the roster, so maybe they need to like still get used to him, right? I think it's a big change compared to Selfmade, and also, yeah, I mean, I think they need maybe a bit more time and try to get like better synergy, I think.
Yeah, and go ahead, Vidi.
What I will say is that, like, one of the things we talked about when we looked at this matchup in particular was when we think of Vitality, we think of them having pretty solid and reliable laners as well. And I'm curious, in like your experience, you've laned against, well, all of the mid laners like Larson and Perks. And when you go up against each player, do you find that they are both like immovable objects? Or, like, what's your experience when playing against a laner like Perks?
Against Perks, it's like he tries to get a mental advantage. I always feel like playing against him. He plays really far, like forward in lane, even though like his team is not around him. So yeah, I think he's kind of a mental, like tries to like mentally get an advantage. And but he's also really smart. He's definitely a great mid laner. And yeah, Larson's more like controlled, I would say. Like he really tries to take every CS and tries to have a perfect lane.
Let's focus on one last one because with the graphics that I see behind me, of course, I have to talk about the Korean battle in the jungle for this game, Haru versus Malrang. Different styles, Vidi. One more focused onto, I want to say, level 3 gankers, and the other one more focused on farming champions.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the two junglers and you kind of think about the approaches of both teams, Rogue is a team that leverages the fact that their jungler is very active in the early game and he will try to play towards his strong laners, whereas Vitality seem to have adopted approach of trying to play more for Haru. I think you can also call, like, when Gilius locks in things like Hecarim, your responsibility is to play more towards him, right? You want to try and make sure that he can get the resources to be more of a carrier later on, and I feel like that Vitality plays in a similar way. Would you say that you've kind of had that similar experience when playing against Vitality?
Yeah, for sure. Like, Vitality, they usually wait for Haru, like, getting some, like, levels before, like, they do something around the map. And that's why also, for example, Perks played a few times Azir to give him like this window, because with Azir, like you have lane prio, you have kind of an early game, you have a lane you can play through as a jungler, you get prio and move with Azir.
Yep.
And that's what I also did in scrims.
So when you think about these two teams in particular, I mean, you've had experience against both of them. Who are you more afraid of typically when playing against, and who do you think is the harder one to make that upset happen against?
I think I would be more afraid of Vitality.
Okay.
Yeah, because like Perks he's like clutch player, you know. But I think it's harder to win against Rogue, I would say. I think our games against Rogue, they look good so far. I think last split we went like 1-1, and like 2 weeks ago we also almost bet them. And against Vitality, we always had problems. I think we are 0-3 right now through the whole year. So I would say Vitality.
That's fair.
Scrims is another form of data, let's say, compared to official games. But Vidi, I want to have your take on it, because as we said, Vitality is still yet to pick up a win against a strong team, and facing off against Rogue today, where do you think they have the tools to beat them?
Well, I would say that like mid lane is where I look, because I know that fans in particular love to be very critical of this roster, in particular their laners, but I think that one of the things that you can't dispute is the early game consistency in terms of their lane approach, the aggression that they often display. Like Certus kind of summed it up really nicely in how Perks approaches his lane, where it always feels like he's trying to win the lane rather than just like gain a small advantage. That's something that's very difficult to play around. The problem is, I think that the wall that is Rogue that they build during the regular season is so difficult to overcome that you need to throw a strong enough curveball or catch them off guard. And like, sure, there is the meme of Rogue time that you can look to try and take advantage of, but I just don't have the same level of faith in Vitality to have that same level of consistency that Rogue can. So I'm more in the Rogue camp. I have a little bit more faith in their drafting, their early game approach, and overall like their consistency. But I definitely see a world where Vitality can provide that wrench that can kind of change and flip the entire game. And it has been the day of upset, so it wouldn't surprise me if Vitality then ran the day out with another upset.
Anything can happen, but is it really an upset given what we expect from both these teams as we jump onto Champion Select? Sergius, you're going to stay with us. We're going to do the draft together. Before we go, you were on the Vitality side. Where do you think that they're going to strike?
I think they will... I feel like Perks will probably play Sylas today.
Okay.
I think Sylas over like in LCK, also in LPL, it's like high prior pick right now. And I think it fits him, you know? Like he's really aggressive. He tries to like make the enemy sweat, and this is the perfect champ for him. So.
I will say that like it's not European exclusive, but we've seen now 2 Akalis into Azir. Europe has always loved Akali as an answer to Azir. You already talked about how it's a champion that can kind of like fight you at 6. Do you think this is something that Perks could look to do, especially when you look at Larson, who's like one of the go-to Larson players that we have, Azir players rather, that we have here in Europe?
Yeah, I definitely can think that Perks will play like something like Sylas or Akali into Azir. Okay, they already banned Azir. I guess they just...
They don't want to have to deal with it, I guess.
I guess they don't want to have to deal with that. Probably Larson like did some like crazy plays probably in scrims or something.
I will also say that with GP being removed, this is something that was a typical first pick from Rogue as well. What does this suggest to you? When you kind of see these bans coming out from Rogue, what does it indicate as a first pick?
Maybe a Gna. I think right now the two top lane champs are GP Gna. You can either trade them and try to gank Gna in early game, or like you just first pick one of them.
And the Kalista open. A pick that complex, of course.
For sure. So this suggests to me that Rogue is once again looking for that like early game proactivity. We saw Comp bring this out before. Do you feel you need to pair this up with the support early, or do you think that you can like save the support for later?
No, I think you can save the spot for later. I think Kalista with like counter pick Soup is like probably one of the strongest lanes. And right now what you could look for is getting an early game strong jungler where you can like play through bot lane. And yeah, I think you can wait with the support pick.
So we see the Gna and the Zeri also coming out from the side of Vitality. This shouldn't really come as much of a surprise. They're two pretty strong champions in the current meta. So this was literally just talking about how the top laners right now are Gna GP. So do you feel like Rogue is pretty open in terms of their direction right here, or would you look to try and lock in a top laner if you're Rogue?
I think you're pretty open. I think Gwen works. You could also pick like Camille maybe. And yeah.
How is Gwen doing these days? Because we don't see the champion so often now.
I think Gwen got nerfed, right?
Yeah.
For sure, like she dropped prio. I also don't see it that much, so it's for sure like a pick where they were probably trying it out in scrims. It worked, and yeah.
This,
all right, you saw
this
the
draft from Rogue seems super weird to me, because like I think I would have preferred Camille, especially when you're playing in something like Azaria to give you a little bit more lockdown and backline access. But on top of that, they're blinding the Sylas and then, okay, so talk to me about this matchup, because you've probably played both sides of it. What do you think?
Okay, so like I think they locked in here Sylas, because Sylas right now you can just blind pick it. And also like Gna ult is one of the best ults for Sylas.
Right.
And this mid lane matchup, like it's the mid lane matchup to try to skill gap someone, I would say. It's like, I would say 50-50. What Akali can do is play with Ignite in the early game, like Ignite's TP or Flash Ignite, and then try to look for a solo kill. But I think Sylas can also like try to play more farming and wait a bit, and yeah.
Who do you think scales better in the matchup in terms of the isolated 1v1?
I think Sylas scales better. I think once you have like Sonya Steph Cap, and you are like, it's way harder to die, because you have also so much CDR to spam like your W. But Akali is also really strong later on. I think it's, yeah, as I said, a skill matchup.
For sure.
Sylas needs to dodge the E, and then I think he should win the 1v1.
Yeah, and depending on the tools provided by the other team, there's so much stuff you can set up as Sylas, and now I see Gnar, I see the Zeri, we'll see what comes in the second pick phase. Support span, mostly. Poppy too, maybe a LEC to be expected?
I think Poppy right now is also a really strong pick, especially like in LPL. I think both teams could for sure pick Poppy. Poppy's really good into Sylas and Kalista. Like it denies like Sylas skirmish in the first like 3 to 4, 5 levels. But it's also good into Akali, I would say. So like it's a prio pick for both junglers. Yeah, it's pretty much blind pickable.
Nice.
Yeah.
So the only thing we're missing right now is, I was going to say junglers, and Viego is the immediate one that comes to mind. When we think of S tier picks, like I feel like Vitality is just getting a lot of them. Gnar, Zeri, Viego, these are all pretty standard meta stuff that you can pretty much fit in any comp, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think the Viego priority dropped a bit, but like if you ban champs like Poppy and Wukong are banned, it's for sure a good champion.
All right, depending on what gets picked next, I expect a lot of team fights overall coming from these two compositions. Vi being locked in, very.
So okay. So Kalista Taric is an old school Mad Lions bot lane, I want to say.
Yeah.
I seem to remember it was Kazi and Kaiser that brought this out, that like gives you a lot of team fight power, especially later on into the game. When I look at this Rogue comp, I actually think that they have a lot more like side lane threat scaling onto the game. You have like Gwen, you have Sylas, both in the isolated 1v1 scale very well. I would argue that they do obviously have team fight elements, but it's a lot of single target damage into things like a Zeri with also a Tahm Kench. What are your impressions of the two drafts?
Yeah, I mean, the Vi pick is for Zeri. You just want to, like, in teamfights, try to lock her down. And I'm not a big fan of Taric. I think you need more kind of an engage. That's why we see like Rockham ban. Because like once like Silas wants to go in with Vi, it's better to have him follow up. I think the Tahm-Kench last pick is pretty smart. It's just like a safety for Zeri. Because like Akali, Gna, they should usually be like really safe in the in team fights, but for the Zeri it's really good. And yeah, there will be a lot of fighting, a lot of melee champs, so both sides can definitely win.
But based on what you've seen in the draft, who are you leaning towards? What's your prediction?
I think I lean more to the Vitality side.
I agree with you. Yeah. I'm interested.
Yeah, the Zeri is like one of the strongest ADCs right now. Like in combination with Tahm-Kench to deny like the Vi engage, and also Akali into Sylas as sort of a counter pick. I would say I would lean more towards Vitality.
I would very much agree.
Very, where should we keep our eyes on here?
I'm afraid we don't have time.
We don't have
to go
time?
into game.
All right, well, let's go into the game right now. Game 5, Vitality versus Rogue. Let's go.
Let's get into it. Last game of the day. First Taric we've seen in the LEC this year. I was having a look back. I think the last time... Hello, everyone, by the way. I think the last time we saw Taric support played by Rogue... Oh, it wasn't. Oh, maybe it was. I think it was the How Good Am I moment. Or was that Vander playing on Misfits?
I think that was... Oh, just... Don't ask me about it.
Anyway,
I'm not going to answer it.
All I remember is Vander doing How Good Am I? How Good Am I? TPing to top tower with his ultimate up and saving his top laner at the time. But obviously now Trimby, the support for Rogue, and he's going to be bringing this Taric to the stage, which is not something we too commonly see. Very good into dive, actually really good in sustained trades down towards the bottom side as well. Starlight's Touch, your heal. The cooldown reduces if you smack people with your hammer. It means you can get a lot of heals off if you have those prolonged trades.
Oh yeah, I used to cast well, kind of one trick, well, the best Taric we actually had on the server, Bravado, at one point as well. Unfortunately, I wish I had any tips he could give me, but I never asked him about it, so I can't bring them up in this matchup. But
aim the E at your opposition.
That's usually pretty good.
Yeah.
And, you know, Desk was talking about this draft as well, how having a Seri to be enabled as well with a Tahm-Kench when there's so much lockdown on you. It's also just about getting to that point, I'd say as well, because you don't have an immediate form of engage on Vitality either. A lot of it's like throwing the 9, that's your engage, of course, and it's to follow up with Akali, but it's not always as easy said as it's done. So I think it's about getting there to Vitality, and I think their early game has been good, but they've shown inconsistency towards the mid game. I think they've been very good at punishing lower end teams, which is usually the teams they beat, but they lose against the teams on top of them. And I think going up against a team like Road, who's very much solidified themselves at the top, is a little bit of a challenge for Vitality, but the Desk was happy about the draft, so...
Yeah, I'm very happy with how Vitality drafted. Perks is running Electrocute here on the Akali instead of something like the Conqueror that we have seen a couple of times. Will mean he has a little bit more sustained trades. Trimby continues to land those dazzles. So, in case you haven't seen Taric before, basically he has a stun, which is that line you see coming out of him, called a dazzle. He has a heal, which is a little circle of healing. He also has Bastion. What Bastion is he puts some gems around you, and then whenever he uses that stun or heal, it also goes off you. So you can heal around you, but you can also stun from the Callista and aim it towards your opposition.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a combo as well with Callista, as Vedis was kind of talking about. It's an old combo. When Callista first came out, this was played quite often.
Alright, flash. Marang, Perks didn't even have to sidestep that, just walked away. Marang misses the flash Q, and will just retreat a little bit sheepishly back into his own jungle.
And that also gives the information. You can see on the camp counter as well, he's on 16. That means that Haru now knows that he's not done Grumps or Crocs at this point in time, so they're going to be trading off of the two Heralds, or not Heralds, but the two Scuttles. So Haru takes the top side, Malrang takes the bottom one. Yep. And now Haru can just clear out his Crocs, while Malrang's probably just going to get going with his own camps, because getting level 6 on a Vi, really crucial as well.
Yeah, gets you that Assault and Battery, means that you can do a lot of damage. Actually, I think they may have changed the name of that
now, yeah.
I'm gonna have to look that one up. I would fail a pop quiz. If it was just viabilities right now.
Those pop quizzes are so hard. Like every time I watch the player do it, I was like, it's so easy, man.
Right, let's do it without looking up. Okay, Q. Something. Vault Breaker, probably.
Yeah.
Denting Blows, W.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
E. Something Overpower,
Shattering
probably.
Stab,
No,
whatever.
it's not Shattering Stab. That's Rel Q. Shattering Strike. Anyway. And then the ultimate, the name that we can't remember right now, is Haru looks for something up towards the top side, tries to put Odo Amne behind, Odo on the Gwen. The way he's pushing in could just be Haru shadowing Alfari to make sure that Malrang wasn't working his way up towards the top side. They do have a couple of wards, one ward and that Scuttle Crab, meaning that Alfari was relatively safe as he tries to push this wave into the tower.
And that kind of allows Malrang to catch up as well on the reset time as a jungler. It doesn't matter too much yet, but as a jungler, the reason why full clearing and why so many junglers like full clearing is because the faster and faster you clear your camp than your position, the faster you rubber band the XP. Every time you kill a camp, it spawns with higher level, you get more XP from it, yada yada. You get the flow of that. It's just about killing them fast and you get ahead of your opponent. Now they're even once again, and that's kind of decent for Malrang, who's a little behind the curve, you know, a camp before after, but it seemed necessary just to make sure Alfari could get the push in.
He comes back up with Mercury Treads to deal with that Gwen. That top lane matchup one we will keep our eyes on, but mid lane perhaps a little bit more explosive. Larssen and Perks. Actually, Larssen having a very good start to the season, although he has struggled in a couple of games. Perks kind of middle of the pack, does get some large CS leads, but struggles to translate that into more for his team.
Yeah, but the big takeaway is here that you're watching two of the best laners we currently have in the LEC. And quite usually we see them on control mages, on Ahri. This time around, that's not the case. We're seeing them on two melee champions where it's also about the mechanics. And in that kind of repertoire, Perks has always been highly regarded, where Larssen sometimes... We've not seen too much of him. I think this is a great chance for him to show it, though.
Well, Breaker charged up by Malrang, no flash to follow through, perfect execution. Perks dodges across the wall. Perks still has that ultimate available to him. Spectral Maw was channeled by Haru. Perks uses the R2 to get away. And Larssen will retreat as well. So neither of them able to find the upper hand in that trade. Perk's actually in a pretty good position considering he's about 10 CS up on this Akali. Does have slightly more range than the Sylas with that 5-point strike. As Lebrov and Haru now teaming up to try and get a little bit of vision into the rogue jungle. Don't really feel they're going to get too much here. Haru's like, excuse me, Trimby, I would prefer you on the other side of this wall. So just knocks him over.
Malrang not too far from level 6 either. He needs to clear the Crocs and he needs to clear another camp. He will have it. If he can secure that before Perks gets the perfect execution up again, that could be a point of attack in the mid lane. Of course, bot lane is a possibility as well, with Labrov still being level 4 and Tahm Kench really not offering any defensive for you AD carry after that little rework he had.
Yeah, the Devourer you need level 6, of course. So
no longer the W.
Trimby looking for a trade here. Dazzle's going to hit. Only onto the Tahm Kench though, and he's very happy. We're cheering every Dazzle. Is that what we're doing? Every time Trimby hits an E, we're going to cheer.
Oh, that's
I
great.
can get on board with that. I can get on board with that.
Now
Hey, he hasn't hit one yet, guys. Don't get too over ego, okay?
Malrang, though, actually just dashed over the wall at the Drake pit, so he's currently not spotted on this scuttle here. Haru is around, though, but I don't know if he's going to be making his way in. Just going to be waiting for the Grump, yeah. So first strike should just go over to the sides of Rogue here, pretty uncontested.
Yeah, 7.5 minutes in as well, relatively early for the first dragon of the game. There's the Dazzle, hits the dragon. Good one, Trimby. The Bob, though, could have missed a Voyage in here.
And he does.
Slow, gonna go forward. They get the knock-up onto Trimby. Fates calls them out. There's an ultimate invested, but Trimby gets to safety without having to burn Summoner. Comp did burn his flash, though. Larssen with the long-range chains there. Pulling Perks all the way back in, but unable to get much more out of it. Hijack a possibility, but of course there is an internal cooldown on that. Larssen can't do it on the same champion too many times in a row.
So what's Malrang going to look for here? He's currently clearing his red buff. There's a possibility for him to move down towards the bot side. He also has his entirety of the top side respawning, and that's why he's going for the recall. Rift Herald has also spawned, so for the side of the bot laners, it's going to be a fight of priority. Whoever gets to push in the bot lane and recall first gets to be at the objective first, and that's of course what both teams will be looking for.
Yeah, looking for that Rift though. Both these teams pretty good at gaining early game leads. Gold leads at 14 minutes. Pretty high up there. A lot of the good laners in this game. But I will sadly inform you, if you look at the kills and the deaths at 14, they're both pretty low. So, you know, Vitality die a little bit at the 14-minute mark, Rogue die not that much of the 40-minute mark, but neither team gets too many kills as Kazi looks for something down towards the bottom side. Comp exhausted, cleanses the way the Dazzle lands, but Lebrov has the thick skin and Comp doesn't really have anywhere to go. Pulls back the spears, that's one, make it two. A double for Comp, the Dazzle coming in clutch.
Brilliant stuff from Rogue. Finding the 2v2, especially in a scenario that looked that was finally going to go in favor of Kasi. They get to push in the mid lane. They can get a favorable reset towards the Rift Herald as well. This is great stuff from the Rogue bot lane.
This is huge for them as well. Jimby using all those auto attacks to get the Cosmic Radiance out. You can see just how quickly you can heal up Comp in these fights. The plate will be given over as well to the AD carry. I wonder if that will...
yeah, it will.
It will die, but I'm wondering if it was
There
split
it
go.
is.
No, full gold over to Comp. 160 in his back pocket. Now 1,000 gold the lead for that
Topside
Kalista.
needs to be a bit careful though, because the bot lane needs to get that reset through before you get aggressive up here. Laprov obviously died. Because of that, he gets out with home guards, and I can't tell you how many times top laners don't respect when you solo kill bot lane and they run up with home guards immediately. But let's have a look at the replay once again. Great ecoing out there. Yep, the audience approves of it. And it looks so great, but Comp just dodges behind the minions, not allowing Kasi to hit those bullets that come through from his Q, and that just really solidifies the play for the Rogue bot lane.
It's one of those small things, but you look at how many times Trimby was able to auto-attack in that, and how many times he got that AoE heal off. It was huge for the bot lane. Obviously, Comp doing a great job as well, dodging behind those minions. Play's going to go down in that bottom lane too. Over to Kazi, will get himself a little bit of gold back in his pocket. So we did see Trimby working his way up towards the top side. Rift Herald, though, should be secured by Malrang. There it goes. And Rogue have that to try and garner more leads, garner more gold. Perhaps for Oda Wamne, but with the wave in the state it is, Alfari really can't stay around here.
Oh, but he will.
He's going to dodge, he's going to dash, he's going to leap. And Mininar will escape any further predatory nature from Malrang.
Still not a nice situation. You have to give up that topside wave. Oda Wamne can freeze potentially outside of his turret, go for a recall himself, match the reset coming through from Alfari. Looking in the mid lane. Malrang is back, does have that ultimate.
Bolt breaker flash forward, cease and desist, Perks nowhere to go, except back to the fountain, Malrang on the board.
Yeah, great stuff there. Malrang just immediately topside, moves down towards the mid lane, and Perks just not respecting the fact that he's coming behind that pink ward. Malrang and Larssen punishing immediately. And I have to say as well, I think these two specifically, Malrang and Larssen, is one of the better 2v2s we have in the league as well. Malrang has spent so much time around that mid lane.
Oh, you can
now
dive.
can they use that extra pressure, move it down the bot side. Laprov does have that ultimate. Could be a little bit dicey, and I would call the dive off.
But Trimby has his ultimate.
Good point.
And use that to dive pretty effectively. The Taric ult, when it lands, gives invulnerability to everyone within the circles, but they don't obviously go for the dive. Instead, they just take the plate and back away. Haru is on the bottom side of the map, but Rogue out to an early lead here. 1,000 gold ahead. 11.5 minutes into the game, and the longer Comp and Trimby can keep Kazi and Lebrov in lane, the better it is for them. They already have that Immortal Shield Bow complete on the Kalista.
And yeah, once again, tier coming through from Trimby. It's only just so you can literally just keep the Q slamming coming through. It consumes so much mana, so you need that extra mana regen, or just mana in general, come through from that item. I think as well, moving forward to these team fights, how the ultimates will come down for Trimby is going to be very crucial.
Yeah.
I know Orcs specifically from the LPL quite often talks about this. Well, not quite often, but did at a time where Taric was meta. And one of the things was that you don't want to be using it too reactive. It's easy for your opponent to play around. It's very slow coming down. You want to be using it actively. You want to start the fight with the ultimate coming down, so there's no way your opponent can actually fight back when you do it.
Similar to a Shen ultimate, right? Like, if
Very
you
much
go
so.
in and you use it aggressively, it can work out so much better. It's similar to Tahm Kench's Abyssal Voyage as well. You want to be using it to try and get into the fight rather than trying to escape. Rogue, though, yet to use it. That Cosmic Radiance stays as a possibility, a hypothetical invulnerability, rather than an actualized one. And Kazi and above just trying to hold this wave. Now Rift Herald still available for Malrang. 3 plates down towards this bottom side. You can see Haru thinking, yeah, something could happen down here. Starts his recall. Wave slowly pushing into Vitality. Haru still waiting. Spear goes out as Comp looks for a little bit of damage. They're going to turn it onto Kazi. Dazzle goes wide. Haru joins the fray and just helps clear out the way.
Yeah, and right now there's still no availability for the top laners. We're only 13 minutes into the game, so while they have their teleports, they can't just join the fight off a minion with the bot lane priority. The Drake Pit could be the objective for Rogue.
I think you Rift-Held first in the mid lane. Perkz is recalling. This is perfect timing to put it down. Perkz will stay around now, which means he hasn't had his reset, doesn't have the TP. The Dragon are possible for Rogue, but instead they might just look for Perkz on the dive.
And now the rest of them coming up here. The Fate on Sealed is here.
Malrang. Perkz with a good flash across the wall. Now the Rift-Held still charging in. That Bulwark will have been activated. The tower tankier than it was a couple of moments ago, and so only 3 plates taken from that mid lane turret. Now they turn back towards the Dragon. Perkz still no TP for about 20 seconds or so. This will be Rogue with the gold in the mid lane. The Rift-Held placed down, and the second Dragon of the game.
But you can see how much of this comes from where Malrang moves around the map as well. Down towards the bottom side. Let Comb and Trimby push that lane in. And even in the 3v3 scenario, Vitality's not going to be looking forward with Haru. Move that pressure up towards the mid lane. They already have the Herald. Get some plating. Force Perkz away. Move down towards the bottom side. Pick up the Drake. And now, counter-attack for Vitality. It's the top side. Are you going to be diving the Gwen? No mecha not available right now. Doesn't seem to be the case.
A control ward well placed as well by Rogue to spot out if Lebrov and Haru are on their way. It's just been cleared by Lebrov towards where the blue buff would be. Now Lebrov works his way back down towards the bottom side. Could just be helping Perkz push this out. Perkz does have the TP. His last reset, not the best. Malrang on his way, as they say. Dazzle's gonna land, and the chase is on. Perkz, no flash, able to dash away. The Cosmic Radiance coming down as well will help Rogue with this TP in. Rogue able to take one. Lebrov falls, Malrang takes it. And now a Vitality once again just have to retreat.
Medic, what do you do when you just go for the Tahm Kench instead? They're talking about him not allowing his allies to get picked up. Rogue immediately realizing this themselves. Alfari.
Breaker's gonna hit. Alfari building up the Mega though. Larson on his way across. Haru chasing in as well. Malrang realizes he's a bit overstayed there. Larson has a flash of his own. Will use it, as will Malrang. So 2 flashes burnt just to escape from this fight. Meanwhile, though, Comp has some free time at the tower up towards the top lane, and with it being past 14 minutes, he will shred through this. Kalista not the best at taking turrets, but still pretty darn effective. Haru has the Heartbreaker to escape any further players. Kazi goes in. Spectral Maw use. Bolt Breaker back, but Malrang nowhere to go. Haru gets the shutdown. TP's up towards the top lane. Vitality calling for the fight, calling for a battle. Trimby's going to try and land the Dazzle. Perkz dodging in and out of the Shroud. Comp going forward. No Cosmic Radiance available. Comp brings back the Fate's Core, but he's locked up and shut down. Another to Haru. They're looking to make it 3. A double for Haru as Kalista. It's 3 on the play. All kills on him.
And Vitality, they finally punish. Rogue, they're overstepping way too early on that objective for Rift-Held. Still 20 minutes till it spawns. No reason for Malrang to be in River. Find the teleport. 14 minutes. We have passed it. And they look for it immediately. Finding a way back into this game. Equalizing the gold lead.
Yeah, huge for Vitality. Huge for Haru as well. We've seen what Viegos can do when they start to get snowballing. Divine Sundra, Executioner's already complete on him. Odo and Alfari trading a little bit here. Larson could work his way across. Odo able to dodge away with the needle work. It will be 2 towers for 1 in total in this trade, but Vitality picked 3 kills out of it and Rogue got none.
Let's have a look at it once again, because I think this is very overzealous. Okay.
Odo. Everpot's gonna root up Perkz. Just needs one more auto attack. He can't get close enough. No perfect execution for him. He's already used it. Perkz still chasing onto Larson. Haru coming in as well, but great escape from Odo. Once again, the weak side king. Outnumbered, outmanned, still able to escape.
Yeah, now on the top side, there's so much room for Rogue instead. If they want to move up towards the top side turret, just take it down immediately. Look at the Herald afterwards. No Comp. Just going to move down himself. Larson does have teleport. He's back in right now. He needs some mana. Might even pick up some item components too. See how it goes here.
Yeah, Haru doesn't really have a way to get in or get out of the pit. No Heartbreaker, no Smite, so Rogue will be able to secure the Rift-Held. Second of the game for them. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Odo Omne still struggling a little bit. You can see Perkz on his way across. No Ghost, no TP for Odo. Nard into the wall. Alfari looking for this very early on. And Odo, although he doesn't have the needlework, or perhaps they were looking for him to overstep. Instead, he backs away, plays safe once again as the Rift-Held can be put down on the top side for Rogue. They won't use it yet. Wait for the wave to come in. Abyssal Voyage into the mid as Malrang wants to... Larson caught out a little bit. The chase continues. Devour stolen away. Larson, that's not going to do you too much good. He was looking for the Heartbreaker, but his heart is broken itself.
A little unfortunate getting the Tahm Kench ultimate. That's not going to do you much. Only for your allies. No allies around, of course. And Vitality surprisingly respond very well to the aggression that's coming out as well from Rogue on the top side. Just finds a pick in the mid lane. Reason why Lebrov was able to find that Abyssal dive was, of course, that he's out of vision, and then it doesn't really show the HUD that you're coming in here, which Larson then got caught by.
It's one of those things we're kind of baited by a little bit on spec, where you see this big circle under someone, and you're like, why are they not dodging that?
Yes.
If the Tahm Kench is not in your vision, you don't see that big circle. So it's a lot easier to get caught out. We saw it earlier today as well.
Which essentially is just why it's so crucial to have vision on the Tahm Kench. Even in lane as well, it's a tricky matchup if you don't. But now, Drake will be spawning in 30 seconds. Would be the third one.
It's only a Cloud Soul though, so...
It's decent.
Were you imitating Cloud Soul there?
No, yeah, well, for this...
You are the airbender.
Last of its kind. Wish that was the case, but there's going to be 2 more spawning of it at least.
True.
And now good vision control, though. You can see the pink boards. No way for Vitality to get access to it. And just from the posturing we see on the minimap, doesn't really look like they want to either.
Yeah, doesn't seem like they care too much. Rift Out's still available for Malrang as well. Could look to try and break that tier 2 towards the bottom lane. He's working his way across there, dragging up now. Can, of course, use comp to secure that. The spears, when you rend them, do quite a lot of damage, often out-damaging a smite. Can be used in unison with it. There's the Rift Out down. Malrang's just going to apply some pressure here. They know Vitality don't really want to play around it. Everfrost coming in as the Rift Herald will charge forward. That tower's not going to fall. Vitality able to hold on to it for the moment. There's a lot of damage done to the tier 2.
At least it's put in a decent position to pick up the 600 gold for Odo. If he comes back there, gets a wave pushed in, it's just a couple auto attacks, then it does get taken down. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Perkz gets to push in the top side. Unfortunately for him, does not have a Rift Herald.
TPing.
Larson, what you
Perkz. Got? Well, he's got the hijack and he's got the flash. Perfect execution available for Perkz. He dives in. Larson does the opposite. Easy enough escape. Just steal your ultimate, use it better, get away.
Fancy feet from Larson. He finds the ankle. Just gets the first part of the perfect execution out. Now Malrang and Comp is around the area if they would like to look, but they don't have vision on the other members. Don't know where Harry is currently. But if Alfari continues with the push in the bot side, could be punished.
And the thing with that for Larson is he got Perkz' teleport out of that. Now he did burn his flash, which is big. Of course, Perkz still has a flash of his own, but that teleport only about half the way off cooldown, which means that Perkz won't have it for the next sequence of events. 4 minutes on the next Dragon. Baron a possibility still. You can see Vitality have control over that top side because they didn't fight for the last Dragon, so they have a few wards littered around that top side river. But right now it feels like they just want to scale, and scaling they are. 2 items on Kazi, Phantom Dancer, Immortal Shieldbow, complete. Trying to avoid the burst that comes out of Malrang as he dives forward. Alongside that, we've got 2 items on Haru.
Already, you can see the map has been split. Vitality allocating all their resources on the top side, where Rogue is doing it on the bottom side. It makes sense for the camp respawns as well. Braum Pasture spawned, so has the Wolves. If they want to look for some of the neutral gold to contest, they can move in with their members right now. Unfortunately, it looks like Comp is going to be going for a reset. If he didn't, then they could look to try and skirmish around this area. At least Larson should be able to pick up 1 Grom for himself.
So what's the game plan then? If you're Rogue in this situation, it feels like you're pretty happy with how things are going. You can just fight for the next Drake. But is there anything Vitality need to do?
I actually think they're equally as happy for it because they want to wait for the right moment where they're looking for that team fight. While they're not the one dictating the pace right now and they're not the one stacking the objective in terms of a gold lead, they're still very much even and they can still fight. They can still find the pickups. And I think now you can't really do the same strategy you did earlier where you just went on with Malrang on towards Labrov. He's going to be tankier now. He's very close to finishing off the locket off the Solari. I think he should have it before 2 minutes and 30 seconds when that Cloud Soul potentially comes through from Rogue. And I'd actually think that it's going to come down to the execution of our players.
It often does.
I mean, you say that, but sometimes there really is a draft diff.
Sometimes there is a draft diff.
So that's what I mainly mean when I say it's more execution-based. Like sometimes it really is just sold out in draft and really difficult to play. But I think both teams has win conditions right now they can play for. I think if you find isolated pickups as well with Malrang, having vision control can be super crucial just because you burn down the opponent so fast with the extra CC being applied by Silas, by Trimby as well. So it's through Malrang as a spear you're really looking for that.
I will say as well, for anyone confused by what the second item in Haru's inventory is, that's the Kempunk Chainsword. I have seen debate on Twitter, I believe it was from I Will Dominate, talking about how he thinks this is actually a pretty effective second item, especially if you get back on around that sort of gold. It's 2,600 gold, you get 45 attack damage, 250 health, you get grievous wounds, you get ability haste, and yes, you could look for something like a Death's Dance, or you could look for a Black Cleaver, but it's relatively equatable as Larson looks for a fight up towards the top side. TP coming in from Vitality as they look to try and make this play happen. Late TP as well from Odo Omne. Malrang trying to trade onto a Perkz who dives in with a perfect execution. Great Gnar into the wall with a counter Gnar, it's huge! Larson steals away the ultimate and just does it better. Cosmic Radiance now, gonna keep Rogue so healthy. Kazi trying to get out of this one, has the flash, can try and turn it around. This is where Zeri can shine, but at a numbers disadvantage, it's very difficult to do, and they just don't have the vision to play through the fog of war. Haru on a long flank has that Heartbreaker. No flash for him. Will Rogue start up the Baron? Instead, they decide against it. They say, we took the fight, we took 2 kills, and that's enough for now.
Looks like a no. 1 minute till that Cloud Soul spawns as well. Can just get the reset timers through and then try and retain some vision control on the bottom side of the map instead. They don't have to worry about the top side too much. They already have a ping board in the Baron pit, so no threat of Vitality trying to burst that down when they come off their resets. I think we're going to be looking for another fight at around this dragon. And let's just take stock at the ultimate. You can already see it. Larssen, fortunately, still has his, but on the other side of the spectrum, not so many.
Alfari has that Mega Gnar just built up, but no TP, and he's on the top side of the map. 20 seconds on the Cloud Soul for Rogue if they secure this dragon. He's going to go into mini. We'll have an opportunity to rebuild it if they can delay and distract Rogue for long enough. Baron pinged by Vitality. Maybe they just don't care about the Cloud Soul.
This just never works out because you always just leave one member to solo out the Drake, and then Malrang would just move in towards the mid lane to set it up. You already have a Kalista. Yeah, this Soul, it is just going over to Rogue. There should be no stopping it.
And Vitality only using the time to get mid prio. They can then work their way towards the top side and try and get some vision. They have a few wards, but they're only in their own side of the jungle. Vitality begin to retreat, and Rogue get the Cloud Soul.
Rogue could look to Pincer here, try and stop them from their path in the mid lane. That's not going to be the case. They're going to control the vision area around the Baron, make sure there's a little intel as possible and available for Vitality around this area. Now they are just going for the resets themselves.
Also as well, Larssen having a stormer of a game. His perfect executions and that Gnar ult in the last fight really defining it for Rogue, winning him out those battles. Perks has struggled at times to really make his mark. And you see a lot of Grievous wounds coming.
I was going to say, a little overkill.
Side. Yeah, the Morello Nomicon and the Chempunk Chainsword. Now, Kalista will heal a lot. Taric healing, of course, is there. Silas heal. Like, everyone apart from Vi has native healing on the side of Rogue, but it is a lot of damage that you are losing out on by going straight towards that Morello Nomicon instead of looking for something a little bit more aggressive.
I mean, you still get the shields as well, so Shadow Flame, of course, could have been a thing, but enough about items. It seems like we're just going to be around this Baron instead. You can still see the vision control being fought for, and I don't expect Rogue to just start this up immediately, but if they push Vitality far enough back into their jungle to the point where they can't just walk into the Baron because they're afraid of face checking, well, then you still have the Kalista. So the Rend that will be coming through can help to just secure it. It shouldn't really come down to a smite fight. The cohesion should be there from Malrang and come together. Coordination. I don't know if cohesion's a word.
Only one fast out alteration as well, still available for Vitality. That's sitting on Alfari. He'll use it. They spot in the pit that Rogue was started at. Control ward on Larssen here. Haru stepping forward. He'll be spotted by Larssen. Everfrost dodge with the Spectral Maw, but that Baron is already down to 7,000. You really got to get in here. Perks has the TP. It's a bit late. That's 4,000 HP on the Baron. Smite Rend will be enough. Should be secured, and it's taken. 300 HP on it, but Vitality just couldn't get in. Gnar available for Alfari. Doesn't have the flash, though, so how's he going to get close enough? Engage with the cease and desist onto the Tarm Kench. Cosmic Radiance coming out as well. All of Rogue untouched. Kazi, though, untouched as well on the backline. Exhaust going down. Perks trying to get into this. Kazi trying to put the damage down as well. Dazzle coming out. Comps able to take 2. Trimby now on the front line. Perks wants to stopwatch. Kazi putting whatever he can into the backs of Rogue, but they're all still somehow alive. Perks dives in, and Perks dives once again. Kazi just cannot work his way through Rogue, and Larssen's going to make sure he doesn't work another second this game. Sends him back to the fountain.
Kite Machine coming out from comp there. Beautifully played from all the Rogue. They don't lose a single member able to pick up the Baron for themselves. They have the Cloud Soul. Rend, well, it comes down, they pick it up, and then it looks like they want to move out, but the Cloud Soul movement speed you get here, as soon as everyone just presses those ultimate, Trimby, Khan, Bodawamne, they will just run forward, and there'll be no backing out.
Trimby flash to get the Cosmic Radiance on Comp and Bodawamne there. It's huge. It gives them the opportunity to step forward. They know they're invulnerable. They know Vitality can't touch them.
And in the end, it just becomes such a split fight as well. Comp, it gets messy for him, but he counts around Perks afterwards to stopwatch. Kasi doing his best to apply the damage, but it just doesn't stick. Behind the curve, and many members to worry about. It's just not enough. Triple kill for Comp. Larssen picks up a double, and it will be the ace, of course.
You see how close it is as well, though. Like, it's so tight in these battles. Just Vitality unable to find that final little bit of DPS to take down Rogue. And now Rogue, 8,000 gold ahead. Baron for a minute, 20 still. They're looking to crack open these tier 2s. Will be the last one standing on the map as Comp's going to take it down. 4 items complete on the Kalista. Broken stopwatch, though, does mean there's a small opportunity for Vitality to catch him out.
Playing on 2 lanes, quite standard for Rogue here. They're just going to be syncing up the waves. You can see Comp, he's waiting to attack the minions because he wants the topside minions to collapse at the same time at the mid minions. Now it's going to be a built-in wave. Malrong's going to be looking. It's going to force Vitality a bit forward, or backwards rather.
Afari almost at Mega Gnar. Rogue only looking to go top of the standings, I believe. Would be 6 wins in a row for them as well. After losing their first 2, they really returned to that Rogue regular split form that we know and love from them. Gnar into the wall here, but Malrang really just too tanky for Vitality to work their way through. Comp takes a lot of damage, though. The tower is going to fall. Perks looking for a little bit onto Oda1. He dives in, immediately locked up, dumped back out. Larson going in, has the Gnar stolen away, only lands it onto 1. Kasi trying to put the damage down from the side as well, but Trimby locks him up again, and the Cosmic Radiance comes down again, and you just can't touch him. You just can't kill him. Rogue invulnerable in the faces of Vitality, and all they can do is stand and watch as their inhibitor falls. Marin goes back in for a re-engage, and it's 3v5. Larson dives in, the dazzle just wide. Kazi's immortal shield bow brings him just from the brink of death for a moment. Alfari under the towers, though. Haru the same. Rogue diving in, looking for the Nexus, looking for the close. Kazi, Haru, and Alfari can only watch the Nexus towers fall. Able to take down 1, Larson will fall, but Rogue have the Nexus in their eyes. They have their 6th win in their eyes. They have the demise of Vitality in their eyes, and they are making it happen. Haru left to his own devices, and in the end, the only device is the machination of death from at the hands of Rogue. 6 wins in a row for Rogue.
Immune, invulnerable, and unbeatable Rogue today here. Looking great. You watch your Rogue made brilliant job here today. And Rogue solidify a victory against Vitality. It was a close affair in the early game. Vitality made some good counter-attacks, but throughout majority of it, it was a Rogue in control, and specifically towards that mid to late game, which is actually where recently they had faltered a little bit. We didn't see signs of that today, Medic.
No, strong stuff all round by Rogue to be able to bring home the win. Said it a couple of times, 6 in a row, very impressive from them, especially after a slower start to the season. Vitality still struggling, of course, sitting in the middle of the pack, but things need to change pretty swift for them. Although they are tied, you know, at the moment with Misfits, G2 and Astralis.
I kind of see Vitality as a gatekeeper. You know, they beat the bottom tier teams towards playoffs all the time, but fail to beat the top side teams. I think the course of, well, their development across the split is going to be important to track, but for now, they are still the gatekeeper for the middle of the pack here.
We'll have to see how they are able to rectify things over the next few weeks. Rogue, though, continue to go from strength to strength. Now, our first place team. You can vote for one of them in our Kia Player of the Game votes at LEC on Twitter. Malrang, Larson, and Comp are your options.
Everything feels right again. Regular split with Rogue leading. That's the LEC I know
It's
and love.
just the norm, you know. Go back to it. Rogue continue to look strong. Whether they can continue that form into playoffs is always another matter. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, it feels, for this Rogue lineup.
But that's just why it's so exciting, isn't it? You never know, Medic. You never know.
We still have 3 weeks of regular season after this. Still got our wait, 4 weeks? 4 weeks. We're only in week 4 right now.
Yeah.
So we have 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 4 weeks.
Yeah, and then we move on to players afterwards. It all makes sense, yeah.
Math's definitely my strong point. We can give you a little teaser, our preview of the PGL guest. Who do you think it's going to be?
Well, I think it's going to be a treat.
It is going to be a treat.
It's going to be treats to get it.
Good one.
Thank you. I tried. Thank you, guys.
I do believe.
No.
I do believe we are about to toss a coin to our quick shot. Jaskier is standing by, ready to interview Rogue's Comp. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Who knew all I needed to do was wear a lot of glitter, and that's all I need for attention. Comp, congratulations. Phenomenal performance. 10, 1, and 3 on the Kalista. The game looked a little bit close, but you kept stacking those dragons. Eventually, the team fight happened. I mean, was it as close to you as maybe it appeared to me as a viewer at home?
I think it looked close, kind of, because we're just trying to play it 100% clean. Like, we kind of knew that the moment me and Gwen hit some items, we can just force Nas, and we can always outsmite because we have the Kalista plus smite combo. So that's why it kind of looked close, because we're just waiting for items. But I think everyone felt like the whole time we were just ahead, right? So there was no issue.
Let's talk a little bit about 100% clean. So on a scale of 0 to 100%, how clean was that win?
I think if we don't include the time Marlon ended in the top lane when we were like swapped and playing around Herald and stuff, I think it was like 9% kinda.
Okay,
Yeah.
not too bad. I like that. Thank you, Berlin. 90% is good. Let's talk a little bit about the expectations coming into the game, facing off against Vitality. A little bit of a wild card. Vitality have both been phenomenal, and they've kind of sucked. How confident were you playing them today?
I think it was one of those times where we just like had a draft meeting right before the game, and it was like a really quick one because we sorted out the whole week what we were gonna play, and they kind of gave us picks we didn't expect, like the Kalista. So I'm kind of grateful for it.
That is awesome. I think I do have one replay ready that I'd love to ask production to just put up on screen. And Comp, talk me through this team fight. I believe we do have the Baron winning fight, so you guys already have Soul. You should be able to see the clip over there. We step forward if you can. Talk me through this fight here, Comp.
Well, basically, we kind of know that if they commit to us, we can just engage with Vi, and the Taric follow-up ult just makes the fight really unplayable for them. Because like I think Taric was kind of the MVP pick for us this game, and we can just go ham, right? Because we know that Taric would last so long, and yeah, we just basically kill everyone. I mean, at one point it was close because I think Zeri was like hitting for 25 seconds probably. I'm pretty sure she did the most damage this fight.
Yes.
So at one point it was low-key scary, but yeah, pretty good overall.
When you watch this from 0 to 100%, how clean was the fight from Rogue?
I think maybe we could make the Zeri ult go away a bit faster, but other than that was as it should. We just went in ham, and that's what I like.
And you need to give me a percentage, my man. Give yourself a score on here between 0 to 100.
0 to 100?
Yes.
I don't know, like
95. 95, come on, 95. Comp, congratulations. Rogue sitting on top of the table. Did you get a chance to see any of the games or see the results from earlier today?
I kind of watched the last game. We were just chilling in the room.
So did you see the upsets here? Misfits taking down Fnatic pretty handily. Astralis picking up a win against XL. What do you think when you see those results coming in here in week 4?
Well, I mean, it's for sure nice, I think, for everyone, kind of to have the standings be so close. But I think overall, the Fnatic and the G2 game, they kind of drafted poorly. I don't think they necessarily drafted to their power. So that's kind of why I think they lost. I still think they're way better teams than the ones they lost today, but props to the other team, right?
Yeah, of course. Now I'm going to put you in a difficult position. I have one last question. Yeah. It's completely unfair, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Okay.
Which 4 teams will not make playoffs at the end of summer?
Will not make playoffs?
Yes, you got to think about this because I'm going to quote you in 5 weeks' time. Okay?
Oh my God.
Okay, yes, thank you for the laughter there. So we can only put BDS on the list. That's easy, right?
Oh,
so who are the next 3?
I mean, I would probably say SK.
Right.
And then...
Misfits, Vitality, Mad Lions, Astralis, XL.
Yeah. Did Mad Lions win or lose today?
Mad Lions won today.
Mad Lions
they
won
smashed.
Today. Yeah. Well, then I would have to say Misfits.
Misfits? You need one more.
And G2.
And G2? That's what I love to Comp. That is the best reply. Comp, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you tomorrow. Going to an ad break when we come back. It's post-game lobby. Dude, that is such a spicy answer. Thank you. Yes.
This lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Hello and welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Laure, and joining me on the show tonight is Treats and Trouble Inc. Treats, thank you for staying so late in the night with us to talk about. But you had a good day, I guess, with SK. So
It was a good day. Yeah.
It was a really good day indeed. In a day of upsets, Trouble.
Yeah, he added another one with the team, of course. We had so many games that they were completely unpredictable today. I don't think that a lot of people expected Fnatic to lose. I don't think, no offense, SK were expecting SK to win.
I guess, yeah. But I think even the last game was unpredictable, but for different reasons. We came into the day saying that Vitality still was yet to grab a win against one of the top teams, Rogue. On a really good way, I want to say, for the past few weeks. Trouble, what did you think of the game when it comes to the draft and how the game played out?
It was really interesting because we brought the junglers in the pre-game as well. And I feel like, again, stylistically, you saw the differences. Viego for Haru, Malrang on the Vi, playing much more aggressive. But I feel like Haru played so well with the opportunistic kills he got in the early to mid game. He found the fights. He's always there to shadow his laners when they were getting ganked. And getting a Viego ahead, you will always have that playmaking potential for later on. I think what always comes back to bite Vitality on the bottom is the fact that they seem so disjointed when it comes to team fights. As you will see in this particular replay, Malrang is literally ulting the Tampkins. Odomne dives the backline to also kill the Tampkins, but I think the big takeaway here is that Perkz has dived into the pit. He can't move up because he will die. He misses his E. He can't get back into the fight. So if you look at this entire fight, Perkz has barely been a factor for them, and we've seen 3 games of back-to-back Akali action where both Vito and Certus completely popped off on the champion.
I agree, and to follow up on what you were saying earlier, Treats, I want to have your opinion on both Rogue and Vitality in the sense that Rogue played through their composition strength, super strong team fights, but when it comes to Vitality, after the laning phase, it feels like the team doesn't have the necessary cohesion to bring these team fights alive.
Yeah, I think Vitality's comp is a bit more X-Factor oriented. I think that the Zeri and obviously the Akali and the Viego kind of have to find some random kills to get the fights going, right? And for the Rogue side, they just click Vi R, click Taric R, go on one guy, just kill him, right? So it's a bit more Ooga Booga on the Rogue side.
Doesn't matter if it's Tampkins.
Exactly, yeah, just kill anyone. And I think Vitality, I think they look disjointed in team fights, right? And I think they didn't really have any tools that made it easy for them. So it was a tough one for them.
It was difficult for them, but yet again, we also mentioned the bot lane, and here, Trouble, I think you're going to be happy because...
Is it my boy?
It is your boy. Comp got the Kia player of the game here with 53% of the vote, bringing this famous Kalista again, paired with a Taric this time around.
Yeah, and they got the early 2 versus 2 kills as well down the bot lane. I think it's so important, especially since you will know, Treat as well, Jesus Kalista has been almost permabanned. This champion is so oppressive in the early game, and a lot of the times in the LEC, we don't necessarily see her being used level 1, level 2, level 3, which is very traditional when the LPL will play her really aggressive in lane, right? You guys managed to play it really aggressive. We also saw Rogue do it the same thing.
Tris, any take on the Kalista? Because it's a rising champion, it feels right now in the LEC and in any major region also. How does it feel playing this champion in lane? And we know that Jesus is a Kalista enjoyer. So yeah, I guess you will have something to add on this.
I mean, if we have Kalista, we win. It's kind of simple. I think the champion just adds a lot of diversity when it comes to fighting. I think early game and mid game is where it shines. Obviously, 6 items Kalista versus 6 item Jinx. The Jinx will win most games, but you have a lot of tools on Kalista and you want to use them. So I think when this champ is just farming and chilling, it's not really doing a lot and you really want to go for the kills. So I think that's what separates the really bloodthirsty Kalista teams and the ones that pick it just to kind of survive lane.
I agree. And also good tools to defend neutral objectives. Trouble, we often see it around Dragon and Baron, the kind of tools that Kalista can provide.
Grab that Amumu, shove that Amumu in, he gets the 5-man ult, boom, dead.
That was amazing. We'll talk about Amumu later because you were right in any picks to watch you predicted this morning. But let's move forward to this crazy day we had in the LEC. Magical day, as we may say, because it's a Star Guardian week. But a day of upset, Trouble, as we said. Astralis picking up a win. Misfits upsetting also against Fnatic. And of course, Mr. SK with us today with the big win for SK.
I feel like we had so many transformations, particularly today. The Astralis game, I think we were talking backstage with Vedius as well. I'm like, come on though, like they're 11k behind. They're not Misfits, they're Astralis. But one fight at their inhibitor turned the game completely around. The Misfits upset as well. Upset dies here as well, so pun not intended, but I feel like Vito was completely unleashed onto the Akali. There was no point-click CC to stop him. Once he got a few kills in the early game, he rolled them over. And yeah, I'll let you, Trids, talk to me through this one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't even remember much. When you're in the game, you just see enemy champions and you want to kill them, right? So I think I was even dead in this clip, so I was just spectating it. I had the same information as you guys, and I think when we saw Volibear fly in, we were like, oh, this is not looking good.
Oopsie.
Yeah, but then he died, so I think it was okay. But it was a very hectic game in the late game. I mean, we were calm, but the status of the game was very hectic. But it's fun, you know. It's fun to have a show for the fans as well, and it's fun to be in those types of games. So I'm happy we came out victorious side.
I was kind of surprised when we had Certus on the desk before. He was also telling me that the comps were like calm and collected, which is surprising given the difficult times SK have been through in summer so far. Can you tell me about the mindset you had coming in today? Because with Jesu being subbed out, coming back, 6-game lose streak, something hard to overcome. First time Draven also. Tell me about this day for SK and how you got there.
I think in general, our week of practice after the break was very useful. I think we practiced more than most other teams. So I think we came in feeling very prepared and very confident on the day. So I think in general, when you feel confident and prepared, win or loss, you will feel like it's a good game, right? And I think that we had this kind of vibe today where everyone felt like in the zone and in the mood to win. So we didn't really feel like, wow, it's G2, such a tough opponent. We were just, we knew what we wanted to play. We got what we wanted to play. And it was kind of smooth sailing from there, honestly.
It's really cool to see that you guys basically turned nameplates off, and it's like, it doesn't matter who we're playing against, we're going to play the same game. Now, one question that I have is that a lot of teams, when they go into a very hard lose streak, they turn into two modes. One is, okay, we get 1 week off, let's reset, let's all go home, see our families, take our mind off League of Legends, and then when we're back, we go hard mode again into scrims. You guys chose to go practice even more. How did this benefit you?
I think, yeah, I mean, practicing more when you're losing makes a lot of sense in my head. I feel like if you're losing, you can't really afford to take those extra days off. So I think we all wanted to scrim, especially with Jesu coming back from being sick. It was kind of like a given. And I think we had a lot of LPL and LCK to watch as well. So we wanted to incorporate a lot of things we saw work over there and try them out for ourselves. And I think in scrims it worked out well, and on stage, most of them worked out as well. So it was kind of a confidence boost for us. And we have XL tomorrow, another difficult team, so to say. So I think if we take the 2-0 this week, that's a good start to the after break performance.
Exactly. I want to ask, do you think we're going to see brighter days for SK now, or are you still waiting for tomorrow and maybe the 2-0
I mean,
week?
we can't say that we're going to win the entire league after one victory. Right? we remain confident, and I think even in the losses that we've had, we've been confident. We just have kind of had, I think, the wrong identity and kind of a bad way to look at the game. But I think right now we're very in sync, and I think that's all we need.
I like what you said earlier in the sense that you kept on working, and especially because you guys didn't find success, you guys needed to keep on working and improve, and especially through scrims. But I'm just wondering, how hard is it to have a healthy schedule and meaningful scrims when maybe you don't know where to look and how to get things better?
Yeah, I think it's important to not overanalyze and overcompensate, because it's easy when you're losing to be like, oh, now I have to play 20 extra games per day. I have to watch VODs until 3 a.m. You know, like, I think it's important to keep the things you know work for you and keep it in wins and losses. And I think that's something that we managed to do pretty well.
Yeah.
We took a lot of losses, so we knew how to schedule our weeks, right? So I think just in general, it's important to have a healthy schedule, win or loss. And I think we always had that. We always had our gyms, our good food, you know, like, I think we always had things to enjoy and a good, like, healthy environment in the team. So that stayed with us, and I think the extra practice helped a lot as well.
I really like it because you managed to get a positive approach, but also bring some new picks to the table. We talked about the Draven, we will talk about the Puppy later. But Trouble, I want to turn to you because today you had a really cool segment about picks to watch in the LEC.
What's these picks?
Watch these picks. Sorry for the ripoff videos. But yeah, I mean, I want to say you got everything right. We didn't see Seraphine, but she was banned all the time.
She was banned all the time, I think, except one game that she wasn't. We saw Amumu to great success. Astralis brought that. We saw Zlatan's Lee Sin being banned away, unfortunately, but Elyoya picked it up and it looked really strong paired up with Lissandra. And the reasons why as well, right? Amumu is Seed champion, Bandit Toss champion, Bandit Toss again. All team, he dies. It doesn't matter how much HP this champion does. If your team piles up on them, they will die. And with Lee Sin, we saw Elyoya. It pairs up so nicely with mid lanes like Swain, Lissandra, Ari, that set up for your ganks, that get you ahead in the early. But my core favorite right here has to be the one and only Poppy. And Treats, Gilius brought the Poppy in your game. Please talk to us a little bit about that.
I mean, I think if anyone has watched LPL, they have seen Poppy pop off, so to say. I think it's just a pick that's been working for us. I think it's very flexible. It has a lot of deniability as well as good setup by itself. So the champ is just very strong. I think depends on what you want from your comp, right? But I think it fits in a lot of comps, and it worked out today. They picked Gnar, we picked Poppy. Gnar can't jump anymore. Nice, kill Gnar.
Look at her spinning the hammer. But I think Poppy is a pick we're going to see more and more trouble in the LEC with the Lee Sins coming back, Gnar, as you mentioned, all these disengaged tools that you want to avoid.
Wukong is surprisingly still getting picked, even after the nerfs. It works against him as well. And a lot of the champions like Akali, we saw 3 back-to-back Akalis where in the end, you saw that Vitality had to actually ban the Akali, the Poppy, because it is so strong into champions that really want to be dashing around and play the game like Salas's, Akalis, and all that.
We'll see what tomorrow brings, but before that, let's take a look at the standings after this crazy day in Week 4 in the LEC. Rogue first now, XL second, and then it's super stacked.
Chaos.
I was about to say, it's chaos. When you look at the middle of the pack, we came into this week with like a clear top 4, and I remember in Humanoid, especially in an interview, saying that there's a clear difference between the first 5 teams and then the rest of the LEC, but after today, I don't know what you think, Treats.
Yeah, I think it's kind of up in the air. I would say that BDS is the clear bottom team, unfortunately for them. I think the rest of the teams all can compete with each other. I think that when we're on form and have good drafts like we did today, we can also beat anyone. So I think it definitely is a bit of chaos in the standings, but I think it also benefits us. We're looking for more wins, obviously, and with a very close standings, I think that opens up some opportunities.
I just want to bring up to the light yet again how Rogue have found themselves sneaking to the top of the standings for once again.
This is classic Rogue.
This is classic regular season Rogue when everyone's like, but they're not even that flashy. Yeah, but they make it work. If you get the W, you get a W, right? You don't have to be flashy.
They went back to what we used to know from them in Sprig, and I think it works once again. We'll see if it can work for them tomorrow as we look at the schedule. And here, there's 2 games I want to focus on, the Misfits and G2 game, because after today, I don't know what to expect. We came into the week thinking that Misfits would have a super difficult schedule. Fnatic on day 1, G2 on day 2. But after what I saw from G2 today, Treats, I don't know what to think anymore of this game.
Yeah, Misfits is such a weird team still. I think they just kind of pick up wins here and there. I don't know how they do it still.
They keep on getting away with it.
Yeah, they can't keep getting away with it. I think they have also a solid understanding of what they want to play. They play a lot of aggressive champions, and it's still kind of the VTO carry show. But I think G2 doesn't really have that identity yet, I think. I think they're struggling to find out what to pick, as we saw today as well. So I think it will be an interesting clash, because usually the team that knows what they want to play will win, even though they might in paper be like worse.
I mean, we have an anime video about these 2 teams' trouble. So any hints on how this one will go for you?
Okay, so I think even though the VTO versus Cap show is going to be huge, I feel that right now Jankos and the team are not syncing up very well together, and Zlatan seems to be getting on his stride yet again. So I feel like the mid-jungle matchups are going to be extremely explosive, and we need to keep a close eye for tomorrow.
And of course, the last game, our LG Ultra Gear match of the week, Vitality versus Fnatic. 2 teams who lost today. Any expectations for this game, Trouble?
Oh boy, I think I'm glad we're having the mid laners right here, because I'm going to ask you about Humanoid, because I feel like even though we do praise perks and Vitality has one of the best early game solo laners, they are always up ahead in CS at 14, everyone on the map. But then when it comes to transitioning this, it feels like they're so desynced. And you told me something very interesting about Humanoid in the green room.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Humanoid is kind of playing a 1v9 style where he picks up a lot of farm and gets very fed. And I think he does a good job in team fights as well. But I feel like Fnatic just kind of looks disjointed at times. I think their drafts also don't really speak a lot what they want to do in the game. I think they just have a bunch of everything, like a very hard-pushing bot lane with Azir, and then they're kind of getting outscaled still. So I think they also, like G2, need to kind of go with one style, I would say. I think both for Vitality and Fnatic, I think if they find a style and stick with it, then they will be better teams than what they are right now. They're kind of all over the place. They just go every pick that there is. So I think styles and how they match, I think both teams are kind of even, I would say. I don't think one is a clear favorite right now, even though Fnatic might be a bit sharper in team fights, I would say.
Yeah. Just a little reminder that these were the super teams and the expectations we set back in spring when they first joined with their new rosters, right? All the way at the start of the year. And the fact that we're sitting here right now, we're like, we don't know how they want to play the game is a big thorn. And I really hope they take that thorn and rip it off of their arm or wherever it is, because they really need to start performing, because playoffs are just around the corner. And Vedi also said the split ends faster than you think.
Right, we're almost halfway through the season here. So we hope that this matchup can deliver tomorrow. But I think that's all for us now tonight. Before that, you play Excel in the first game of the day. Any hints on how this one will go? What can we expect from
a spicy one.
game?
We're gonna bring spicy drafts now, no matter what. We've lost enough. We're here to win now.
Perfect. We'll keep an eye on the draft threads. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Congrats again on taking down G2. And Trouble, thank you so much for joining me also. I'll see you on the desk tomorrow. And that's all for us here today. We'll be back in the studio tomorrow at 16:30 CEST. See you then. Take care and stay magical. Woo!
Where's the sound?
Welcome to week 4 of the LEC 2022 Summer Edition, live from Berlin, Germany. We're back after 1 week break in the LEC.
There is a game of League of Legends to be played. We are moments away. Excel versus Astralis. Astralis, can they find their form here against Excel? The wombo combo, Nuke fishing for the resets where the frozen throw is going to go. Dayor still free firing. So much damage coming out, but Kame, he's so damn fed. The entire team getting torn to pieces. It was the perfect ultimate, but it was not enough. Astralis stands supreme. BDS versus the Mad Lions. Oh my God! Full value, Nuclear is still standing, but everybody's gonna turn it off. It's a slaughter.
We are here for the third game of the day, Fnatic versus Misfits. BTO trying to get into the backline. Darkbind, he misses, and BTO just assassinates Upset. And he may have not met anyone that made him fit in lane. But Upset is damn scared of BTO now. Another kill for Misfits. They wipe up the team fight. G2 versus SK up next. SK still struggling at the bottom of the table. Let's see if they can win. Woo! An Elder before Jankos has the Stormbringer, goes in, the reset happens though, and then an inopportune moment for Jankos, the reset, Caps slides, Caps glides, Caps dies, the Elder taken by SK.
Let's move on to our last game of the day, Vitality versus Rogue. Two teams with an undefeated 2-0 record.
Marowak trying to trade onto a Perks who dives in with a perfect execution. Great Gnav into the wall with a counter Gnav, it's huge! Larson steals away the ultimate and just does it better. Cosmic Radiance now gonna keep Rogue so healthy. Kazi trying to get out of this one, has the flash, can try and turn it around. 6 wins in a row for Rogue.
Oh, immune, invulnerable, and unbeatable Rogue today here.
I keep on counting hours, haunted by all my doubts, looking into the mirror, falling out from the clouds.